8%. So that's 10,000 more calls for service per year. The non-emergency calls have gone down slightly, but total calls for service are up. With regard to our response times, we're looking at the variety, and there is no complete standardization across policing services for how they prioritize these. They do vary by jurisdictions. Taking the lead of EMS, we adopted about 6-7 years ago a priority 0 response, being immediate, life-threatening. Could be an overdose, it could be a stabbing, and you can see our response time as below a minute there. 4 priority 1s, and you can see what the type of calls that are involved there. It's domestic situations, suicides, persons in crisis, and disturbances. Down the list of priority 2, you have suspicious activities, driving complaints, and so on down to neighbor troubles at a priority 4. So we do obviously triage these calls, and this is our response times. With regard to our most frequent call types, we know domestic violence remains as a leading cause for service. I would call it a blight on society, but the increasing number of overdoses and sudden deaths from drugs have also increased. And that can be ambulance assist, but it can also be a disturbance, suspicious activity, a range of calls. But often it is an ambulance assist where both ourselves and EMS are dispatched together. For domestic violence investigations, they are quite time consuming because they can include historic disclosures. As you know, with these type of offenses, the survivor may have faced this 14, 15 times before they decide to call. So when we do get that disclosure, we will be sensitive to the fact there may have been historic, and we do get disclosures quite often that way. Medical evidence, a whole range of things. We also have the requirement to notify the CAS where children are at risk, and we have to consider obviously safety planning for the survivor and victim assistance at that time. While most of the property damage only involves this regard to collisions, have been referred to our collision reporting centers. Again, as you can see, we have a theme to say if we don't need to be doing it, let's not do it. And we moved to collision reporting centers many years ago where there was not personal injury or a fatal collision. Obviously, in those cases, we will come out and investigate. So you'll see a thread of efficiencies in here in terms of our approach to things. With regard to the 2020 budget, and we've broken it down by percentage, not a new figure, I think, for most people-oriented businesses. Our salary, wages, and benefits constitute 91.3% of our budget. Our capital expenditures are 1.9%, and operating expenditures are 6.8%. So there's been a lot of misinformation about this. I've seen a number of the delegations where they cite that our costs are 68% for salaries, wages, and benefits. And not to be facetious, but that would be great. But it's just not the case. So we're closer to 91.3. If we're looking at a 20% reduction, which is what is, although the funding is also posited that we need to abolish it as well. And I'll leave that for commentary from others later. But even if we were to try and get the 20%, we would have to eliminate all our equipment, our fleet, software, hardware, fuel, electricity, all those things. And I'm not even going to come close to 20% were I to do that. So clearly our largest cost remains salaries and benefits. The mayor alluded to earlier, and we have included this slide probably about 9 years at this point, as a percentage of the levy and our costs as a budget. So the police levy is down on the bottom. Percentage of the levy is there as well. And then you've got the total levy for the city of Hamilton. As you can see, if you look at the table on the bottom column, actually it's a row, not a column, from 2004 to 2020, we really do range between 18 to about 19, sometimes a little higher than 19%, but in that ballpark figure. And in fact, the last 3 years we've been reducing, which I'm sure Councillor Ferguson may refer to later in the presentation. With regard to mandated services under the Police Services Act, and I can tell you that the revisions both by the Liberal government and then most recently by the Conservative government is Bill 68, which is the rewrite of the Police Services Act. These 5 categories remain. So crime prevention is first, victim assistance, law enforcement, public order maintenance, and then finally emergency response services. So I don't know, and I have said at that table where they're starting to think about revisions, this was not subject to discussion in terms of the change. The other point on this is these have to align with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms as well in terms of the requirements. If we're looking at the impact of a 20% reduction as a gross figure, it's 34.3 million, and it equates to 279 members. I do know that in my original report to the board that went out publicly, it was a 2-pager. This obviously has the details, but I think it requires context. So rather than I could have completed a 100-page report, it still requires commentary. So we did meet with the commanders of each division, along with senior command, to look at the areas of service and what a 20% reduction would look like. So we have the 3 divisions, 1, 2, and 3, which are patrol, our support division, our community mobilization division, and our investigative services. So nobody went untouched here. It should be noted that many of these units were the direct result of best practice studies over the last many years to serve the needs of vulnerable populations, and included our alternate response by frontline members to mental health calls, which you've already heard about, and the navigation towards other agencies to do that work. Our crime managers, our bail compliance unit, and subject matter experts in sexual assault, child abuse, human trafficking, and drug enforcement would all be impacted. And currently, there are many adequacy requirements through the ministry, which, of course, work in tandem with the Police Services Act. And they've been a response to coroner's inquests, to review by oversight agencies and major case management requirements, as you will call for major case management. This grew out of the Bernardo case, and it was reviewed by Justice Archie Campbell in the Campbell Commission report. And we've been audited by the ministry just last year around our major case management, both software, how we do the work, who does what, how do we align with other services to make sure that we get information between services shared, because obviously with Bernardo, he was acting in a number of jurisdictions, and that was one of the major gaps they identified. Our drug investigations are aimed at mid to level, high level dealers and are complex. And we know that, as I mentioned, drugs, guns, and money are all closely associated. So the physical and financial resources required to do these investigations are significant. You're into multiple warrants, surveillance, in some cases, what's called a Part 6, which otherwise known as a wiretap, depending on just how complex it is, whether organized crime is involved, or outlaw motorcycle gangs, or a whole range of other organized crime. So the majority of work no longer done by specialized units within those units that have subject matter experts would still need to be completed by frontline officers. However, you can see kind of in the top numbers under Division 1, 2, and 3, 107 of our frontline officers would have to be eliminated. And given that there are collective agreement minimum numbers, we would have to back through overtime to meet our staffing numbers, which would, of course, create further cost, further impact of burnout and negative impact on morale. And again, I'll just give you a second to look at, particularly in investigative services, what we're looking at: major crime, forensics, technology crime, of course, a very big growth industry, child exploitation, major fraud, intelligence that goes on. In community mobilization, our street outreach, our mental health response, bike, foot, and mounted patrol, community relations, victim services, and our bail compliance. In our traffic safety management, case prep unit, which we've seen saves about the equivalent of 12 people per year in terms of the efficiencies it gained for the organization. And our Crown Liaison. For the front line, and particularly for counselors, it really does mean potentially our beat crime managers and those who look after that. So we had to look at those which were mandated and those which were not. So any staffing reductions would have a significant impact on public safety, and increased workload and responsibilities would be shifted to reduced frontline patrol. And as I've said many times, we're not proprietary on the work at hand, and we have explored, as you can see by the previous presentation, cooperative efforts with agencies, NGOs, major institutions, and pending changes in other community agencies who will take this work on, and legislative reforms that would be required. The responsibility for responding calls currently remains that of the service. In addition, should those agencies start to do work in that area, they'll have to be cognizant of criminal liability, civil liability. They'll have to have policies and practices in place. And I would suspect, much like our own organization, oversight agencies to ensure that they delivered what they stated they were going to. We do look forward to the work of those partners identified in subsection 253 of the new Police Services Act. This is one portion of the Police Services Act that was passed in 2019. And while we are a partner at the Community and Safety Wellbeing Plan, we are not the lead for this initiative, which I think is quite bold and appropriate. We've heard from the community that they believe there are alternate solutions. I agree with that. And we've left it up to, and the agencies are actually defined in the Act as to who should be sitting at the table. So it's really agencies that have expertise in addictions, homelessness, poverty, mental health, education, service to youth, and they are at the table. I do know that Paul Johnson is currently the chair. We have two board members who are participating, being Fred Bennick and Pat Mandy, and Deputy Frank Bergen is representing our service because of his expertise, both doing a lot of this work at the primary stages when he was with Toronto Police Service, but also looking at his modernization report and attempts to do exactly what is dictated by the Act. So we agree these are challenging, important conversations that can lead to transformation in how the service is provided. And we look forward to some of those initiatives coming forward from that group. So pending questions, and Deputy Mayor, I will certainly turn off the presentation if you like.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. That would be great if you can unshare it.
I just have to pull up my WebEx.
And let's see your emails too, please.
I turned them off. Okay, I don't get a share thing. Oh boy. Oh, here we go. Stop sharing.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And again, we have a speakers list, and we're going to be discussing not only items 8.2 and 8.3 as our Hamilton Police Services friends just presented. We're also going to open the questions up to 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, and for clarity only questions. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Nan, Wilson, Danko, Farr, Ferguson. That's our list so far. Councillor Whitehead, you're up first, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask the chief to try and keep his answers brief as it cuts into the time that I have. But if you need to elaborate, by all means, do so.
And you can go on the second speakers, not a problem.
Absolutely. So the first thing is I want to thank the chief. The presentation really addresses the ignorance in regards to some of the best practices that we've taken in the context of mental health. You identified three different areas that we provided focus. I was quite pleased Seattle was talking about their navigation program. So can you just expand on how many police forces that we're aware of that have taken our program and in fact exercised it across this country? Do you have any idea?
Chief?
Sure, I'm just turning my video and voice. I'll leave my photo up. Quite a few. I don't have the exact numbers. I do know, for example, that Minister Thibodeau, when he was appointed originally as a Sol Gen, but now he's looking after mental health issues. We actually had him come and do a ride along. And the reason for that was at the provincial level and showing what was particularly available. And his comment was at the time, how come everybody's not doing this? And I think the challenge, not only here, but in North America, is for other agencies, and in our case, we're very fortunate with St. Joe's, who are progressive, who are interested in doing this, have done it for many years. There is huge interest right now, obviously, with the conversation that's going on. As Steve mentioned, many organizations, including from Australia, have come to see what we have and how we deliver that service. Is it the epitome? I wouldn't say it is. Is it a very good practice? I would say that it is. In addition, between the Ministry of Health and the Solicitor General, they presented a joint paper about a year ago as an announcement for best practice, not only for intake and decreasing the time a client would be exposed to sitting in a waiting room. Sorry, we understand the stigma that comes with that, and you've seen a reduction by over 50%. So it's an efficiency not only for ourselves in emergency, but probably most importantly, it has a positive effect for the client. So Many are expanding. Our problem somewhat is there's inconsistency in the terminology. Some MCERT programs are referred to as COAST, some are referred to as CIT. Everybody seems to want to invite or invent their own acronym. But I think in terms of primacy, we borrowed the COAST program actually from Vancouver 23 years ago. The Social Navigator was actually created here as that specific item, and the MCERT program again was one of the first, I think, in North America. So many are interested, many are expanding. It does require cooperation between those two things. I know that wasn't a short answer, but
Wow, I
Thank you,
hope
Chief.
that's
Councillor Councillor Whitehead.
yeah, thank you for that answer. Clearly, one of the ignorances out there is that we don't have partnerships with mental health workers, social workers, and so forth in dealing with mental health or addictions in our community. You clearly identified 3 programs that do so. So there's part of the ignorance. Mr. Mr. Chief, Chief, I had the pleasure of being on the police board, and my COJO has actually put a comment out that's quoted me but out of context. So I think I have a responsibility to ensure that the context is provided. So when I first got on the board, a number of years I was comparing the police budget compared to the departments, and over again through those particular years, the police budget was coming well over 2% above the departmental budget. But
Councillor Whitehead, is this a question? I just
yes,
want to make sure we're question. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Is the context because I was taken out of
That's
context.
okay. Go ahead. I want to hear the question. Thank you.
Yeah. So the context though is that our police services, and you've demonstrated that in your presentation, was already, and I've used this term as well, punching well above their weight class. In fact, we were under service in the context of our comparators across North America at that time. Is that correct, Mr. Chief?
Chief?
sorry, I just had to unmute myself. If you didn't say it, I was going to say it for the number of times you've said that. And I think, having served with you or, for you as our governance body, you certainly applied the test to the budget. When we get onto that topic, which will come a little later, both for transparency, for line by line posting, which we've done for many years, you were the largest force behind that, but also for the accountability. And I'll say perhaps to convince you that we were punching above our weight class was not an easy task to convince you of that. And whether you were looking at a line by line budget, the nature of how we provide service, the specific requirements in Hamilton, which we know has a large cost from other social service agencies. It's actually a benefit that we provide that, but it's also a draw on resources, both for ourselves, I think in a good way, but it is nonetheless, it's a major center that provides those services. So the short answer would be yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Do you want me to put you down for a second question?
Yes,
okay.
I just want to acknowledge Councillor
I got you down for a second. Okay, thank you. Councillor Nan?
Promise.
No,
it's not
that's
me,
okay.
I promise. Thank you through the Deputy Mayor. Thank you to the Chief and the rest of HPS representatives for coming in today. I do appreciate you taking the time to join us today. A couple of quick comments for context, and then I do have a number of questions, and I will likely have to come back on second time. I just want to preface my questions by saying, by no means is this interrogation. I definitely lost the gold star as I didn't submit my questions in advance in email form. I apologize for that. It's been a packed few days. Otherwise, I definitely would have proactively sent these questions. So just from a contextual perspective, part of why the service is here today is because this year events including the killing of George Floyd at the hands of the Minneapolis police officer, the tragic death of Regis Kurchinski-Paquette in Toronto, the death of Ijaz Chowdhury shot by police in Peel region, as well as comments in the independent review of HPS response to the June 15th, 2019 Pride incident. Many Hamiltonians have engaged in a critical conversation about the status quo of policing. They've also inquired about systemic racism and how it is evident in our current systems. the nature of response to crisis, and how we may best ensure public safety in the city. So I think it's really important that we keep that context and why there are so many questions. Not unlike HPS, we have had several hundred submissions by residents over the course of the spring and summer. So that's it's out of that public obligation that I do raise some of these questions. So if I can quickly, focusing on systemic racism and equity, diversity, and inclusion. Um, there has been, as I mentioned, a number of submissions, and you've received them as well. How would you, either chief or other representatives, define or understand the current concerns? I noticed that you were nodding as I was going over some of the contextual pieces there. So I just wanted to give the service an opportunity to define how you understand the concerns that are being raised by our public right now.
Thank you, Chief.
And Councillor Nanny raised, through you, Chair, a number of topics. I'll try and hit them all, but obviously, with regard to systemic racism, and I will turn to the definition through the Anti-Racism Directorate. I think it's important to know what it is, but also what it is not. And again, while the definition is not provided in the Anti-Racism Act, it's the Directorate that has put this out. So systemic racism is defined as when institutions or systems create or maintain racial inequity, often as a result of hidden institutional bias in policies, in policies, practices and procedures that privilege some groups and disadvantage others. As you know, we issued a statement at the last board meeting, both the board and the service, in terms of acknowledging that, and I think it's quite important to acknowledge that. The other piece with regard to systemic racism is taking a much broader view. We understand that it affects many systems, and we're integrated with both the judicial system, the education system, a wide variety. So the lens needs to be applied. The difficulty in many cases, it is often hidden, it is historic, and to disentangle it, but certainly it is worthy of looking at, examining, and re-examining it. As you know, and I'll just offer a quick example with regard to our search policies, which were subject of an inquiry by the Office of the Independent Review Directorate. We embraced, as a result of a human rights decision at appeal, what the best practice was determined by human rights at that time. So where we've had these indications in other aspects of policing, we certainly incorporate that. Relative to deaths of individuals, we, like others, share that these are egregious events, particularly where it's unwarranted. In the current context and with due process, both judicially and otherwise, I think we need to be cautious to understand that the total picture has to be provided before we react to a very short snippet, because as we see, the version of what has happened requires examination, requires witnesses, cross-examination, all those tests before we have a finding. However, we certainly share in the grief of the others with loved ones, and we do have independent agencies that do provide oversight. That's a very quick handling of that. Relative to the funding, I think I've answered that one in terms of both the presentation and the examination. And it depends which point of view you take. Do they want us to fund it or abolished? And both have been put forward. They're very different questions. And I think that requires careful examination, particularly within a constitutional democracy, and how that should work. And again, while the police provide the enforcement, we do not legislate, we do not determine the laws, and we do not do the legislative work either at the federal or provincial level. So many changes and opportunities are present, particularly with the rewriting of the Police Services Act. I'll give you a quick example. We may have had a wide variety of responses with regard to drug enforcement when they legalized cannabis. They changed the statute, we adapted. That's what happens. So we react to the laws as they're created, and we think, particularly through the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan.
Sorry, it's
Yeah.
my timer.
Oh, that's you? Oh,
So,
okay.
Chief, the question I had
That's
wasn't,
okay.
I wanted to focus
Actually,
on systemic racism and the
yes, and
EDI plan and the
Sure.
documents that were before us. So I did
you,
have specific questions there, and I
Okay.
appreciate the fulsomeness of your response. And I did read the documents that were released by the police services through communications at the time in terms of the statements, and I appreciated those.
so Councillor
So,
Nan, I'm putting you down as a second speaker now.
all right.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm going by the rules here. So Councillor Wilson, you're up next.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all members of the service, starting with the chief for being here this morning. It's greatly appreciated.
thank you.
Um, I wasn't intending to, and I don't want to intrude, presupposing the line of questioning, but I would like to pick up where Councillor Nan left off, if I may. The mayor this morning, in his opening remarks, trying to set the tone for today, used the phrase "given the context of these times," and I've heard you use that phrase this morning as well, Chief Gert. And I'm of course curious as to what we all bring to that phrase and that lens of what it means, because from that, it will help drive our definition of the problem and then therefore the solution. So that's sort of the context that I'm coming from. And again, my questions are in no way pleased to be interrogation. On your reference to systemic racism and the statement that was put out by the board, I just would like you to be given this opportunity, which is not the board, and I think arguably it has a broader audience than the Hamilton Police Services Board, to speak to that. And I'd like to preface my remarks by referencing a comment made by the Ottawa Police Service Chief Peter Slowly in a delegation to a standing committee on public safety and national security, in which he said the following: "I will unequivocally state that individual and systemic racism exists in Canadian policing, in all Canadian institutions, and in Canadian society as a whole." He went on to state that systemic racism is eroding the public's trust and confidence in policing, which is essential to keeping our communities safe. And my addition would be it's essential to keeping officers safe. Trust, as one of your predecessors explained to me, is the greatest tool that you have in your arsenal and is key to effective policing and key to keeping the community safe and key to keeping your good service members safe. Is that the starting point for you? And I'm talking about 8.7, your EDI plan.
So in short, yes, and I think Peter Slawley has encapsulated it. But again, going back to the definition I've gathered from the Anti-Racism Directorate, some people take that to mean that we are systematically, through all members, applying racist practices deliberately by individuals. And of course, this is about systems, institutions, and systemic bias. So they are two different things. And in terms of our response to overt acts, which I can tell you through our professional standards branch, we take extremely seriously. Justice Lesage, when he did his consultation for the Ontario Independent Police Review Director before he struck that, was very cognizant of that and did huge outreach, particularly to racialized and marginalized communities, and structured it such that the intake can be not through the service, but the OIPRD directly. So I can tell you that we take those extremely seriously. If in fact it is substantiated, we will take the appropriate action, the discipline necessary, because to your point, it erodes public trust. Now, I understand I can't empathize because I'm certainly not a person of color, how that might feel like to come forward in that context. Chief Slawley is in a different spot than I am. But I certainly take what he has said seriously. And I think it's a good start. The EDI component is best practice at any time. You do have the report in front of you. We have done work in terms of both diversity within our service, and we were recognized a number of years ago, keeping in mind the comparator is not to, let's say, the diversity in Toronto. The comparison is to the diversity within within Hamilton itself and the demographics. And we're recognized as reflecting that. But that's a constant challenge. The public does want to see themselves in our members who are serving them. So we strive towards that goal, but there's always work to do on that. With regard to the systemic issues, I truly believe it does need that scrutiny. And we're currently working, as you know, with CCDI. They're in great demand right now, but fortunately, we're in the queue for many other organizations. And pending any other thing, I would turn to our CEO, Anna Felice, who's been kind of working this profile and getting it ready in terms of the approaches. If you want to hear that, I know I'm just cognizant of the boing boing sound. Should I exceed the time limit?
Yes, Councillor Chair Johnson does have an interesting way of keeping us on track.
Well, and your 5 minutes are up. Would you like to be on the second time list?
Yes.
Councillor Wilson. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Councillor Danko. And then we have Councillor Farr, Ferguson, Clark. So go ahead, Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just a couple questions on item 8.3, which is the defund report. When I'm looking at on page 3, the top 5 priorities for policing in the strategic planning, property crime, violent crime, drug control enforcement, guns and gangs, and traffic safety, I'd say this echoes very closely to what I hear from my community. I'd also add there a desire for more visibility of police in the community. I've had these discussions with our mountain crime manager, Officer Amberly Rogers, who does just a fantastic job as a liaison between our office and the police service. And my question to you, Chief Gert, or to whomever might be able to answer this is, how were those priorities identified? So in the report, it references 2,700 surveys and consultations, but just specifically, how did you come up with those top 5 priorities?
Sorry if I'm on. Thank you, and through the chair. As I stated, this was through the survey, but also in consultation with direct members. We have usually over 100 people that attend our business plan, and we rely heavily on both the community agencies who do work with us, independent people either serve in our committees or are out in the community generally. So they had determined those. It's not just the police determining those. I suspect that we will be entering into another business plan next year. They may shift, particularly in light of the work of the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, all the issues, the concurrent disorders that we're looking at for addictions, homelessness, poverty, mental health. Were we to take a new survey, they may be very different as things have evolved. And to answer Councillor Wilson's question earlier, these times, as we know historically, the focus can shift within the population. I believe it's taken a major shift. We're certainly, and we always have been, and I would turn to Councillor Whitehead again, to look at our methods of delivery. Is it things we should be doing? Is it things we shouldn't be doing? Because we're always looking for those efficiencies. And it's not to abdicate responsibility, but to more appropriately delegate to somebody who can do that work. Even as far as, and this is a quick departure, our forensic services assistants, we didn't necessarily need a sworn officer armed going to those calls. And we're getting excellent candidates who have backgrounds in forensics and sciences to do that work. So where we have those opportunities, and actually it's in the latest iteration of the Police Services Act, Bill 68, it allows for those opportunities. So we want to move in that direction. But the priorities, as you've asked, Councillor Danko, we're determined. I don't have the specific questions in front of me. I apologize. But I do know it was open-ended enough to allow those constituents, and I think you've affirmed both through the calls you take and our beat crime manager take, these are the leading issues. The other one, although it's number 5, traffic safety, I would say is extremely prominent. And we do know that stunting, racing are huge issues within our community right now. We just had the disposition on Queenston Road where a young woman was killed as a result of 2 cars racing. While we're not necessarily present to do the arrest every time, because obviously they're strategic and when they're doing it, I think it's a huge issue around safety within this community.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Go ahead. You've got 1 minute, 1.5 minutes left.
Thanks. So you touched on it in your answer, Chief Gert, and it's something that I wanted to dig in a little bit deeper, is that when I then look at the calls, the top calls that that you're received at the police service, they don't necessarily map to those strategic priorities. And you touched on it in your answer and looking for efficiencies. And I'm just going to use a couple examples quickly, and then I'll let you answer. The first is, the priority of traffic safety. So in the calls, we're looking at motor vehicle collisions. So obviously those two are related, where traffic safety is proactive and then responding to collisions is taking time up as a reactive reaction to traffic safety. And the other one is on the ambulance assist. And we saw in your previous presentation that through your work with the crisis response unit that we've come up with some efficiencies that saved over 5,000 hours, which is, the equivalent of 2 full-time officers. So I'm wondering, my question is how we can better go through what police are spending time on a day-to-day basis, what they're responding to in terms of calls, and map that to those priorities in order to look for efficiencies within the service.
Through you, Chair, if I'm able. I don't know if I'm at the limit. I heard the alarm going off.
It's okay. You can finish off the questioning and then I'll go to the next speaker.
Okay, and I'll try and keep it brief.
Yeah.
So you're quite right. What I would say is the delineation between priorities from the public and our requirements and most frequent calls. They are two things. One is largely reactive, being the calls for service, domestic violence, motor vehicle collisions, those type of things. What the public wants is really more the other 5 areas. So it's a balance between our responsibility to respond to those calls when law enforcement is required, arrests are possible, fatal collision, you've obviously got the impact. And I mentioned this last year in my presentation of the budget. Roughly, our number of homicides mirror our number of fatal collisions. Both have that huge collateral damage. Currently, and certainly Councillor Clark reiterated, while I do provide a shooting report and update to the board on a regular basis, at that time I wasn't looking for specific resources for that. We'd already used and combined many of our resources with investigative services. But it's a huge safety concern, and I would probably, again, predict that that's going to be a huge concern because it's not just here in Hamilton, it's elsewhere. And we're seeing the GTA effect, and we are working with our partners. A great example was on Sunday where we had Peel, Toronto, OPP, and York come out because of the nature of this street racing where they will take over and occupy roads. And if you've seen the footage, it's hair raising. People are doing donuts.
For going on 2 years. We've had another unit for 3.5 years that we usually
Sorry, I don't know who that is. Anyway.
Okay.
It's C, so I'll continue. So I agree with you. There's a bit of a delineation between the public wants as a proactive, but there's also the reactive things that we have, both requirements and adequacy and the time. So let's take a homicide investigation. The amount of time for that to properly process is huge. The examination in court, we have the Badgero case in our jurisdiction, 4 times to trial, finally convicted. I think it began before I started the service. So these things can be very prolonged. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. And Councillor Danko, would you like to be put on for the second time?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Farr, then Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Clark. That's all I see right now. Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Chair, I have 2 questions for Sergeant Pete.
Can you speak up, please?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
2 questions for Sergeant Pete, but first to the chief since he's on. I just want to confirm what I'm hearing. You're pretty much saying in a nutshell, there's still these challenging conversations, chief, to be had. And these conversations that you're having and you'll continue to have can lead to a transformation of what police services does over time, to your method of delivery comment. And so understanding and appreciating, particularly in Ward 2, all these partnerships, and that spoke to 8.2, obviously our first item, crisis response units, and they are effective. And we have, am I hearing a willingness to not only nurture but expand these partnerships in our community, and ultimately over time that may lead to handing off some of the functions that your service and services across Canada frankly inherited over time. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and a good summation. I'll give you a quick example. We do have a standing committee on mental health, and we do sit with partners in the addictions services who are offering up their input, whether it's for meth or alcohol or whatever it might be. Alcohol still is very prominent. So I think alternate approaches, and I look forward to those with solutions. I've always been a big advocate of crime prevention through social development. Quite frankly, people's eyes roll back because they said, "What are you talking about?" We're fundamentally talking about stemming the issues before they become an issue. So let me take a quick example. And having done the reading program at Hess Street, literacy is so important, and we know that from the literature, particularly in education, and particularly for Black males, the impact of literacy and how important that is. That has really nothing to do up front with policing, but as an investment for crime prevention and enabling and developing those skills is so important. So that's just one example, but there's so many, and I don't even know what I don't know. So I'm looking forward to those coming forward to say, here's a potential solution. It may be a bad analogy, but we've seen it many times at crime prevention. They talk about, maybe be a biblical story, I don't know, where a person standing by the river sees babies floating down the river. Now they don't say if they're in baskets or not, but nonetheless, you have to go in and rescue them. So you have two approaches: you go in and get the babies, or go upriver and see what's going on and why there are babies floating down the river. Because the idea is you've got life-threatening situation. There's much better ways to approach it. If you focus on the immediate, you're missing the larger picture too. Crime prevention, to deterrence, other avenues. Now, I hope I don't get misquoted for that, and I don't want to be insensitive to babies floating in baskets. The point is, you need to look and take a much broader view of what the situation is to properly assess and deter what is happening.
And it's something you've been doing for quite some time, and certainly there's a lot of emphasis on it now and for future. So I really do appreciate that. It really puts things in perspective for myself. If I have time, Pete Weisner. Hi, Pete. Thank you for your presentation and your colleagues' presentation in 8.2. Glad the chief mentioned it. I thought they were very, very helpful. Pete, I could also let the mayor know that you and I have had some conversations leading up to this. I didn't send my questions in advance, but specific to SNP, which you spoke to, we've got an opioid crisis going on. We have COVID, obviously, and encampments. How have they affected the Social Navigator program, the very successful Social Navigator program? But can you expand on those particular issues and how they may have affected this last 6 months of delivery of this program?
I sure can. Can everybody hear me all right? Perfect. Sandra, again, was supposed to be here. Sandra is the coordinator of the program who keeps all the stats. I was able to get as much information from her over the last couple of days as possible. But specifically talking about stats and where we are to date, as stated previously in my presentation, we are at 328 referrals to date. This spike actually happened obviously due to COVID since April, when our service providers started to work from home. And things started to be a little bit more safe with the way we shifted our work. But we did shift our focus from referring people to mental health and addictions to providing them the basic necessities like food and water, clothing, which we normally wouldn't do. But with saying that, the Social Navigator program, as you know, besides almost doubling what our stats will be from last year, we're much more visible to those who are marginalized as the SNP out in the community, due to the fact that we're responding to the needs of those in the community. More importantly, as the approach for self-referral is much easier, allowing us to engage with those people with the most complex cases out there is much easier for us to do when we're boots on the ground, and creating the engagement, the compassion, and the empathy with those most marginalized out there. Presently, as we know, the restrictions due to COVID have slowly been lifted. We're starting to collaborate a little bit more with our community partners, specifically Mission, Wesley, Street Outreach, the Good Shepherd, just to name a few, to provide a much better, more efficient line of communication with those most marginalized in our community.
And those partnerships are very important. They have always been important to Social Navigator program, but probably now more than ever, those community partnerships that you've always had and you're growing.
And thank you,
Absolutely.
Councillor Farr. Would you like to be put on for the second time?
I'm also good for now. I just
Okay,
want to say
thank you.
a big thanks to Peter. He's a a former social navigator and a great sergeant. So
Yes,
big
he
help.
is. And he's a great person to have a ride along with. Councillor Ferguson.
You didn't unmute me.
Yeah, I've been
So
trying
it
for
starts
years.
that watch right now. So, Chief, thank you for coming out today. It was once again your typical thorough presentations, and I really learned even more today listening to you and to you and Steve, Sarah, and Peter talk about this program, particularly around mental health. My first question, though, to you is, when's your investigative services building going to open?
Thank you. And I do want to acknowledge council for this. We are, in fact, in the movement stage. We have taken possession. We haven't formally opened it. Our challenge, and we will be inviting council to come and see it. We obviously have to abide by the COVID restrictions and grouping of people and mass and all that stuff. So actually, Jackie Penman, our corporate communicator, is working on a video so people can see it virtually, both for the public, because they're public funds, but also council, the board. But we will have to limit it from the traditional ribbon cutting. So I would suspect that will happen within about a month. We're being strategic in terms of business continuity and moving our people in phases. And obviously forensics is the largest piece of this with the huge advance, from one lab, and I will quote Councillor Pasuta because I thought it summed it up. We gave him a tour, as you know, for all the councillors, and he said, my workshop's better than your current facilities. And I thought, that sums it up. So it's a huge advance, but it's not just forensics, it's investigative services. And we think the synchronicity between units working and sharing information will be excellent. And I do want to thank council. This was not an easy process, as we know, went through many, many stages and under your leadership as well. So that's the timeline.
Okay, thank you. Because there's two things probably that I'm the most proud of during my term as chairman of the board was the forensic building, getting that funded and getting it started. And the second thing was the mobile rapid response unit. And you and I have always talked about, I need an answer that's an elevator ride, about that amount of time it takes us to go down in an elevator, because that's typically how long we have to respond to in questions from our constituents. So there was a famous picture that used to put up on the screen at the board meetings showing about 10 to 15 cruisers parked out in front of St. Joseph's Hospital. And so maybe Steve, give us the percentage, but I was trying to find it because it was a great way to explain it to the public. What percentage reduction is there in the amount of people who are taken to St. Joseph's Hospital for diagnosis, both rapid response unit and post? How much are you down?
So once again, we were looking at about 75.4% of the time persons were being apprehended and taken to hospital. I gave the 5-year average was roughly 17.2% of the time, but we fluctuate between 12 up to 15% is our average per year that we're taking individuals to hospital. So we're looking at a 50% reduction in persons actually going to hospital.
So those individuals then don't have the stigma of sitting in the emergency room in handcuffs with officers on both sides of them. Plus, we have 10 to 12 officers back on the road rather than sitting in an emergency room. From that famous picture that used to always come up on the board, it'd be nice to keep using that as a way of describing it, a before and after shot. And also, there's got to be significant savings to St. Joseph's Hospital by not having all those people going through there. So it was probably a wise investment to have Donna Cripps and others bring that program into fruition and fund the $500,000 to put a mental health worker in place. So congratulations on that. I'm very proud of that program. The next thing I wanted to bring up was, we talk about trust, and we need trust from all sides. And there's a lot of misinformation that's coming out of the public on this 50%, the 50% reduction is an example of that, but on the advocates promoting defunding police. And the mayor touched on it earlier, and I brought it up also when there was 3 individuals out of October 50 who did presentations to council, but 3 were live. And they brought up that 50%. And I asked them, where do you get that number from? Because during my 5 years, it's an average of 2%. And so that gets to 10. how do you get 50%? And the answer she gave me was, I won't answer that question. So it just paints the picture that I can't trust what they're saying, that they're putting information out they can't even back up. But more importantly, there was an email that came into our offices yesterday at 12:01 p.m. from Kojo Dempsey. I talked about this earlier when the correspondence side, but he states the following. Racist practice, we need to, police services continue to engage in racist practices and behaviors such as carding and police brutality. About 4 years ago, we virtually shut down the process of carding because we had to tell people that if they want to walk away, they can when you start asking for identification. So how many cards did you write last year in 2019, Chief?
Yeah, if
And
memory
thank you,
serves.
Councillor Ferguson. This
Sorry.
will be your last question. Sorry. Thank you,
Okay,
Chief.
hold
Please
it all.
answer.
I'm going to say this whole thing till later, so just put me back in the speakers list.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'll
Okay.
get answers to all these questions then.
So do you want the chief to wait or to finish off answering your question?
Well, you can answer the question. How many
Thank you.
cards did you issue last year?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chief Gert, just if you can go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. It was one, if memory serves, we do provide an annual report to the board. It's required by the COI legislation. The reason I use the acronym is the full description is the collection of information in certain circumstances, prohibitions, and duties. That's a bit of a mouthful. And it also reflects the actual legislation. It's quite complex. And I have concerns with the public's awareness of what the requirements are, because of course, if I'm stopping for a legitimate purpose, being a Highway Traffic Act infraction or a criminal code investigation, then in fact, I do not have to provide a receipt. In other cases where that's not the case, it is quite complex. But the fundamental effect, and we did meet with Justice Tulloch, who created the report on this. I don't think his intention was to eliminate it entirely, but certainly have to articulate why you were doing what you're doing. And I can tell you that in the meetings with Justice Tulloch, when we were doing that type of stop and recording of information, he actually acknowledged the work of our counsel, legal, being Marco Visentini, because we had about a 100-page slide that we presented to our front line, which reviewed the case law, largely coming out of Toronto, and some of the issues that flowed from there. And he commented this would be excellent practice for all organizations to do that. So yes, the total effect has been the reduction in large part. But again, we can still and always have been able to stop people with proper legally articulable causes. So I hope that answers the question.
But there's one card
Thank
that you
you.
issued last year. Did I hear that properly at the start?
Correct, but that doesn't
Okay.
reflect where we stop
Okay.
people with the legal means.
I'll start from here, Madam Chairman,
Thank you.
when you come back
All
to
right.
me.
I'll come back to you. Thank you. Councillor Clark, and then we're on second time speakers if there are no further first times. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me? You got to say something.
My
Thank you.
apologies. I try to mute myself so you don't hear me breathing, so I can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chief. Welcome.
Good morning.
Some quick questions for you. Your defund the report was very comprehensive. What I saw was missing in the report was to address council's authority under the Police Services Act when it comes to the budget. What I've been told by some members in the community is that council can direct the police spending. Can you just clarify exactly what council's role is under the Police Service Act, not our interaction with you in terms of sharing our concerns, but what our actual legal authority is when it comes to the budget?
Yeah, a great question, and thank you very much. And Councillor Vanderbeek, if you're okay, it was the question you asked. So if you don't mind, I have asked legal counsel. It's one thing coming from me as a chief dictating what council can do. It's another when I have somebody with legal background provide the context and the actual statutory requirements. I'm well aware of them and work within that. Can that change? Well, certainly the statute can change. So if you're good with that, Councillor Vanderbeek, I would, it'll be a slightly more comprehensive answer, Chair, if that's okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Over to you, Marco.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Wait, that's an excellent question through Councillor Clark. The Police Services Act, Section 39, deals with the budget process. And according to that section, it's again, there's about 4 or 5 subsections, but one must be mindful that it's not the chief's budget, it is the board's budget. And the board, after consulting with the chief and after hearing the recommendations of the chief, in order to, for what he requires to provide adequate and effective police services in the community and in the municipality, submits those estimates to the board, and then the board forwards those operating and capital estimates to council. And so again, the budget includes both operating and capital. So those are then, of course, from the board to council. And the council, again, then, as you know, is responsible for establishing the budget for the board under the Act. And council, and it's specifically stated in the Police Services Act, that council is not bound to adopt the estimates submitted by the board. However, council is limited in looking line by line, and they cannot approve or disapprove specific line items in the budget. So that's the general overview. The issue then becomes in the event that council disagrees with the board and does not approve their budget and establish it as recommended by the board. There is then a disagreement between the board and council that can then go to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission for determination, and that is the purview. That is within the purview of the board to bring the issue to the commission for a final determination.
Thank you for that. So, as an example, when the service decided or the board decided to acquire a mounted police unit, as a counselor, I may have objected to it, may have disagreed with it, but council can't turn around and say to the police service board, no, you're not getting a mounted unit. We can reject the budget as a whole, but we cannot reject the line item regarding the mounted unit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I'd like to go back to the chief, if I may, please.
Absolutely. You have a minute and a half.
Thank you. We have to fix this so that we have 5 minutes for questions and they can answer as long as they want, because this is getting a little bit ridiculous. And that took up 30 seconds of my time. With regards to issues of trust in the community and problems that we've seen in the last year, the designation or admission by the board that there is systemic racism, can I ask, what type of interaction with leadership is occurring between Mr. Damptey from HCCI, who seems to be quite prolific in his commentary in social media and in the broader public, and that's his role, I'm not being critical, and Pride Hamilton, who equally has been critical in social media? What type of interaction is occurring between yourself, Chief, and your leadership team with groups like HCCI, Pride Hamilton, to resolve these issues of a lack of trust and hopefully come up with some more, some improvements to the system that satisfies all parties while maintaining your ability to maintain law and order?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Chair. Obviously, and this is not an out, COVID has affected the capacity to have face-to-face meetings. As you know, and even today, whether it's WebEx or Zoom, it lacks certain things in terms of interpersonal connections with people and the ability to relate information, not only verbally, but through paralanguage. So that's a bit of a limitation. With regard to Pride, and we've been specific on this at the board, we had engaged at a number of public meetings with a specific group at their request of who would attend, and had a number of meetings. We were actually preparing for the next Pride event probably in June, and had started those meetings ahead of time. Obviously, it was canceled, and that changed the circumstances. One of the questions I got in the board, because it is one of the recommendations that we adopted of the 38 through the Bergman report, was to reach out and meet, and how come we haven't done that? And quite simply, the answer is I'm not sure who will be on the board at that time to have those productive meetings relative to the Pride event. We have continued to ask for meetings relative to the Two-Spirit and LGBTQIA community and continue those discussions. I do know that our community relations coordinator Jazz has met with COJO, and we would look forward to any interchange on that. But we have to remember too that there are many community members and groups out in the population. We do have standing committees at the superintendent's level for advisory committees. I have a standing chiefs advisory committee with members, and I've been very deliberate about getting broad representation from the Aboriginal community, those with lived experience with mental health issues, from commerce, diverse members from the Rwandan community. We've been deliberate about that part. So it is a broader representation, and certainly at the divisional level, we're doing that. I have a students advisory committee. In fact, I provided to the board a list, which I believe is almost 3 pages long, of committees that we have met with through the course of time, both to the community, to agencies, to NGOs. We certainly provide that again to council. So I think we need to remain broad in our focus. But for specific issues, yes, we're more than willing to meet. COVID really has made it difficult, but that doesn't mean it's insurmountable. So we have continued to do that outreach and through a variety. I think what you can see through the coast example is it's not just at the senior level we do it throughout the organization. And I'll give you a quick example. We have a standing Aboriginal committee that met through Sandra Wilson. We met for over 10 years. And the view was, well, you should have one officer dedicated. My response was, I actually want further connection with the organization at multiple levels because we need both learning, cognition, awareness. When we're talking about systemic issues, this has to be the approach. If it's a top-down approach to say, this is how it's going to be, I think those interpersonal reactions between our front line, whether it's beat officers or beat crime managers, at the divisional level, at committee level, it needs to be throughout the organization. So I hope that answered your question. I know I took a little broader focus there.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, would you like to be on for a second time?
Yes, probably in the third and the fourth based on where we're going today.
Well, I'm sorry, but I actually, for several people, their preambles have been over 2 minutes long, so that's not part of the rules. Anyways, thank you. And we're going back now to second time speakers. Councillor Whitehead, you are first. And then we have Councillor Nan, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And the mayor? Oh, I'm sorry. So Councillor Whitehead, I'm sorry, the mayor, first time speaker, I apologize. He just slipped in. Do you mind if we go to the mayor and then I'll come to you? Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor.
I did put up my hand in the participant category, so maybe it's not working again, or you're not using it. I'm not sure what.
No,
I was going to mention, I was going to mention Councillor Vanderbeek's Gold Star, question to the chief, and couldn't we answer that sooner rather than later? But it was gotten to by Councillor Clark, so I much appreciate that. So that was the point I was going to make, and I do appreciate the fulsome answers that the chief is providing, and chief and others are providing as we're going forward. So that was my only point. Gold Star, sending in the question, Councillor Vanderbeek, well done.
There we go. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Whitehead, you're on.
I want to illustrate how important it was when I first got on the police board in the context of the budget. Chief, what was your observation when I was on the board tackling your police budget?
I believe the term might be tenacious and diligent and comprehensive.
So I actually went line by line. I pushed for transparency for the police budget. Is that correct, through the chief?
That's correct.
So, and I did not support carding. Is that correct?
I don't have the specific recollection of that in terms of a position. I don't know if I was at the meeting or not, but I don't recall that specifically. I certainly take your word for it. So, and it's not because it's not a tool that can be used. I want to be clear. Some refer to it as systemic racism. I look at it as a tool for crime, but the problem I had with carding
was that I don't believe we actually went into those neighborhoods that have high crime rates or gun issues or drug issues and actually had a very comprehensive conversation with those neighborhoods about what tools we'd be exercising and what inconvenience it may cause. So I guess the question I have for you, Chief, when it came to carding, did we ever have those conversations with the communities that might have experienced a greater level of carding than others?
Yeah, what I can tell you as then Chief DeCare only provided for carding, if you want to use that. It's actually, it's a form that Toronto had. I think it's 401 form. Deputy Bergen can certainly correct me. It was limited to areas where action was deployed. Relative to conversations that would have taken place, I suspect that sorry, I hear somebody whispering over me. I suspect that those conversations and the face-to-face interactions were really part of the action strategy to get to know people in those particular areas. And as you know, the chief also did studies about hotspot analysis, which came to the board at that time for where were the areas of highest violent offenses. And of course, we saw those dissipate. And not because often what happens is they just get diffused and they just get spread out, but that didn't happen. It was actually reduced. So I hope that answers your question. It's not specific to did we actually meet with specific groups. It was actually really the people living in those areas who would interact with the officers on a daily basis.
And the demographics of such neighborhoods, unfortunately, would see a lot of our visual minorities at a higher percentage to live in. And the reason I didn't support carding is because I don't believe the system itself was meant to be prejudicial or racist or biased. But unfortunately, I was hearing far too often that individuals from the minority communities were being pulled over on numerous occasions and not really having an understanding and why in those communities. And so it was clear to me that it was never communicated to the broader community the need for these tools to actually address the higher crime and gun issues and so forth in the communities. I just want to get that out there because people automatically assume carding
questions,
is
please.
racist, and I firmly believe that it could be perceived as racist, but it was actually a metric-based process. Would I be fair in saying that?
Chief?
Probably rather than answer that question as an opinion from me, I would turn to Justice Tulloch's report, which actually examined all these things. The other thing you have is variation within police services and how it was deployed. Some didn't use it at all, some used it extensively. So I think for a more comprehensive answer to that question and the link to systemic issues, I think you'd have to look at Justice Tulloch's report. It's probably the most informed answer.
That's
Thank
fair
you.
enough.
Councillor Whitehead, another question, please.
Yes, Councillor, or Mr. Chief, in the context of the conversations on how we involve the community in the business plan, you talked about the survey, but you actually host invite all stakeholders and the community to be part of that business process. Can you describe that, please?
Sure, and thank you. So as part of our business plan, it's been in the legislation for some time. I think it began around 1990 and it happens every 3 years. So we do a package of information for all delegates. We do emphasize heavily on the community participation. We do invite counselors, board members. It's obviously their process, not ours, also attend. And it's a 3-day, lastly, we did it at St. Joe's, a 3-day event. They have subgroup activities and discussions. Uh-oh. So you have the
That's
boing
okay.
boing.
Keep going. Finish your answer, please.
And I'll try and wrap it up. We do have that. We do put together, we usually hire a facilitator that does that, external to police service, but we also do it as a developmental opportunity for our leaders within the organization, because what they get, and we've talked about it a couple times today, they get different perspective than just a policing perspective from the community as they sit and participate in these sessions. And I think that's so critical. We involve them as sergeants and staff sergeants and constables. We have facilitators that work as well, but that really is the opportunity to hear a very different narrative about approaches to things. So usually 3-day process. We have to limit it. I'd love to have 200-300 people. It's kind of unmanageable from a consultants and a facilitator standpoint. So we've usually arrived at about 100 to 120 participants.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. I'm going to, your 5 minutes are up, and I'm going to Councillor Nan now, please.
Sure.
Thank you
Councillor
through
Nan.
the Deputy Mayor to the Chief. In relation to the EDI plan report that was submitted and that is on our agenda today, it speaks to an objective of producing a robust plan that includes a policy review. You mentioned it earlier when we were discussing in terms of not only practices, but policies and culture and hiring and so on. And the firm that the service has hired on, CCDI, definitely has done a lot of conduction of workplace censuses in order to identify the gaps and barriers to achieving a workplace that's inclusive and reflects the demographics of the municipality in which it serves. But when it comes to equity-based work, the difference between here that I'm drawing out is diversity and inclusion and equity, is that when an institution or a service or an organization is embarking on EDI as a plan, there are two parallel tracks that ought to be occurring concurrently. One is the realm of diversity and inclusion, and that's outlined very clearly in the EDI plan in terms of HR, organizational culture, those kinds of things. And then the other is the realm of equity, which speaks specifically to governance, allocation of resources, practices, policies, and evaluation. And so an example of that for the service would be an equity-based target for the service could be a reduction in the use of force incidences involving Indigenous, Black, or racialized residents by a set target on an annual basis, a roadmap by which that the service would get there, as well as a public accounting on achieving that target. And so I guess my recommendation to the service in reviewing your EDI cover sheet that we were shared is for the service to consider a parallel track to have both the internal workplace pieces addressed, but also ensure that the policy end and the practice end has really clearly defined practices and targets that are going to be achieved and made public. And so I guess I have a few questions related to that topic. One is, from a data collection and transparency perspective, as one of the contexts of the reason that you're here as well as the service today, how does HPS currently have a race and equity based data collection policy?
And if I'm good to answer that through you, Chair, we're required by UCR stats at a federal level for what we gather, what we do not. There have been lots of discussions relative to that, and I think what you're seeing is a shift, both at the provincial level, but the federal level, to start including those statistics, because we all know, if your data is not sound, it can lead to inaccuracies and the problem with benchmarking, whether we're getting into comparisons with other services. But I think we're seeing a shift in terms of the responsiveness from those federal oversight bodies to move in that direction. You'll recall years ago that Chief Antino in Toronto wanted to start collecting those, and the view at that time was, no, that will stigmatize people, and he was basically shut down. Relative to the times that Councillor Wilson mentioned earlier, we've seen a shift in that. And certainly for accuracy, for liability, for open, transparent, because we are governed through those oversight bodies, I'm not saying we can avoid it, but we have to comply with the legislation in terms of what we gather or don't. But I think the conversations are opening up around that. So I would certainly support that in terms of movement for what is happening into policing more broadly.
I think I would agree with you through the Deputy Mayor. It's an essential movement forward for evolution of policing across the country, collecting demographic data on matters that are within the mandate of any service is considered a best practice and has been raised, as you mentioned, by the police oversight reviewed by Justice Tulloch. The last question was—
Actually, your 5 minutes are up. Sorry, Councillor Nan. I just give everybody, please, some suggestions is to keep your preambles to a minimum. We're timing you at 2 to 3 minutes for some of you for your preambles, and that's eating up your time. So, Councillor Wilson,
1.5 minutes then. Okay.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I heed your counsel on the preamble, but on this one, we've had a couple of, I'm going to ask some questions, Chief, about your budget process. And before I do that, there's been some comments made about erroneous information out there about police budget increases and the like. I think if that is the case, then perhaps there is an opportunity there for the service to help citizens better understand your method of budgeting and your increases. So, for example, a Hamilton Spectator report that was revised in February of 2020 said that crime rate was down 10%, but your budget was up 24% between 2005 and 2009. That's Steve Bust. And then I have, just from my own records, in 2005, a budget of 102.5 million in 2005, and in 2020, 171 million. I'm not particularly good at math, but that's more than a 15% increase. So I'm only drawing this to your attention of if the public has different views on what your budget increases are, perhaps that is a statement in and of itself of the transparency or an opportunity for us to put that forward, particularly given your remarks about your openness to doing things differently. Yes, I see you, Mayor Eisenberger, but I wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, because it is a preamble to my questions on the budget.
Thank you. Your questions are to the chief. Chief, you
Yes, they
heard
are.
there was a question in there.
Thank you.
Is there an opportunity if we're seeing these different numbers, in your opinion?
Sure, and thank you for the question. And as you know, we present not only in a public forum at the Police Service Board, but once that's approved by the board, then we take it to council every year, and it's open for many, many questions, generally run about 2.5 hours. I think if you look at slide 12 in the defunding presentation, I hope it's numbered. I think it is. That really provides the actual amounts in the table below, but also the percentage increase. I think the reason we've increased it is part of the dialogue that's happening is, and certainly AMO was voicing this considerably, it's not sustainable. But when we look at the percentage of the police budget increases relative to the total levy, we're not out of line with that. But secondarily, in our jurisdiction, and I have seen other reports where the police budget makes up to 33% of the total levy, we are running, as I said, between 18 and 19%. Relative to the budget being available, I'm going to let our CEO answer that because some of the other discourse, and we got this as a question, well, you need to be more like Ottawa, London, and Toronto. And in our inquiries there, we've actually, and I'll cite Councillor Whitehead again, we've been publishing that for a number of years. It is available publicly through the board website. And in many of the other jurisdictions, they're not doing that. So again, relative to misinformation, and this is my opportunity to correct that, then we will do that. So, but I am open to different methods, and you'll see in that report, it was Councillor Clark who wanted a different format in terms of the capital operating split, and we've in fact done that, but we're also doing, much like council does the WIP accounts, work in progress, and have that information that goes to the board regularly. Hopefully I haven't stolen all your information, Anna, but over to our CEO.
Thank you, Chief, and through the chair. So in July, we produced a report, which I believe you have before you, with respect to our budget process. Any budget discussions that we do have are done in public, as are all of our reports. So all of our budget deliberations are done in public session. Some additional things that we do throughout the year to ensure that everyone is apprised of the budget. We produce quarterly budget variance reports, which indicate where we are in relation to our stated budget. Any discussions with respect to how to treat our surplus at the end of the year, again, is done in public, and a report is produced that is public in nature. We've also made some changes to our budget at Council's request over the last 2 years to align our format closer to that of the city for better understanding. So, for example, we split our operating and capital budget. We've included year-end projections at the request of some councillors. Our budgets are all posted online, so those can be accessed by anyone on the Hamilton Police Services website, as are some of our historical budgets. We were aware of this discourse. We did reach out to some other police services, Toronto as an example, Ottawa, and we could not find any instance where we were less transparent. We do produce a line-by-line budget. It is posted on our website. Having said that, if there are any pieces of information or any documents that council is looking for, we would be happy to produce those.
Okay, thank you. Just to let you know, hang on a second, please. Yep, your 5 minutes. Would you like to go on for third time, Councillor Wilson?
Yes, I have some questions about the
Thank you.
line breakout.
So we have second time speakers Ferguson and Clark, and third time speakers Councillor Whitehead, Mann, and Wilson. So we'll go back to Councillor Ferguson, please. Got him unmuted. Okay,
there you
thank
go.
you.
Now we're unmuted. Okay, I just want to go back to this email that I received yesterday from the interim executive director of Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion. I just want to get the hard facts. So he first of all says that racist practices included carding, and I heard you say, Chief, that last year you had one. Before Justice Tulloch's report was done, about 5 years ago, were we not carding in the order of 4,500 people?
About that figure, yes.
Yeah, and the second thing he says is that we have police brutality, and well, we have no control over other services, particularly those in the United States. Are you aware of any situation where somebody conducted police brutality over the last number of years in the Hamilton Police Services?
Thank you. And as you know, we've included our use of force report. So we do that on an annual basis, and all the interactions are there. Relative to specific charges for unnecessary use of force, no. Did we have a recent case, which is actually before disposition? So I'm actually not in a position to speak to it. So I can't say that. But you would have to look to the SIU investigations where there's been serious bodily harm or death. And of course, they've been mandated to investigate those and have done so. And one of the things that has improved, in my view, is the length and detail of those reports, particularly because when we have the interactions, we are prohibited in law from speaking about what happened. And there is a gap between what the SIU releases, and in some cases, it's been 2 or 3 years before the facts come out. Our difficulty is the void is then filled in with other information in that circumstance. So I think the comment, if I'm taking the implication of the letter, is it's certainly foremost on the minds of everybody about policing in North America. Relative to our specific case, the reports are available.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And the point I'm trying to make of this is that I've just provided 3 examples. The 50% budget increase, which was, as the mayor said very well at the start, was wrong. You know, that we're carding is wrong. And in Hamilton, we have no cases of police brutality that wasn't cleared by the SIU. And so I can't trust what the community is now coming to council and telling us. So thank you for your presentation today, and I'm done, Madam Chairman.
Yes, you are. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. And I'll follow up to that last statement, because in my earlier questions to the chief, I asked about whether or not he and his leadership had met with the Pride Hamilton people after the 2 reports came out of the Pride event, as well as Mr. Damptey from HCCI or the HCCI board. And I'd like to understand better from the chief what their plans are to deal with these 2 groups who are making the most significant criticisms, complaints, allegations, and accusations against Hamilton police. How does the police service leadership team interact with this group to resolve these outstanding issues?
Thank you. And as I stated earlier, we had met with Pride before the report came out. They obviously canceled as a result of the COVID response, but also the cancellation of that. We have requested a number of meetings, and it was inconvenient for them due to a variety of reasons. So we continue that pursuit. Relative to Mr. Damptey, I have offered to meet with him. He chose to meet with Jazz Dillon, and but the offer is there. I've never had a specific request from him directly. I know that he has stated in the media that I've not set out a meeting. I would say the same applies. I've not had any requests from him specifically. We have done outreach to him through Jazz, and of course he has to be comfortable with it. I'm happy to meet with any member of the public at any time.
Thank you. I really appreciate you saying that. With regards to Madam Deputy Mayor, the province has required, prescribed, I guess, the community safety and well-being plan. I'm going by memory. Sorry if I got that wrong. I take from that, Chief, and I'd like your comment on it, that when it comes to community safety, the council, the city, and the police service have a shared responsibility in encouraging, providing, and maintaining safer communities. Would you agree with that statement?
I would, and it's actually the municipality's responsibility, not the police service, for the community safety well-being plan.
Yes.
If I might take a quick opportunity to go over what is prescribed in the legislation.
I'd prefer that you not, because I don't have that much time.
Okay.
With regards to, we had a discussion, you and I, during the budget about the shootings in the city. That continues to be a concern for me, as it continues to be for yourself and your police officers.
Yep.
One of the components that I've noticed as I've been looking into it in Hamilton, I don't see a youth-oriented program that is designed to prevent or deter involvement with gangs, guns, weapons, drugs, violence, to get to the kids, 10 to 20 before they get lured into the gangs, because there's great money in selling drugs. And next thing you know, they're carrying a gun because they have to protect themselves, and we have all of these issues. There's some wonderful programs in other jurisdictions, Operation Ceasefire, Youth at Risk Development Program out of Calgary. When I'm reading these programs, Chief, they, from my perspective, while the police is involved, kind of an ancillary and support, they really are community-based programs to reach out to the kids. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, what I can tell you, and thank you for the question through you, Chair, is we work with the John Howard Society. They had funding for 5 years for an anti-gang strategy. We did petition and sign a letter of support for that work to continue. I thought it was tremendous. Relative to youth services in particular is we have been involved in terms of pre-charge diversion. Again, not back to babies and water, but we've been involved at the outset. When you have risk issues with at-risk youth, we have had a strategic approach to youth crime. Really, it was, I was the youth coordinator at the time, but it was really Chief Robertson who was driving it. That's how far this dates back. It was 1995. We embraced the precepts of primary, secondary, and tertiary intervention. And again, primary, let's not draw kids into the formal criminal system. We don't have to. Let's get the parent and or caregiver, or even, and I've said this many times, in all my studies of whether it's human trafficking, terrorism, youth crime, the single most important intervention is an adult who takes interest in the kid. So we have focused on that, and it's embedded in our policy since 1995. I didn't create it. I did a research piece and found that within the organization, it dated back to the 1960s. So embrace it into the policies and practices. Our divisional youth officers do pre-charge diversion. They do interventions with families. They understand the at-risk issue. And again, we borrowed heavily from Dr. Fred Matthews out of Toronto Psychological Services, and most of his research was in gangs. He'd had many, many papers on it, and he talked about it this way. He said 75% of the kids are at low risk, 20% are at risk, and 5% are at high risk. And as a paradigm, it works. The actual high risk percentage is less than 0.5%, where you have serious habitual offenders creating the carnage out there. So the implicit message is so important in that, in my view, is it's a positive message for youth. And when Elvin Curling came around for the Roots of Youth Violence, I stressed that. There's a dialogue that makes the demonization of youth, and his ears perked up, as did Justice McMurch, because he was part of that. And they said, yes, that's going on. So we're looking at risk issues with youth. We haven't been involved in projects well beyond just anti-gang strategy. We have restorative justice circles, where if it's a mischief or a lower level assault, we have drug diversion court for youth. Our whole premise is don't send them to an institution where they can learn the trade, so to speak. Take them out of the system, get them involved with their families, using restorative justice practices. It's all really based on the fact that the community involves and takes carriage for the youth. That's who we want helping them on a day-to-day basis. And we've certainly seen it with the, dissolution of the SLO program, School Liaison. But that's our fundamental intent, is to have positive interactions with youth before it escalates to the risk that you've delineated. And we're talking about youth gangs as well. It's not 16, 17. Those are sometimes the recruits. This is in the mid-20s and so on. Those who are actually acting in concert for criminal purpose. Your question is right on the money. It's back to my crime prevention through social interventions and social development. That's where we want to have the impact. So it's embedded in policy. We have reached out. John Howard Society has been a huge participant in this, but Liberty for Youth, Empowerment Squared. We continue to do work with them, particularly where we have had people. Then I'll cite Liberty at Youth or Liberty for Youth. This is kids who may have been involved in criminal, and we will meet with an officer and work with them and the family and the organization to provide other alternatives. I got to tell you, when I go to their annual dinner and I hear from youth who give testimonials, change in their life, yes, maybe a handful, but I got to tell you, it's so important and rewarding. So, in answer to what's happening in other jurisdictions, we've been involved in this work for a year. I think the problem is, and certainly why GIC is asked to see me, is we do need better knowledge within the community of all the things we're doing. We try to rely on the Police Services Board, but yes, it is a broader dialogue.
Thank you very much, which is why I invited you here the first time to have that dialogue. So I really appreciate it. If you could put me on the third time and last time, because I did want to zero in on what the chief had talked about in terms of gang prevention and the violence. So
Thank you
very much, Chief.
Will do. Thank you. And on third time speakers now, we have Councillors Whitehead, Nan, Wilson, Clark. Councillor Whitehead, questions for the chief, please.
Thank you. And I want to thank Councillor Clark for the introduction of the youth and at risk. I can speak from a personal experience that I had a wayward son, and he went into the John Howard Society, and he went through that whole stay out of the jail system, and it worked very well. So my question, though, is the School Liaison program, and can you articulate what officers do, when you have high-risk youth that have gone through these programs, have been arrested, and what you do for like safety checks on these individuals? Because I think there's a misunderstanding what is actually transpiring.
Thank you. And I know this is not just our jurisdiction, but many jurisdictions. And, if we were to make somebody feel not safe within the school, it's never the premise. And as I say, I meet with the school liaison officers, divisional youth officers, and the youth, keeping in mind that these are youth selected by the school boards to represent their peers' interests. But we talk about everything from bullying, sexting, vaping. Thankfully, the bullying has diminished somewhat, but it's still present. And those concerns. And part of our job is to provide presentations on those. So let's just look at the distribution of child pornography, where youth wouldn't think that's what's happening. But when the person who's the subject of the photo is, not of adult age, that's essentially what's happening. And what will happen is the students go, I didn't know that. We understand that. And from a legal perspective, while you might have community groups come in and do the presentation on that, sometimes you need somebody in law enforcement to say, here are the implications. And you may be doing this at 16, but obviously that will have tremendous impact on your life down the road. From a broader perspective, school liaison, the idea is to make communication to, I'll say, personalize and humanize our officers, where they find out, and I've often heard this from the students, gee, I don't know they had kids and they have the same concerns. And in some cases, our school liaison officers are not that distant from high school. I am, but many of them are not, and they make a connection and can speak the verbiage and understand all those things. The intent of this, and I was asked on Bill Kelly's show about this, Chief Robertson was a big proponent. This was introduced in the early 1990s as a groundbreaking piece. We've had a study out of Peel, and there's more study that probably needs to be done. But when you look to the intent, it really is to make connections with youth, to humanize our officers, and they drop in when there's not a problem. Probably one of the best advice I ever got from Sandra Wilson is to meet with community groups and others when there's not a crisis, because you establish the relationships, you get to know each other. This is the fundamental premise here as well. Now, when there are issues, then we will in fact follow up. But much like our strategic approach to youth crime, we don't want to draw people in with breaches. We don't want to draw people in to the criminal system. We know it's expensive, it's not particularly effective, and if we can stream them out, that's the way we want to go. And this was all part of that strategy.
Thank you, Chief. And the last question I have is often even the previous chief would talk about the fact that we would show a 1% growth or 1% growth in assessment, yet proportionally, the police services were always asking in the context of their budget well below that, even though you weren't keeping up with the growth of the community. Can you just expand on that for clarification?
Yes, and thank you. I may have to turn to our CEO on this in case I get it wrong. But I do know that some other jurisdictions, they get that developmental growth right up front. So let's say it's 1.5%, 2%. That does not count against their capital or operating budget. That's not the case in this jurisdiction. And I think the reason is they want to show the true costs. I turned to CEO Felice. Is that okay? She's saying it's accurate. So I do know in other jurisdictions they work that way. So when you hear about another jurisdiction that's comparable in size coming at maybe a 1.5% lower than we do, it may not be that it necessarily reflects that developmental growth.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, I'm taking you off the list now. Thank you. Councillor Nan, then Councillor Wilson, and then Councillor Clark. So Councillor Nan, third time.
Thank you. So just to wrap up on the EDI component of the questions that I had, ensuring that internal diversity and inclusion work doesn't outweigh the equity work. Otherwise, that erosion of trust around the services, consistency of application of service as it relates to marginalized communities won't be addressed. An example of this is in the use of force reports. And there was a CBC deadly force piece, as well as 2 reports subsequently that identified that 8 individuals had been killed by Hamilton Police Services through the work of the service. Of them, 44% were identified as Black or racialized, while Black or racialized individuals only make up 18% of our population. So that's an example of the kind of work that the data collection components could really help address for HPS. But on page 18 of the 2019 Use of Force Statistical Report, a question that I had in reviewing this report was the reasons and causes for subjects receiving an injury requiring medical attention. The highest rated category was mental health assessment. Could you please identify why, what's involved in a mental health assessment, and then why does it result in injury? I'll pause there. So that's 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Okay, keeping track. Thank you for the question. And I think what we're looking at is, and as you know, many years back, we were one of the first services to go to conducted energy weapons, which is a less than lethal option, particularly where a person with mental health, and you'll see also in that report that the presence of edged weapons has increased substantially. So you may have an interaction with a person in crisis who is armed with a weapon, theoretically, and according to the use of force, a firearm may be appropriate response because of the lethality of a knife, but if you have multiple people available, then a CEW can be deployed. When a CEW is deployed, because it incapacitates the person, they can in fact fall, they may strike something, leading to an injury. But also because the probes go in, you basically you've got to take them to a physician to get those probes removed. So you know, it's a good and bad option. It's less than lethal, which is great. It's a de-escalation, but it does come with injuries sometimes, either to the probe or as a result of a fall. Now, because that's such a specific question and we had such a broad range, I can't say definitively without exploring it further. But I do know, because as my job as deputy, when I used to be the deputy, is I read every use of force report that came in. And I think that's important because we have to understand what the nature of the interaction is, what the goal is. And you heard it in Steve Holmes' report, but also Sarah Burtonshaw in her CIT training. Our goal is de-escalation. Our goal is not escalation, because A, it's a bad outcome for everybody. B, it becomes a very protracted, long event, and nobody wants to see a person in mental health with a mental health crisis injured. However, is there a possibility you can be injured by a person in that state? Certainly. If we have additional options, we want to use those. But that would be primarily my view based on my reading of those documents over the years as to the reasoning why an increased injury.
I appreciate the response. I understood in use of force documents and policies that I've been reviewing that the goal in documenting this is to achieve zero death and zero injury or harm through the act of policing, and thus the need for these annual reports. The report also referenced the need for HPS officers that they have a duty to intervene when witnessing the use of excessive force. Has this code of conduct been violated? And if so, is there a reporting of the violations of code of conduct?
And thank you for the question. And I believe what Superintendent Goods-Ritchie was alluding to, and the question as it came forward was, I believe it was your question, do you have a mechanism in place? And we do under the Police Services Act. I would say that you know, the accountability of our officers ethically is to bring it forward. The civil liability, the criminal liability they may face. There's certainly been many measures of accountability to encourage that. And also, because of the reporting, you have to report not only a team structure, you have to report for individuals. And we have some cases in other jurisdictions where we've seen that happen. It's a two-edged sword, not to make a bad pun. You've got the reporting of it, which me is encouraging because back to public trust, I don't want those events to happen either. And we'll certainly hold our members accountable when that happens. So yes, there's a mechanism in place, a separate accounting line by line within the use of force requirements through adequacy standards. I'm not aware of that, but I think the question was answered in terms of the accountability through unnecessary force, which is a specific subsection under misconduct, unnecessary use of force.
Thank you.
And
And now
that
we're
was
on to third time speaker, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Nanforth. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. For continuing on some questions about the budget, Chief. I think most of them can be answered with a simple yes or no through you or to Ms. Felice.
I will try.
Thank you. Just to clarify, because reference has been made of what Toronto and Ottawa does the Hamilton Police Service provide a line-by-line breakdown of the budget request at the beginning of its budget process?
Beginning of its budget process. At
the outset of your annual budget process?
And I'm sorry, I don't know if I understand the question because I'll give you a quick example. Is I do a line by line personally, a line by line budget of every account, every DEPT ID. I meet with the commanders, being the two deputies and the CAO, and we do that. We then enter into deliberations with the budget subcommittee. There may be changes and so forth. That does in fact go to the budget subcommittee. When we have a final rendering, we in fact publish not only the line by line, but also any increases. I think it's Appendix A, usually in our budget report, and decreases Appendix B. But also there's a summation done by our chief financial officer of all the areas for increases and the reasons why.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And so further, do you provide that same line by line breakdown of the approved budget at the end of at the conclusion of the budget process? Yes, you're saying yes?
Not our budget process, because of course it has to go through, we may get approved or accepted, usually it's received by council, but the total levy, once that is approved, which is usually March or April, then in fact, we will receive approval for it and post it, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, do you have one? Oh, Anna has a question. We're in the same room, but you can't see her.
Okay, if I could continue. So I just want to make sure, again, it's for the public who may be listening and also for myself. Do you organize all line by line breakdowns by individual program area, by function and service that is delivered?
Yeah, and I will turn to Ann on this, but for example, we group things together under training, office supplies, operating expenses, and I believe we mirror what in fact happens at the city in terms of the budget reporting. Over to Anna.
Through the chair. So just for the prior question, once council has approved our overall budget, we do go ahead and update the line by line and post it at that time. And for the last question, we post line by line within each unit, within each section, and within each department. That's how we break it down in our budget system, and that's how it's posted. So for example, the deputy chiefs and myself all have our own budgets. I'll use my own budget as an example in corporate services. That's the department. And then I have sections in human resources, IT, fleet facilities. That's the section. And then within each of those, you'll see units as well that we break it down by.
Thank you so much. I'd like to, if I could go pivot to the crisis response unit. There was a lot of numbers that were put up and I appreciate the presentation. I just want to make sure I'm clear on of all the crisis calls received by the service, what percentage are you able to respond to?
Well, we will respond to all. Mobile crisis rapid response team, and you saw the hours. There was a bit of a misstatement by Steve. He said 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's actually 1 a.m. 0100 is 2400-hour clock. So it runs from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. So that's one thing. If they're available, they will respond. But as you saw, you have CIT trained officers. So for that period between 1 a.m. and 10 a.m., then our frontline, in fact, handles those calls, and they are dispatched to a CIT officer if they're available. So in fact, as a broad answer to your question, respond to all of them.
Okay. Kind of weaving in the EDI, your direction in that, how, when you do your crisis response, how are you able to be, ensure you're culturally responsive in your response? How do you, what kind of work do you do on that front?
Thank you. And there's a variety of components. Obviously, experience is one part. Serving a diverse population, you acquire and gain that and learn through the course of time. I'd like to think that our people do in terms of cultural awareness. Sharing between members of the service who, and I've talked about our hiring practice on diversity. I don't just talk about visible diversity. I talk about visible diversity, cultural diversity, and linguistic diversity. So we look for all three facets. So there's a sharing amongst the officers themselves. There's deliberate education. Sorry, I'll wrap this up quickly. Deliberate education in our training. We, in fact, have provided that to the board in terms of what's the training we've done through the variety of years. We work with external agencies. You heard Sarah talk about that. There's other components, whether it's dementia, autism, other challenges that people face that become part of that CIT training and more broadly the training. So it is a variety of approaches to it.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. And I have Councillor Clark, third time, and then a fourth time, Councillor Nan. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. My first third-time question is referencing the line by line because I'm concerned that we might be sending or confusing people. So the police service board receive a total line by line of every division of every unit. So does the chief. But when it is finally presented to the city council, the police service board budget is much more generalized. Yes, it's line by line, but it would identify, for example, administration costs, perhaps the chief's costs, perhaps different divisions or traffic or whatever the case is, but it's not a complete line by line budget broken out like the police service board would have perused. Is that correct?
And I will turn to Anna shortly, but I do know, having submitted those packages, both to the board and what we forward to council, we do have the overview for simplicity to say, what's the overview in about 4 pages?
Mm-hmm.
Increases, decreases as those appendices. And usually Appendix D is, in fact, I think it's usually about 67 pages long, that line by line budget, including capital expenditures, including grants. That is, in fact, I haven't seen anything more detailed than that line by line. It's what I rely on. Over to you, Anna, if I'm incorrect on that.
Through the chair, I don't have much to add. When we present the initial budget for deliberations to the Hamilton Police Services Board, our line-by-line budget is attached as an appendix, which is immediately posted to our website. So that would be available to council. I can't recall if it's specifically forwarded along through clerks for the council meeting.
No, it's
However,
not.
if it's the wish of council and the board, we could look at that.
In the future, it would be very helpful because what my experience has been, we only get the generalized budget, not the line by line budget. So that's very helpful. I'd like to go back to my earlier question with regards to gangs and I'd like to say youth violence in general, Chief, as opposed to gun violence, because as you've noticed, straight edge violence has begun to increase in the city of Hamilton. I have been in discussions with Mr. Johnson about developing some type of citywide program similar to what Calgary has, which is a youth at risk development program, or what Chicago did many years ago, Operation Ceasefire, which is really designed to do very much like we're doing currently with Coast, but to have police officers work with mentors, agencies, faith leaders, healthcare workers, social workers, to interact directly with youth at risk, 10 to 20, 10 to 25, different programs, different areas, to divert them away from gang activity, to get them out of gang activity. Is that something that you would be supportive of on a citywide basis? And it would have to be, I'm assuming, a separate funding item for the police to assign certain police officers to such a program. You know, that's a two-part question. I'm sorry to do that to you. Am I alone?
I'm sorry. I didn't unmute myself. I apologize. So the short answer, which I've now taken up extra time, is yes and yes. And we have been involved in many of those projects in the past. The only thing I would emphasize is with the community safety well-being plan, and I know we didn't get a list of it, but we've got agencies that specifically deal with custodial services for youth listed there.
Yep.
We have service providers who do work with youth, and particularly Indigenous populations are all prescribed in that. So I would like to think, with the involvement of the board and our deputy, those are things that could be put together. I do know that the grants usually support that. They don't often support, and I mean, it was unusual for John Howard, in my view, to get a 5-year grant. I thought it was great. We
Yes.
tried for an extension, didn't. But to my view, well, and again, not be facetious, I would have to come back to council and the board to say, we've increased by, I don't know, 2-3 members to actually deliver this. We want it as a full-time. It's what we ended up doing with MCERT, even though we ran it as a pilot first. And we threaded together all kinds of grants in the first formative years. I think we're well past that, to your point. And I would certainly be in support of adding officers to do that specific work with the community, with the expertise that they have.
Yes. Yes. And so, Madam Deputy Mayor, at the Emergency and Community Services upcoming meetings, I will be bringing forth a motion. I'm working with Mr. Johnson on it to begin that dialogue with all of those agencies and the police department to see how we can implement a citywide program. Because right now we have a number of smaller programs that are doing fantastic work, but they have limited scope because of the nature of their funding and the nature of the program. And so a broader citywide program, because it still concerns me that the number of shootings and the increase in violence with youth is on the rise. And I liked your analogy in terms of upstream, not necessarily all of the details of the analogy, but the analogy that we can't deal with it all downstream. We have to start looking upstream to resolve some of these issues. Those are all of my questions today, Madam Deputy Mayor. I thank you for your time, Chief and Police Services. I thank you for your participation in today's discussions, and hopefully we have more of them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. We have our gold star counselor who wants to ask first-time questions. So we're going to go with Councillor Vanderbeek, and then I'm going to go with Councillor Nan to wrap up. It is 12:30, folks, and I know that the chief looks hungry. So anyways, Councillor Vanderbeek, the gold star ladies, on next.
Thank you.
Can you speak up, please?
Through the chair.
No, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can hear you, but very rarely, like you're sounding like you're coming out of a tunnel. Is the headset not working?
It would if I put it on.
Well, there you go. Can I have prize with that? Go ahead.
So much for my gold star. Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure that this is actually a question for the chief, but it might be. I want to thank you for the presentations. I thought they were excellent, and we're talking about numbers from those presentations. I'm wondering, I don't see them in eScribe. I'm wondering if once this meeting is finished, if those presentations will be available online for the public and for us to go back to draw information from, or just refresh our memory or whatever.
Certainly, I know the defunding report we posted was available actually through CBC, but the crisis response unit, I think we forwarded the presentation. If we haven't, we will certainly do that.
Thank you. I think it's important for people to be able to go back and just have another look. So that's all my questions, and I'm sure there's a few minutes left of my 5 minutes. So thank you very much, Chief, and thank you, Chair. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mayor Eisenberger for second time and fourth time. Councillor Wilson, you wanted to speak for the fourth time as well? Okay, thank you. So we have Mayor Eisenberger for the second time, and I have Councillor Nan and Wilson for the fourth time. And just for your, this is what my lists are. So I'm keeping track, folks. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
I wasn't questioning. You're doing a fine job. Thank you. You know, and I want to follow on Councillor Clark's comment relative to youth, because a significant part of the conversation and the wellness and safety plan is actually going to be focused on that very issue. So, in many respects, it's already in play. Maybe the fullness of it or the participants that kind of feed into that might be enhanced. So I think, Paul Johnson and a conversation with him might be helpful. So I just want to reassure that, we're putting a lot of weight on this community wellness and safety plan being kind of the overriding process, bringing all partners together, including ultimately community engagement, that will lead to potentially better outcomes for citizens. That's the bottom line, quite frankly. We can all talk about the agencies and all the important people that are working in them, but it's all about safer and better outcomes for constituents, residents in our community. So I just want to reassure that it's certainly a focus for me as we work through the community wellness and safety process, and I know it's a focus for the chief and Inspector Bergen, who's very much part of that, and so I just wanted to reassure that that's very much a priority going forward, as well as all the other areas that are being discussed. So thanks. I will mute myself.
I think you muted me. Councillor Nan and then Councillor Wilson. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor, couple more questions left. Hopefully I'll get them in and not have to come back on. In terms of the practice of policing, there is a reference to a practice called FIDO. Those are it's an acronym, FIDO. I was wondering if you could, Chief, define what it is and whether or not the practice exists in our Hamilton Police Services. As you can imagine, residents in the city have been concerned about whether or not this is a practice or organizational cultural practice that the service is aware of, and how our residents might be reassured or assured in a public way moving forward that it isn't in practice.
Certainly, and Oz, I can't give you the F. You could use forget, I suppose. Forget it, drive on. It's actually a little more crude than that. I'm certainly alive to the issue as it's often a morale issue with the front line. I'm alive to it because I want our officers to be engaged. I'll quickly divert to the good news letters that I get from the public, and I've talked about this with our members. Not mine. It's just an assessment of what they're telling me, and there's three critical components. They get affirmed for demonstrating compassion or empathy. And of course, they're different. Empathy meaning you've lived it, compassion meaning you may not have, but you're certainly sympathetic. That's number one. Two is respect, and three is professionalism. So that's what, in my view, distilled our public wants from us. That's what I have gleaned from the good newsletters. And in some cases, it can be somebody who's been arrested or issued a ticket. But if those three factors apply, I have had sometimes good newsletters written in. The reason I say that is, from the FIDO perspective, it's quite frankly a dereliction of duty. Our members signed up to help people. I expect them to do that. I expect them to be engaged on a daily basis, and I would also expect that they demonstrate those three principles. FIDO does not. It is aberrant in my view, and it's corrosive to an organization when it sets in. So I can tell you that I go out and visit the parades directly from the frontline response to gauge that. I have conversations with members if they're feeling that way or if they're not. And what I'm seeing, particularly in the COVID time, quite impressed, is the level of engagement from our officers, self-initiated arrests, helping people, making arrests of B&E suspects in domestic violence, shootings. You've seen it. I like the fact that they're engaged in not doing that. So it's not a phenomenon here that I've seen, but we're certainly live to that issue.
I appreciate that there's attention to the issue, and I agree that it's extremely corrosive to any service. And yeah, I will continue supporting how our public can be assured whether our services, how our service is not operating in that way. The last questions are around the community safety and crisis intervention response model. And that was in terms of how the program is evaluated, if to date there has been any public consultation on the program or how it may be enhanced in terms of alternative models for community safety. I believe another councillor colleague had spoken to that in terms of investing in the prevention aspect of it versus the reaction aspect of it, and understanding your comments earlier about how it may integrate into community safety and well-being plan. That part I understood in terms of your previous response, but specifically, how is the program evaluated and is there a public role in that process?
Sure, and I'll take a stab at it because I know that both Sarah and Steve have greater direct experience with the surveys we've done. I think, and you've talked about it, Sarah did in her presentation, we're involved with those who have lived experience coming presenting to our members. I've always found testimonials very impactful when you hear it from the source. So that's one component. But we have done surveys, both the Social Navigator and Coast and MCERT, in terms of people's reaction to it, what they thought was good, what was bad. That survey has been done, but it's also gone out to the broader public. And I don't know if they're still on the line, but for more specifics, I would certainly turn to Sarah and Steve for that answer. And they may have departed, I don't know.
Fair enough, I can follow up also.
Okay, I think it's a great point because you have to look at not just how we thought we did, but how, and particularly those with lived experience and clients, how do they feel? So I can tell you, just alluding back to Councillor Ferguson's inquiry, we have over 3,000 calls a year, roughly, that MCERT and Coast handle. And if 50% of those are not going and sitting with the potential of stigma, their neighbors seeing them, all those deleterious effects, never mind the economies that we gain, that's a huge impact. And Sarah also talked about with folks, can we treat the people in their homes? Do we necessarily have to bring them to an institution? And if we don't, we won't. So we're certainly live to those issues.
Thank you. And in the interest of time, I will follow up with an email with the questions, just so respecting that I don't want to go on for the fifth time.
You.
And I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Chief, and the service for coming in to join us today at Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. And last time speaker will be Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson, go.
Thank you. Two questions.
Chief Gert, you acknowledged the importance, I think, and there's a growing acknowledgement of the importance of gathering of data as it relates to race. And you said something, and I wanted to get clarity from it. Were you, when you expressed your support for the practice, were you saying that you needed permission to do so? I just looking for some clarity on that.
Yeah, because let's just look at unified crime reporting statistics, for example. And the genesis was in the 1940s coming out of the States. But what has happened is you have a committee that sits nationally to provide standards. And the reason for that is you can compare between jurisdictions. So something, it won't be as simple, but something, if you recall, the sexual assault offense is an unfounded. That was a criteria delineated by UCR coding. As a result of the inquiry, and you're well aware of the results, that was one of the changes in practices that they implemented. So, and we've also got, as you know, beginning in January of this year, we had some discussion at the board around racialized statistics for use of force reports. And part of my discourse was there are a variety of definitions of various racialized groups out there in terms of statistic gathering. So I say you got to be kind of careful on how you do that. And we know the sensitivities as well. If I don't know the particular cultural background, race, or ethnicity of somebody, in many cases, it can be viewed as very offensive that I'm asking. So if it's a statutory requirement and it's consistent, then you get around that issue. It does have you talk about public trust, where you just start doing it on your own. You can get some people very upset. Why are you asking me? So if we're going to standardize it, and it's happening both at a national and provincial level, we need to be deliberate in how we do that. There needs to be an education aspect out to the public from those agencies who govern us. And as I say, we've got them now embraced in use of force. It's a move in the right direction in terms of studying these issues and getting at the root of it. Because if you don't have the data, it largely becomes anecdotal, and that's very problematic.
Indeed. So what I think, again, what you're saying is we need a policy.
I would say a statute, because we're mandated in our adequacy to report in a certain manner, both for unified crime reporting statistics, but also for use of force. So my view, it has to kind of go beyond just a policy locally to a practice usually embedded in law. It'd be my view.
Okay. How does that differ from what Toronto does? I mean, Toronto has a policy for collection and analysis and public reporting.
Yeah, they haven't actually implemented. If you look at their recommendation that just went forward, there was a move out of the last board meeting, and I read the report with all their recommendations to move in that direction. I believe Peel is looking at that as well. But what you run into again is expectations from the public, standardization. We're in the field of policing, and we're being treated as a monolithic organization, meaning there's a view publicly that what happens in Alabama is the same as what happens in the Yukon or in, Southern Ontario. Not necessarily. And the governance structures. So if we're going to do it in a Canadian context, I think they need to be deliberate. It is a statutory requirement in my view, and there's a lot of merits in standardizing it, but also an examination of the sensitivities in how you actually do that and how you delineate certain racialized groups.
Thank you. And last question on the budget. I noticed the Toronto service does provide a very detailed overview of their budget, and it also provides an opportunity for citizens to ask questions. There's a portal you can go into. It lists the question. It provides the answer from the service. Is that something in terms of the goals of transparency and trust? Is that back to Councillor Clark's point of the detail? Is that detail and the ability to ask questions? Is that something you would be considering?
Sure, but
website?
It's not just my decision, and I'm not trying to be presumptuous. It really is up to the board to determine what that will look like. We'd certainly participate, and we have. Back to Councillor Whitehead, changed the format for how we've reported. Obviously, there are sensitivities around investigative things. We will continue not to disclose those, but it's a fairly rare occurrence where that happens.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I have some other questions. I'll set them out to you in writing. I appreciate your time today and that of your members.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. I really appreciate that. So, folks, I think that we all would like to thank the chief for coming out today. Councillor Clark's motion brought you here today, so we really appreciate you coming and answering all those questions in a very fulsome manner. Sorry about the beeping and the bonging, but I think that it became very effective after a while, obviously.
There were no gongs. No, I didn't hear any gongs, so I'm happy.
Oh, okay, well, that's good. You missed that one. So, folks, we have the mayor and Councillor Jackson seconded the motion to receive the Hamilton Police Services presentation, both of them, and reports items 8.4, 5, 6, and 7. Those were always on the table. People could ask questions, and that's what the chief was here for. So it has been moved and seconded by the mayor and Councillor Jackson to receive the presentation 8.2 and 3, and to receive the reports that accompanied it to 8.4, 5, 6, and 7. So any discussion? I don't think we would, because we just went through 4 hours. And, and whoever's got that squeaky chair. So can we put an electric vote on, please? It's already in vote motion. Everybody's voted.
Hasn't come up for me just yet. While we're waiting, can I remind all members of council and public that all of the reports that the chief has referenced today and all the reports that are made public through the Police Services Board are available on the website consistently and always. So if there's any information that anyone wants to capture or get, it's on the Police Services Board website.
No, you may not.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Still not seeing a vote.
We still, and the mayor said he doesn't see a vote on his. So I'm assuming it's a thumbs up for you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, you did vote, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Jackson, we don't have your vote. And I see Councillor Whitehead. He wants to. Okay, Paul's I don't see on the screen. She was abstaining. Councillor Whitehead, and who was the other one? And Councillor Danko. Thumbs up, please. Thank you. So while we're waiting for the vote, folks, we are going to take a recess now. The chair needs to do that. And I'm proposing we get back at 1:20. So it will be moved by Councillor Marula, second by Councillor Whitehead to recess till 1:20. And again, thank you so much, Chief Gert, and all the rest of the gang that came out to join us this morning and afternoon.
And thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I really do appreciate the opportunity to come and discuss these issues today, and particularly put our front line who are delivering the services. And I appreciate the questions that you asked of them. Thank you.
And we do as well. Okay, folks, do we need an electronic vote for the recess? No, thank you. Thumbs up for recess, please. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you back here at 1:20. Oh, sorry. Thank you, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch. So we sort of jumped around a little bit, and we finished off 8.2 to 8.7. So we're going to come back now to 6.1. These are all consent items, 6.1 to 6.6. So some we receive and some we approve. So we're going to do them one at a time, please. We're going to start off with 6.1, and I'm going to go look at my screen. I'm just going to do screen stuff. Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Wilson and seconded by Councillor Clark to receive. Are there any discussion, questions? Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. And City Clerk Holland, I presume, and new manager Andrea Coyne are there in attendance?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Okay. And a nice job there, City Clerk Andrea Holland, to hire another Andrea in your department. Nice job there. Anyways, I had a wonderful chit chat with new manager Andrea Coyne of the Elections Office, and welcomed her from my office to our city. And so I've read the Municipal Elections Voters List report for 2022, City Clerk Holland or Manager Coyne, and you folks must be very, very familiar, as we had a good discussion over a WebEx recently, of all the frustrations that my voters have brought to the table after every election, which seem to be a continuum of same frustrations election after election. I know both of you are very familiar. Am I reading correctly that, with fingers crossed, before 2022, Madam Deputy Mayor, the voters list and the oversight of the voters list and all corrections to it that need to be done after every election will hopefully fall under the umbrella of Elections Ontario and be taken away from MPAC? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Andrea, or Andrea.
I'll start. Through the chair. Yes, that is correct. What we have heard, we were actually drafting this report, and at the time we weren't certain what was going to happen with the 2022 election voters list. There were plans from the minister to have Elections Ontario take it over, but we hadn't heard anything recently. In the time we actually published the report, there was an announcement that came back that after the 2022 election, we are planning to use Elections Ontario for the voters list.
So, City Clerk Holland, it sounds like it's iffy if it will be transferred, Madam Deputy Mayor, to Elections Ontario in time for 2022, hopefully, in my humble opinion, given all past problems with MPAC and voters lists. But it sounds like the long-term plan is eventually it will fall under Elections Ontario. Through you, Deputy Mayor Johnson.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, they have confirmed that the authority won't be transferred over until 2024 in preparation for the 2026 election. So it has been confirmed that MPAC will hold that authority for the 2022 election.
Was that the other Andrea speaking?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Manager Coyne, well, then I'm glad I've asked. We've got right up to date, right up to the minute breaking news. Okay. So, Manager Coyne, Madam Deputy Mayor, my last comment to Manager Coyne, to the best and hopeful of your new ability and fresh set of eyes in our community for 2022. I hope all those things I discussed with you in our WebEx about former members of family that have passed on, reappearing on a voters list again, families who have lived in their existing unit or home that constantly are left off the municipal list, but always appear on the federal and provincial lists. I'm hoping, to the best of your ability and with the city clerk, a lot of those inconsistencies and frustrations will hopefully, as much as possible, still be rectified through MPAC. I just wondered how your conversations are going. And Madam Deputy Mayor, that's my last question.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, now that we do know that MPAC will hold that authority for the 2022 election, we are going to continue to work with stakeholders. We'll work with MPAC. We will work with other municipalities who are also facing the same issue, and we'll work with our elections working group to ensure an accurate as possible list within the legislative parameters that we can do. And as referenced in the 6.1A report, the amended report that we put forward, we are going to include all of these initiatives in our communication strategy to ensure that it is comprehensive and that there's a tenant outreach strategy and that we are addressing every and anything possible in order to make the list as accurate as possible.
Well, you've really raised my comfort level, Manager Coyne. Madam Deputy Mayor, can I leave it with you and City Clerk Holland and Manager Coyne? Hopefully sometime in 2021, could possibly staff bring back an information update long before we get into the election year? I leave the thought with you and staff. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any other speakers. And it was... My apologies. Sorry, folks. I don't see any other speakers, and it's been moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Clark, that we receive this and also the presentation. And electronic vote, please. Councillor Danko hasn't voted yet. I don't see him. And I don't see Councillor Vanderbeek, so I think everybody's in. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And now we're on to 6.2. This is the Gordon Dean Avenue phases 3 and 4 draft environmental study. It is moved by Councillor Pearson, by Councillor Clark. And Councillor Pearson would like to speak. It's 6.1. And I got 6.1. Oh, my apologies, Councillor Pearson. 6.1A. I didn't know that we had separated them out. My apologies.
Okay, no problem. Come back to me. Thank you.
I will, for sure. So is there any comments or questions about 6.1A? Again, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Clark is moving this. I don't see any speakers, Serene. I'm looking at our list. I don't see anything. Thank you very much. And it's electronic list, vote, please. Councillor Farr? Yep. And Councillor Nan? Thumbs up. Thank you. Sorry for that glitch, folks. Thank you. So now 6.2 Gordon Dean Avenue, phases 3 and 4, draft environmental study. This is a report Ward 10. It is moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. My apologies. Any questions or comments?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. You're already unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone. I'll make it real brief. This is great news. It's moving forward. This is the phase, the municipal cost environmental assessment for the Gordon Dean Avenue, which is the bypass, quote unquote, for the Winona secondary plan. As Madam Chair is aware, this has been a long time coming, and I'm really pleased to see that staff is working really hard to make headways on this project and the secondary plan. So thank you everyone for your support.
Thank you. Any other questions, concerns? Seeing none, we can go to an electronic vote, please, to approve. Councillor Vanderbeek, can you please thumbs up, please? Thank you. And Councillor Danko, I don't see still. And Councillor Farr just sitting down. Councillor Farr, can you just give me a thumbs up? Councillor Farr, thumbs up, please. Oh, you did. Thank you. Sorry, my apologies. Just came through. Thank you, everyone. So now we're on to 6.3. I'm going to call on the city clerk. There is an amendment to this. This is a Synopsis Life Sciences Consortium funding update.
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Sorry, I'm trying to click on that item and I'm temporarily frozen. So just bear with me. For item 6.3, subsection A needs to be deleted. It was inadvertently put in the report by staff, and it's the original staff direction. So subsection A should be deleted from this report.
Okay, thank you. I have right now, and I'm just picking names off as I go along my screen, folks. So if you have any objections, let me know. So it's moved by Councillor Paul, second by Councillor Marula to approve 6.3 as amended. Yeah, we're freezing up in here. Sorry, folks, and not temperature-wise. We're getting there.
Sorry, folks, eScribe's just being a little bit finicky at the moment. There we go.
Everybody in?
It hasn't come up on my screen yet.
Okay.
Here it comes.
It's coming up now. We unfroze. Got a nice pick in here and unfroze ourselves. Councillor Jackson, we haven't got your vote in yet. Councillor and Councillor Whitehead, thumbs up, please. Or no thumbs? He's got a hand. Okay, that's good. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. We got your vote. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So now we're on to the King. Oh, sorry, the main motion as amended. Same two councillors, Councillor Pauls and Councillor Marula. Any questions, concerns? And is it freezing still? Ah. Stephanie's pulling her hair out here, folks. Can we do thumbs up for a while or no? Okay, so we're frozen for a while here, folks. Can we just have a thumbs up, please? I think that would be really helpful. And I'm just going to call you all out. And when I do, you can put your thumb down. Councillor Vanderbeek, Councillor, I don't see Councillor Clark's. Councillor Clark, Councillor Pauls, the mayor, Councillor Farr, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Nan, Councillor Marula, and Councillor Whitehead, thumbs up. Thank you.
Okay, so nobody is opposed. That's
it's unanimous.
Councillor Collins is present as well. Approved.
And yeah, Councillor Collins is calling in.
Perfect.
He's thumbs up. Thank you, everybody. We're on to 6.4 now. King West Business Improvement Area, BIA Revised Board of Management. This is in Ward 2, so we'll let Councillor Farr move this, and it's seconded by Councillor Partridge before she has to leave for her appointment. Is there any questions, concerns? I'm not seeing any. The clerks aren't registering any. So thumbs up, please, folks. We're still frozen.
Oh, I might be able to try it. Hang on.
Stephanie's bound and determined. I like the thumbs up. I love this, especially when they're dancing.
Oh, there you go. Out.
Out is out.
Oh, everybody, beautiful.
Thank you. Now we're on to 6.5 Business Improvement Area BIA Operating Budget Grant Program Update. This is in wards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 12, 13, and 15. Councillor Pauls, did you want to speak to it, ma'am? Thank you. So Councillor Pauls, please.
I'm a froze.
Wait.
I'm a froze.
You can unmute yourself, Councillor
No,
Pauls.
I got her. I got her. I don't know where she went though. There we go.
I'm here.
There you go.
Not her. I meant on the screen.
Thank you. Okay, since I am the chair of the BIA, I would love to ask Julie Davis, if she's there, to quick summarize what the Business Improvement Contribution Operation Budget Grant Program is all about. And it's an important program that we do for small business. So please, Julia, can you quickly tell us what's it about and what does it cover?
So Julie,
Thank you,
for the,
Councillor.
hello.
So through the chair to GIC, thank you for that question. This program is funded through the Commercial Districts and Small Business section operating budget under economic development. This is a supplementary program to the BIA levies. It's in the amount to a maximum annually of $89,100 split across 13 BIAs. And it really is intended to offset operating expenses. So that can include the purchase of street furniture, the maintenance of that as well, hiring individuals to maintain the public road allowance, purchase and maintenance of hanging flower baskets or planters, Christmas decor, and also office equipment. So it's a small program that we administer to assist the BIAs on an annual basis.
All
Thank
right.
you, Councillor Pauls. You still have the floor.
Yes, thank you. And can you let us know why we're putting this motion on, that we want to carry it on till next year because of COVID-19, they weren't used? Can you explain that situation?
Absolutely.
Julia?
through the chair, through the councillor. So because this funding resides in the operating budget of commercial districts and small business, it is usually required to be spent in the same calendar year for which it is allocated. Because of budget pressures, pivoting, and of course program changes this year due to COVID-19, the BIAs have requested that staff investigate the opportunity to put it in a reserve account to carry it over into next year and to be utilized next year if they cannot spend it this year. So this report is intended to be a housekeeping item to ensure that procedure is followed.
Thank you very much. And in my opinion, I think the small business need a break and they need this for next year so they could spend it properly and accumulate it and use it for the benefit of all business. Like it's 13 of them and they really need this. So I want to thank my colleagues and Julia Davis for explaining it. And I hope it satisfies. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much, Jules. I don't see anyone else speaking, and it's been moved by Councillor Pauls, and it's seconded by Councillor Whitehead. Seeing no questions or concerns, are we good to go, Stephanie, for electronic vote? It should be out. Councillor Ferguson? Oh, thank you. And Vanderbeek? Okay. We're good. Okay, thank you very much, folks. Now we're on to 6 development applications in the Pleasant View neighborhood. I would like this to be moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, second by Councillor Wilson. Anyone here would like to speak to it? Councillor Whitehead, just a second, please. We're just freezing up on you. Okay, Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the mic isn't lighting up, so I'm not sure what's going on.
No, because the vote was in process. Remember, I told you guys at the beginning of the meeting, you're just going to have to be patient on this one.
I just have a question. There was an article recently in the newspaper, and I don't know if it accurately reflected what actually transpired. And whenever I see an article like that doesn't paint a great picture, I always want to give staff an opportunity to respond. So if there's staff in the audience that could respond to the particular article that talked about this particular issue.
Thank you. Actually, the Chief Building Officer, Vanderwent, is online. I believe he was going to answer questions to this. Ed, are you there?
I am here.
Oh, there you are.
Madam Deputy Mayor, and to the councillors, thank you for asking the question, allowing staff to respond. I'm Ed Vanderwent. I'm your Chief Building Official here in the City of Hamilton. Some time ago, there was an OMB decision made that was implanted into our zoning bylaw for the Dundas area. The wording that was placed into the document was ambiguous and not necessarily very clear, so staff made an error in the interpretation. So the building permit was issued incorrectly, and we had to since revoke the building permit. And since the time, the building has been being removed now, and we're going back to the natural land state. Councillor Whitehead, is that answering your question, or are you seeking more information on that?
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. You still have the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think, we're all human, and sometimes things happen in an inaccurate way and not in the traditional way and can be missed. staff have obviously recognized that, but also provide the mitigating circumstances as to how the mistake was made. And I just want to make sure that is clear and articulated to the broader community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Vanderbeek, I have you down as moving this. So would you like to speak? I hear you've got your request in. Go ahead. I can't hear you. Okay, she's muted again.
All right,
There
I'm
you
just
go.
going to keep
Now
talking.
you're ready.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would like to say a few words about this. So first of all, the facts around how this came to be are less important to me than the fact that this report is explaining what we're doing to make sure that that doesn't happen again, and to basically bring to attention to everyone involved in this, in city staff, the things that need to be followed in order to protect that area going forward. And the most important of which is that we're looking to put it under the Niagara Escarpment Development control, which means that our staff will be looking, and the Niagara Escarpment staff will be looking at each and every application that will come to us within that area. So I really I want to thank Ed Vanderwint and George Catano and everyone else who was involved in putting this report together. It does mention the RSU 58 zoning. The RU zoning is important as well, and that will be caught within the context of what's going to happen here. So I'm very pleased that this report is here, and I appreciate that staff have brought it back, even though it was a lot of work, even during COVID. So I just wanted to express my thanks for that, and my hope that as we go forward, we'll be able to get this area under development control and know that in perpetuity, at least as long as the Niagara Escarpment Plan is in place, it will be protected. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Vanderbeek. So it's moved by yourself. I have Councillor Wilson is seconding it. Seeing no other further speakers, there's an electronic vote, but I think Stephanie keeps freezing up here. You're freeze. Okay, it's on its way. I'm looking at the screen here, and it's freezing up on us. Is that your screen? Everybody have the vote, please. Councillor Nan, Councillor Marula, don't have your vote. Yes? Yes, thumbs up to the mayor. Okay. Thank you, everyone. So we're out of consent items. We're now going into 8.1, 7.1. I've got 8. Okay, 7.1. It's a COVID-19 update.
Through you, Madam Deputy Chair, my apologies. It may be missing from your roadmap because I added it late yesterday. There is a delegation from Dan Carter from the Canadian Hemp Farmers Alliance respecting adopting hemp into the Canadian SDGs.
Okay, sorry.
And Dan is on the call.
Dan is on the call. Okay, thank you. And Dan, welcome. I don't see you. Give me a second. There's a Danielle. No.
Yeah. So I can hear you now. Are you okay? You're hard to hear, Dan. Are you able to speak up or go closer to your microphone?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, welcome, Dan. Just please keep in mind it's a 5-minute delegation and you're on.
Perfect. Thank you for having me here. My name's Dan Carter, and this presentation is the Canadian Hemp Farmers Alliance Provincial, Federal, and Municipal Sustainable Development Plan. Essentially, you can be a part of the Canadian Hemp Farmers Alliance mission, which is to mandate industrial hemp cultivation, processing, product formulation, and research and development into Canada's Sustainable Development Strategy. The Canadian Hemp Farmers Alliance mission is to consult the Canadian federal, provincial, and municipal governments on opening green procurement applications where government can become the purchasers of the sustainable, functional hemp-based products for consumer use. You can also join the Canadian Hemp Farmers Alliance mission, which is to tackle the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by working with Canadian industry farmers, processors, product formulators, research and development, academia, and as well government departments to develop national and international cost-competitive, sustainable, functional hemp-based products that will help to reduce the global need for further investing into environmentally unfriendly projects such as fracking for fossil fuels, mining, and as well deforestation, which these major products are being developed into one-use consumer products and for the most part ending up in our landfills, oceans, and municipal drinking water. Essentially what the Canadian Hemp Farmers Alliance is looking to do is to raise $3 million, which will go towards various research and development projects for developing sustainable, functional hemp-based products on a small scale. Products such as hemp bioplastics, pulp and papers, liquid fuels, solid energy pellets, batteries, automobile parts, building materials, textile fabrics, and as well soil remediation mulches. We're looking to then commercialize these entities and these products, and as well we are looking to sell these recipes off to pre-established commercialized companies, which your municipality can talk to the local industry companies, essentially encouraging them to start using more sustainable functional products, which hemp can fill that role. Essentially, the Canadian Hemp Farmers Alliance, we are looking to tackle the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which was brought down from the Paris Agreement in 2015, which they're looking to have all now national governments adopt the Sustainable Development Goals into their sustainable plans. And right now we have developed a roadmap where hemp can tackle 15 of the 17 SDG goals right now. Examples on how we could adopt hemp into the Canadian federal, provincial, and municipal sustainable development strategies is by opening up green procurement opportunities and having the government departments being the purchasers from the functional hemp-based product developers. Essentially, the governments can start purchasing products and encouraging agricultural growth by purchasing products like hemp toilet paper, photocopying paper, tissue paper, paper towels, bus tickets, and even bags. It could even go into industries such as hemp bioplastic, which could be used for cutlery, plates, bowls, straws, tablecloths, cups, and even bags as well. And as well, it could be used for industries within the government departments for hemp fiber uniforms. It could be used for your municipality, police uniforms, firefighter uniforms, and as well judge and jury uniforms. Hemp fiber could be also used for new housing building development projects within your municipality using more sustainable materials, and as well even projects such as hemp supercapacitor batteries that will be used for all government and public automobiles that will be electrically powered in the future. We know that your government and municipalities have the power to talk to your local manufacturers and have them start using more sustainable functional products, and hemp can fill that role. By having the Canadian federal, provincial, municipal governments adopting functional hemp-based product materials into the SDG plan, this will help to reduce global market need for things like fracking, mining, and tree deforestation. This will encourage other corporations to adopt functional hemp-based products into their sustainable development strategies as well. As well, this will encourage agricultural growth and give the product formulators, processors, and farmers the ability to work out healthy profit-sharing contracts, which will allow in turn for the farmers, processors, and product formulators to expand at the same rate, which will create millions of jobs both nationally and internationally that will collectively tackle the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Jobs that could be created by opening up green procurement opportunities is things such as government department jobs, research and development on new products, processors, product formulators, agricultural farmers, marketers and brokers and distributors, and as well new business owners within different demographics such as women, youth, and Indigenous. In 2018, the Canadian federal government released their carbon emission plan, which essentially, through all major industries, they released 1.5 trillion pounds of carbon emission throughout the 2018 season. 1 acre of hemp can sequester 20,000 pounds of CO2 emissions per acre if grown for a fibrous purpose. To sequester essentially 100% of 2018's carbon emission, Canada would need to grow 77.5 million acres of industrial hemp, The good thing is that Canada already has 232 million acres of agricultural farmland available being cultivated on right now, and we can encourage crop rotations. If hemp was just to grow on 1/3 of Canada's total farmland within 1 year, this would sequester 100% of CO2 from 2018. If Canada grew just 14 million acres each year between the years 2020 to 2030, this would sequester 100%. Canada is currently only growing 150,000 acres, which is contributing right now to 3 billion pounds of carbon sequestration per year. The Canadian Hemp Farmers Alliance has collectively 25 farmers growing 5,000 acres, which is contributing to 1 million pounds of carbon sequestration per year. Essentially a timeline on what happened with hemp, how it was mandated back in the time and what happened to it. 1533, King Henry actually fined farmers for not growing hemp. In the early 1700s, the law required American farmers to grow hemp or they would be fined. In 1801, Peter Hunter, who was the lieutenant governor of the province of Upper Canada, he was told to sell hemp seeds to the Canadian farmers, and the government purchased this product from the farmers and exported that for sales. In 1840, even Abraham Lincoln, the U.S. president, used hemp seed oil to fuel his household lamps. Up until 1916, the USDA even published findings showing hemp produced 4 times more paper per acre than trees. And
Dan?
hemp takes only 100 days to mature, where trees take 8 to 25 years.
Excuse me, Dan?
Yes.
I just wanted to get you to wrap up, please. You're over your 5 minutes, and we'd love to hear the rest of it, but if you can wrap it up, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, perfect. And I've sent you guys over as well the membership application, which I'm looking to have your municipality sign and send back, which we're looking to bring this to Privy Council and have them move this as a mandated crop within Canada for cultivation, processing, product formulation, and as well research and development. So yeah, that's essentially what the Canadian Hemp Farmers Alliance has been here to present to you guys today. We'd like to see if you guys would be on board for this.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions of Dan Carter? Councillor Whitehead, sorry, we're just catching up here. Things are unfreezing. Go ahead, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, and thank you, Dan, for your very comprehensive presentation. And I have alluded in the past to the importance of the hemp farmers in Ontario, and that we don't mix it up with the marijuana because there is a difference. You don't produce THC, do you?
No, it's all industrial hemp.
So I just want to define that distinction. What kind of acreage do we have in Ontario at this point farming hemp?
150,000 plus acres of industrial hemp growing right now. That's at least being approved within Health Canada.
Appreciate that. Those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Dan Carter? Yes, Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Dan. I appreciate the presentation. I have a question for you there. Hemp is grown indoors or outdoors?
Outdoors.
Thank you. And what about the smell? Because one of the big issues that we have in the rural areas in Hamilton and the biggest complaints are with regards to the smell of the marijuana plants. Does hemp cause the same issue?
Within the male plant, no, it won't provide that smell because it won't produce the flowers as the feminized genetics will. So this will have no smell. So it's good to have in communities and, you know, not.
Thank you. So it's strictly for the fiber aspect of it. Is that what you're suggesting?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. And not seeing any other questions, it's moved by Councillor Whitehead, second by Councillor Partridge to receive Dan Carter's presentation. And Dan, thank you so much for taking the time to visit with us today. I know you had quite a wait, and we really appreciate that. So electronic vote, please, to receive Dan's presentation. Oh, sorry, Councillor Whitehead, I apologize.
Chair, could I just indicate I'm trying to get back into East Cry, but it won't let me in. So for the moment, I have to do thumbs up votes or thumbs up.
We haven't done the vote yet because Councillor Whitehead is speaking.
Understood.
So the request, as I understand from Dan Carter, Canadian Hemp Farmers Alliance respecting adopting hemp into the Canadian SDG. So he's actually requesting us to endorse a position. I'm quite prepared to move that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I also think he wants the City of Hamilton to also be a member of the alliance as well. So which one are you prepared to move?
I'm moving the SGG, respecting adopting hemp into the Canadian SDG, Madam Chair.
SGD. Okay, thank
Yes.
you. It's moved by yourself. And I've got lots of people wanting to, oh, and Councillor Farr wants to, hang on, I got Councillor Clark and I got Councillor Partridge that would like to speak to it. If that's fine, thank you. Councillor Clark. I can't hear you, sorry, sir.
I got things all over.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, sir.
My preference would be to hear back from staff. We've received a report from this individual, but this is the first time that I've heard about it, and so I would rather have a response back from staff. I know Councillor Whitehead is fully informed on it, but I'm not, respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Partridge was nodding her head yes. I'm coming to Councillor Partridge because she asked to speak as well. Go ahead, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm not prepared to support anything without hearing back from staff. The amount of operations I've got going up in Flamborough with outdoor growing of marijuana and the problems that are being created, they're just unbelievable. They're absolutely overwhelming. So it may not be that same issue with hemp. I don't know that. So I would want to hear back from staff at some point in time, if everybody is interested in that.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the mover now. Councillor Whitehead, please. And we can mute everyone else, please. Thank you. Councillor, just a minute. Sorry, Councillor Whitehead. And mute everyone else, please. Thank you.
You hear me now?
Councillor Whitehead, yep.
I respect both comments dearly. I have a lot of knowledge on this field, and that's why I keep referencing it in the last number of years. Having said that, I think it is only prudent if staff or balance my councillors aren't up to speed to be brought up to speed and see where staff is. So I'll pull back away from the motion and ask for a staff report to come back in response to the report.
Thank you. Do you want to include the Ag and Rural Committee as well?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So the motion is for it to be sent to the Ag and Rural Committee for review, and the staff can then report back to council with those comments. So it's moved by Councillor Whitehead, second by Councillor Farr again. And on the, just a moment, please. Okay, thank you. Has everybody voted now? Stop. No, it hasn't gone out yet. It's out. Sorry. It's like vaudeville in here. The mayor, a thumbs up. Yep. Councillors Clark and Vanderbeek, thumbs up, please. I know. I see people moving their lips. It's so funny. Thank you. Okay. All right. Super. Thank you, everyone. So now we're going to point one. This is a COVID-19 update. Dr. Richardson and I believe Richard McDonald is Dr. Tran, sorry, is taking Dr. Richardson's spot. She had to leave, and Richard McDonald are here. So Dr. Tran, you're on, sir.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So in terms of our statistics on COVID, unfortunately, what we noticed yesterday is that we're starting to see a continued increased rise in cases. Yesterday, we reached an average of 8 cases per day over the that's the average over the last 7 days, and numbers tend to be going up. So that is a notable change from our discussion on Monday. The main underlying risk factors or trends in acquisitions appear to be the same as what we've been discussing in terms of private socialization and having gatherings and not adhering to some of the public health measures in terms of the social bubbles, physical distancing, or mask wearing. Unfortunately, as well, we also have an additional death with COVID, and that is in an elderly woman who is not part of an institution, part of the community that is travel related. So I do think it's, because of where we're going, I think it's really important as a community to continue to follow the public health measures as best we can. And as we mentioned on Monday, the one of the steps that the province has done in terms of making changes to the private gathering limits as one of the tactics to address this. There's a second update I want to talk about is in terms of testing and the assessment centers. It's clearly a significant issue and a source of frustration in our community. We've been also impacted in terms of our role from of booking and managing the hotline. And just for some context, our call volume just for the booking line itself has reached, as of yesterday, 3,000. That's a new high. The week before, it was approximately 1,000 calls per day, and that was an increase from what we had been seeing towards the end of the summer. We are urgently working with a number of our different partners and primary care hospitals that are running this to on a new model for both booking as well as expanding access to testing. So we're hoping to have, we'll have some additional updates by the end of the week. You'll also notice, I guess, and I'll mention it now in case you hear about it as well, is the province has announced today expanded testing for those without any symptoms to pharmacies that will roll out as of Friday. That does not include, from the list I've seen, any locations in Hamilton. They are primarily in the community hotspots of Peel, Ottawa, Toronto, and I think I saw one or two in York. And then the last update, and then I'll hand it over to Richard to provide some additional details, is that we were asked, I think, from the last GIC session to provide a status. There's some questions in terms of where we're at in terms of reopening our own programs and services. So there's going to be a much more detailed report on where we're at from a public health perspective at the October Board of Health. Just at a high level, it's important to know we continue to have with the COVID work a large number of staff still redeployed to COVID. We have started making some progress on hiring additional staff and looking for some of the skills that are in high demand. But we also acknowledge that we may not be able to hire all the staff that we have hoped for. And that's one of the particular areas in terms of public health inspectors. And that's really based on the actual supply out there. And so we continue to prioritize those programs and services that are really essential and particularly much more time sensitive, which includes things like inspections of high risk premises, and try to coordinate any sort of necessary COVID intervention at the same time. But unfortunately, some of our routine inspections are not do remain on hold at this time. And actually, I will now pass it to Paul first to make some additional comments before we bring on Richard.
Great, thanks very much, Nin, and just wanted to provide a couple of updates through the Deputy Mayor from the EOC, and then both Richard McDonald and Ken Leendertz are here today. This is in response to the questions we received 2 weeks ago for both public health and municipal law enforcement to come forward and talk a little bit about the pressures that COVID have placed upon their enforcement of their various activities, and also how they are triaging their work, given the fact that that very similar sized staff groups are obviously having to do more with COVID there. So it'll be both Richard, we'll have Richard go first, and then also Ken will provide an update from the MLE perspective as well. So just a few quick things related to the testing. One piece for council's knowledge, and in particular, Councillor Danko, I know, has been asking about this. So we are on track to see the Dave Andrzejczyk Center wind down in the middle of October. And in fact, there will be some information coming forward to Emergency Community Services from Recreation about when that site will be back to an arena. So that is not to take away from the importance of testing, but we are shifting to facilities that will be more winter-proofed. Our arenas are not the best places to do testing centers through the cold weather. The other piece is that we will be bringing forward both Rome D'Angelo from a facilities perspective and Andrea Holland from a clerk's perspective are working hard at bringing forward the information you'll need around the reopening of council chambers for in-person meetings, should you choose to do that. That report and that information is going to come to you in October, because there'll be some things that you have to work through and look at and probably approve along the way. And then we would be looking no earlier than November for the possibility of in-person meetings. And again, this is information to be brought forward so you understand how council chambers would be reconfigured and the policies and the processes you would need to put in place in order to have meetings in person if you chose to. But from a timing perspective, we are still looking at no earlier than November. So with that, I'll ask Richard, both Richard and Ken are going to give a brief verbal report just on the state of inspections, both from a public health perspective and an MLE perspective, and how they're triaging the extra work they're receiving and also the extra call volume they're receiving at this time. So Richard, over to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for having me today. Through the chair, I just wanted to quickly acknowledge Public Health Services staff, their hard work, their dedication and professionalism during this time. This week, we actually are celebrating Environmental Public Health Week from September 21st to the 26th. This week does recognize and celebrates the important work being undertaken by environmental health professionals, to keep our public safe and healthy even before and during this pandemic. The profession covers a real continuum of environmental health, which includes things like food protection, drinking water quality, on-site wastewater disposal, air quality, epidemiology, tobacco reduction, and enforcement. So I just wanted to say thank you to all our staff that are working very hard during this time. So to start, I wanted to start with a sort of an update from epidemiology, wellness, and community disease control. Public personal service settings inspections, routine work is not being completed at this time. However, we are still responding to complaints and licenses, so demand work that is being received at our office. To date, apparently we've completed approximately 50 in total of these requests as they come in. Childcare inspections, infection prevention and control / reopening inspections have all been completed for all operating daycares. Approximately 135 inspections have been completed. Going forward at this time, I believe that routine inspections are not being completed. However, in public health services, we will still be responding to complaints. From the healthy environments perspective, we continue to complete routine high-risk food safety inspections. So those are prioritized, being that they are the most frequently visited based on the types of foods that they serve and the public that they serve. Moderate risk inspections will continue as well on a routine basis. And for both of those categories, obviously complaints would still be addressed as well. Low risk food inspections are not being conducted at this time. They've been on pause. However, we will respond to demand complaints or licenses through any of our high, moderate, or low risk food premises inspections. We continue along with our migrant farm inspections. We've successfully opened approximately 88 pools this season. So once the Reopening Act dropped in around June, or when reopening was occurring, we prioritized staff and moved staff to complete splash pad openings or inspections and all of our public pool inspections. And we do continue the good work as well too in small drinking water system approvals and inspections in those areas.
So now maybe I'll ask Ken to jump in from an MLE perspective.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. It has been a challenge, to say the least. But just to give you a bit of an idea of what our team has been doing, just on CCMLE calls, we've more than doubled than what we traditionally have. Traditionally, we have around 6,000, and we're already around 11,000 already for this year. Those are calls that come from the counselor's office for us to investigate. From a COVID perspective, we've had over 3,000 investigations so far, and this is under the EMCPA and now the Reopening Ontario Act. Of course, we're also now investigating physical distancing bylaw, masking bylaw, and we've been very active in the patio enforcement since we opened up the patio enforcements. Those are the investigations, but during the first 100 days of when COVID happened, as you are well aware, it was our team that was front and center in the enforcement of the provincial legislation and now a lot of our bylaws. We had 350 parks that we are monitoring on a regular basis, and of course all the hotspots. Devil's Punch Bowl kept us very, very busy. I think over 70 charges were laid there. The waterfront trail and a lot of the social gatherings. We've also been impacted by the numerous protests that have been happening throughout the community where the police have actually asked us to come out and support them from a bylaw perspective. We had the firearms prohibition, and we've also helped with, there's been a brand new Railway Safety Act where we're having to focus in on all the crossings of throughout the city, and Project Pit Stop, which was the noise complaints that we've been dealing with. From a team perspective, we actually moved our entire teams to weekends and afternoons so that we had coverage because a lot of the calls we're receiving are on weekends and afternoons. And we have prioritized our calls. So really the COVID is our number one priority, but add on top of that, something that that you wouldn't think we'd be dealing with right now, but it's the increase in cannabis dispensaries. And we're already at 68 inquiries or applications, and every one of those takes significant amount of work from my team to investigate, to do public consultation and all that. I think the one question that I was asked is, what are we not doing? And I think it's pretty clear that COVID has been our priority, but we've also prioritized all our calls to health and safety issues. And so that if it's a minor of nature, it's not a priority. So we have not been doing any proactive enforcement of rental housing. That has gone by the wayside for the time being. We have not going into the interiors of any buildings for property standards, unless of course it's an emergency. And we have had lower than normal response in some of the long weeds and grass complaints. Understand that traditionally I usually have 24 students that work for me during the summer months, and we only had 8 this summer. So that also impacts on a response level. But generally speaking, the team's doing well. And you know, from a municipal law enforcement, we do about 22,000 calls a year. From animal services, we do 18,000 calls a year. And from licensing, we're very, very active with over 10,000 licenses. So generally, we are keeping up. The team is tired, but we are ensuring that we're dealing with all the issues that are most important to the community, health and safety.
So through the Deputy Mayor, that's our update for today. We're happy to answer any questions, but did want to make sure that, and I'm very thankful for Ken and Richard coming back so quickly in a turnaround to answer that question that was raised at the last GIC.
Thank you very much, General Manager Johnson. So I have a speakers list: Councillors Whitehead, Clark, Wilson, and Partridge. Councillor Whitehead, you're up first.
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to thank the staff for the incredible job they're doing on all fronts. It is a very difficult and challenging time. I did request, Madam Chair, a report from the City Manager, so I'm wondering if she's there and if she can respond. So now it's been, I don't know, 5 months, 4 months, 3 months since I made the request about the status of all our staff, who's working, who's not working, who's getting paid to stay at home. I haven't seen a comprehensive report on that yet. Can I get an update?
Thank you. Yep. City Manager, are you on? There she is.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
am.
City
Through the
Manager Smith.
chair. Yes, that report was tabled back with council. It was a public report talking about the staff that were redeployed, those that were working from home, those that at the time did not have any work. And I can get you a copy of that, Councillor Whitehead. I think it was in June, but don't quote me, but I can get you a copy. Since that time, a lot of the staff that are redeployed, there is still some in public health. A lot of them have returned to their normal jobs because we are back to providing practically all the services, and staff that are at home are working from home.
So do we get, is there a plan to provide updates to that original report? Because I probably was away when that report came in, but I appreciate you highlighting that. What I need to know though is, are we going to get, until we're back to complete norm, how often and frequent are we can rely on a report coming to council to update us?
What I can do through you, Deputy Mayor, is I can go back and talk to the senior leadership team and see if we have any outstanding staff that aren't working, and we can bring a report back. If they are all working at full capacity, I can just mention that in a future update at some point.
So to round it up, then up to that report, how many people were off getting paid, and how many weeks were they getting paid full salary?
Through you, I'd have a hard time rhyming that off. I know for sure there was about 1,400 staff, I believe the number was, initially a few weeks into COVID, that we stopped scheduling hours because there was no work. Those staff have been brought back on for the most part because they're crossing guards and they work in, whether it was the pools or Parks and Rec. In terms of the others, I'd have a hard time remembering those numbers off the top of my head.
I appreciate. I know the taxpayers want to know why they were laid off and not receiving any money other than CERB or whatever was being provided by other levels of government. And I know we took some action with the part-time and so forth with our, but we had full-time workers staying at home, not working, i.e. all the rec centers were closed, arenas were closed, a lot of staff in one of those resources, Public Works, was limited because of the COVID rules. So there was a significant amount of people that were staying at home, and the question is, how many and how much have we paid out in a period of time where work wasn't being done?
Through you, Chair, I'll go back and look at those numbers, and if there's outstanding questions, I'll bring that back. But what I will say is that early on in the spring, there was a desire to get all the regular services back going, like horticulture, etc., making sure the greenhouse was going so we could do all the plantings. So a lot of those public works staff came back on quite quickly, and we continually on a weekly basis looked at redeploying staff, because as each service brought on, it typically took additional staff to provide the service using COVID rules. We also hired a fraction of the summer students that we usually do, and the full-time staff were doing some of those jobs.
And I believe we're talking about the financial implications at the next report with Mike Segarek, just to give you a heads up, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. It's just that a lot of people, Madam Chair, are not receiving income. In fact, I'm not sure what the status of CERB is. Often ask the question, what are we doing on our own house to ensure that we're mitigating the cost of the taxpayers will have to pay that bill that don't have income coming in themselves. So I just want to make sure that we're transparent in the context of what we are spending during this period of time and how many people are being paid for not actually performing their job with the City of Hamilton.
Thank you. And next I have Councillor Clark, then Wilson, Partridge, and Mayor Eisenberger. So Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Johnson. To assist Councillor Whitehead, the number was 42. Out of 8,000 employees, there were 42 who were staying home and not working. I had some concerns about how we calculated that number, because there was an awful lot of work that I couldn't get done in my ward that would have been higher than 42, but that was the number. I have a question for the good doctor. I have an email. I'm going to read it without putting the resident's name in it. The website says the Dave Andrewchuk Center does not require an appointment for testing, but this is not true. My employer does not believe me when I say I need an appointment. And since calling for an appointment Monday, they finally called back and told me the earliest appointment was Thursday. Then I'd have to wait for the results before I can return back to work. I will lose my entire week of work, my paycheck, and I desperately need it. I understand waiting a day for a test, but waiting 4 days to get a test done and missing out on a week of work is problematic. So my question to the doctor is, who do we hold to account for the log jam in the testing?
So through you, Madam Chair, I don't have a, so it's both a question, it's not a straightforward answer in terms of there's a number of us that are responsible for operationalizing the system in terms of booking and running the assessment centers. As you can appreciate, anything like this is really about supply and demand. And so I think we're working and looking at solutions now to, with our current resources, to ban testing and become more expedient in terms of responding to folks. But there is going to be, with this surge of demand, a slower, having some patience in terms of the time, and we certainly want to prioritize.
Doctor, the challenge is, how do we have some patience when this is about self-isolation? So the delay in the testing, I'm not sure where all the noise is coming from, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I don't know either.
So the challenge for our residents, and what I'm hearing from residents in my ward, and I'm sure my colleagues are hearing it too, is they're being told to self-isolate while they're waiting for results of tests or waiting to get the test. And the longer that takes, the more income they lose. So this is really hurting a lot of people in our community. So I'm trying to understand exactly what we're doing about it. So can I ask, how many testing facilities do we have in Hamilton that are operational today?
So through you, Madam Chair, we have 3 and becoming 4 with the addition of the West Fifth. I think what is going to happen is there's going to be some additional plans released in terms of a new model, and it's, I think I don't want to focus too many on the number of sites, but the idea is going to be the number of testing and appointments and swabs that can be done on any given day is continuing to increase as clearly as we recognize. And there's, as you correctly point out, Councillor, there's a huge impact societally for asking people who particularly are symptomatic, and then or they've got kids and they're waiting for tests, waiting for the results, and staying home and not being able to get back to work or to school until test results. So we all recognize how big of a problem this is and how much it's impacting residents. So there is continued urgent work to expand testing as fast as we can. I think what we also want to do is to better prioritize the testing. So those who have symptoms, who have been identified as being exposed, are identified as early as possible. And in terms of isolating and waiting for test results, I mean, that should only happen if you have symptoms or you've been clearly identified as exposed. If you are
well, that's the only way you can be sent for a test.
No, I mean, at this point, based on the provincial direction, is anyone who wants a test can be tested. So there are folks who have no symptoms that are wanting to be tested because of a variety of different reasons, either for reassurance or peace of mind, or for some, if they're going traveling, that's the expectation. So I do think we have to find ways to expand testing and ensure that those who have symptoms or are identified quickly so that we can contain the virus, and then certainly release those from isolation who don't need to be there. But we all share your concern because it's having a significant impact on all the residents. We're getting a ton of calls from them, and it is disrupting people's lives, and whether that's school, whether that's their ability to earn an income.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, it's 5 minutes. Have you got one more question?
I have a few more questions on this topic because I haven't really heard an answer yet. So I'm trying to understand, is the province funding us enough to do, like, do we have enough funds and enough testing equipment to get the test done? What's the log jam? Why the delay? Who's accountable for the test not getting done? I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing we understand, we're patient, we have to be patient, but the log jam is serious. And the premier keeps jumping up and down to saying the medical officers' health have to do more testing. I'm not seeing the money flowing. If we had more money, we would have more testing facilities. I'm trying to understand, at the end of the day, who's accountable for the residents who are losing so much time at work while they're waiting to get these tests done.
Dr. Tram?
Through you, Madam Chair. I think what I'll do is give a high level in terms of who's responsible for what function. So in terms of funding, just from a capacity perspective, from funding the actual infrastructure and service and the assessment centers, that ultimately is a provincial responsibility, and that's generally done through Ontario Health. And then with that funding, then it relies on different healthcare partners interested and available to work, and as well as the facility implications to operationalize it. So it is, in terms of a capacity issue, it's from a funding perspective, it's ultimately the province in terms of the amount and how fast they're able to release that money. But there are some other limitations in terms of, you do have to find facilities, equipment, supplies, as well as people who are often already doing other healthcare provision to also take on that work.
Okay, Dr. Tran, I think the question was who's responsible if somebody loses their income because they have to wait for the backlog. If I'm paraphrasing properly, Councillor Clark?
Well, who do we hold accountable for that? We don't have enough testing. And the delays are getting longer and longer. So we've got people who are waiting 3-4 days just to hear back about their appointment that they're requesting. Now I'm hearing that people are going in, are not just waiting in line, but now I'm being told that if you go there and you wait in line, they don't necessarily accept you because they already have a whole bunch of appointments. So you have to go back and call in. And so then you also have the situation where they're waiting to get their results back, which can take a great deal of time. It seems problematic that in the middle of a pandemic, we can't get the testing done that is required to ensure that residents are safe to return to work or their family.
So, Dr. Tran, do you have any different answers than what you've given already?
No.
Okay.
That was succinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'll come back to you if you want to. Councillor Wilson, please, and then Councillor Partridge, and then Mayor Eisenberger and Councillor Pauls. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have 3 or 4 questions, but very quickly, I know there's lots of public discussion about flu season and the need to get a flu shot. I'm just curious, a question through to you, to Dr. Tran or City Manager Smith. Do we have a specific policy of encouragement, if you will, for our public service workers to get a flu shot? Do we do a drive? Is there any role for council in trying to encourage members of the community to get a shot? I'm just curious. There was early discussion about work being outstanding and needing to be done across the city.
Dr. Tran?
So through you, Madam Chair, I'll start, and I'll let some of the colleagues on SLT answer from a an OC health perspective. So what I understand is that as far as being an employee, as also as management, there are certainly opportunities for staff. Historically, I can't speak on what the plans are this year and what that will look like, to have access to the flu vaccine. So there's been generally, depending on your department, different days and times that employees can sign up for, and there's a nursing staff from employee health available to provide the vaccines to employees, and it's certainly promoted by the corporation as well as by public health services by our management team. But in terms of the details of how that looks, I mean, I might defer to some of the other colleagues on the senior management team.
Okay. Sorry, City Manager, I didn't know whether you wanted to.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. I can always pass it over to Laura to give more specifics, but we do promote the flu vaccine and try to facilitate them getting it.
Yeah.
In terms of council promoting it, I think it would be very helpful, especially this year, if council members through all your channels promoted everyone getting their flu shot, and we could certainly work with communications to give you some materials to do that through your channels.
Thank you. I just challenge all my colleagues to get the shot, and I think it's going to be really important this year. So if you wanted to make a cookie challenge of it, or just promote the heck out of it, I'm up for that. I do have a question with respect to the bylaw, the impact of this pandemic on our bylaw services. It was me who asked. I just want to make sure the report that was given today orally, is that the report that I was asking for? I don't want to add to your workload. I just want to make sure in terms of expectation, is there a written report forthcoming?
So through the Deputy Mayor, we chose to come back with a verbal report. If there are specifics, both Richard and Ken are pleased to take that away, but recognize that will take some time to come back. So we thought providing some overview, and then if there's some drilled down pieces, individual would be like, they're happy to do that, but this allowed us to get back in just 2 weeks' time.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. My question then is could you repeat for me the guiding rationale of what did you determine had to be kind of let go? And I'll tell you exactly where I'm going with this. I thought I heard, or could you confirm that your inspection of rental housing was minimal? Could you give me that number again?
Through the chair, that is correct. It's actually, we have a proactive enforcement of rental housing, and that was put on the back burner. COVID investigations were primary. They were built on health and safety issues. And we got, as you know, no additional staff to do all the additional enforcement as directed by the province and by this team. So something had to give. There are a lot of investigations that were put down as not as a priority, and but we did try to get to as many as we possibly can. And our rationale for proactive enforcement of rental housing, we did no proactive work except for the inspections based on COVID. We were just trying to keep the lights on.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. While I appreciate that honest answer, and I don't dispute it, it is a concern of mine on the basis of equity. I'm looking forward to the report. I think in October, Dr. Tran and Dr. Richardson said that it will be providing us with a demographic snapshot of who was most vulnerable to this virus and where it hit the hardest. And of course, I'm particularly interested in how we can overlay living conditions on top of that. So those who are living in rental housing, some of the rental housing in this community is a health and safety issue. And I don't buy the fact that we have to forego affordability in order to get rental stock. I never have bought that. So I think that I'm a little concerned, to be honest with you, Madam Chair, that we're not active on rental housing. And through an equity lens, I'm just going to leave that right there. I'm not disputing how hard everybody is working and the exhaustive pace of it, it is a concern of mine. I did have a question finally for Dr.
Councillor
Tran.
Wilson, you're at your 5 minutes. I'll let you do one more question if you
Oh,
don't
thank
mind,
you. It is a
unless
quick
you
one.
want to have more.
Thank you. It is a quick one.
Okay.
I received correspondence. In recreation centers, are we starting indoor group fitness classes? And if we are, our masks would be required, I understand, yes or no? Thank you, Chair.
So through you, Madam Chair, I mean, Ken can verify this. There isn't. It depends on, I guess, where you're at in terms of the facility. So there is an exemption that if you're actively engaged in physical activity, you're exempt from wearing a face covering or a mask. But certainly, when you're entering the facility, you would be required to wear one. But once you are actively engaged in physical activity, it is not required to wear the mask or face covering.
Thank you, Councillor.
So once you're engaged in that group class indoors, you don't require a mask. Is that what you said, Dr. Tran?
That is my understanding through you, Madam Chair, but I will have Ken verify the interpretation.
Ken, interpretation, please.
Dr. Tran is correct. It is actually when you are actually engaged. So not part of a group consultation, but when you're actually working out, then the mask itself is no longer required.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going now to Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I apologize if Councillor Wilson had asked this question. I may have missed it. But Dr. Tran, the current flu shots, when will they be available in our area? I'm getting a lot of calls about it.
Sure. So through you, Madam Chair, it's going to be available on a very similar timeline to us in public health as it has been before. Usually what happens is we get a couple of different shipments over the next coming weeks. So the first one is generally dedicated towards those who are particularly vulnerable in terms of healthcare providers, so long-term care, retirement homes, hospital patients, that type of thing. And then there will be, a further shipment for more of the general population. I don't have the exact timelines in terms of when it would be practically available. I mean, we're working with our primary care partners to try to roll out as many flu vaccines as we can, as fast as we can. I think the short answer is similar timelines as before. I think the one good thing that we understand is that within our first two shipments and our second shipment, we'll get more vaccine. What the province is going to do is going to front load our the allotment that we get from a year to more is going to occur in the first couple shipments than rather than spread it throughout. But there'll be a
So
communication.
Dr. Tran, sorry. So can we safely say by the end of November?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Okay, because that's what I'm looking for. I've got people saying to me, are they going to be available October 1st, October 15th? And I realize you can't zero in on a date. I absolutely appreciate that. But just, I've got people who are very, very concerned, elderly people who are saying, am I not going to have any vaccine until, Christmas? I need to have something to tell them. So.
Yes, definitely. We definitely want to.
So sometime in November would be an appropriate answer?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I've just received an email from a resident. If you could just help me unpack this. The resident is asking, I'm wondering if there's any way to get a better breakdown of the COVID-19 cases in Hamilton, specifically here in Carlisle and Flamborough. Are all other regions break it down, such as Halton, so people can see what's closer to them? I think it's even more important as children are back to school. I'd like to know total cases and current active cases. Can you provide a reasonable answer to that? Because it's my understanding that that if we don't provide breakdowns, but I didn't think other municipalities did either. So now I'm hearing, accurately or inaccurately, that they do provide breakdowns.
So through you, Madam Chair, I can't speak on how other municipalities provide that information, but I do think this is one of the areas that we can talk about in further depth at the October Board of Health when we talk really having a deeper understanding of the breakdown of where which type of citizens are being impacted by cases.
Okay, thank you. So are we working towards that? And I just need a yes or no. We'll unpack it more at the next Board of Health meeting. I get that. Are we working towards breaking it down more across the city?
We will be breaking it down. I can't specify today in terms of by what category, whether it's geography, but we definitely will be providing it from a social demographic and an equity perspective at the upcoming Board of Health in October.
Thank you,
Thank you
Councillor.
very much, Dr. Tran. I appreciate your answers, and thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And now we're on to Mayor Eisenberger, please.
Thanks very much. And I just want to, remind, I think maybe folks don't know, but today the province of Ontario actually announced that they're going to be starting testing in pharmacies. By Friday, some 60 pharmacies will be allowed to start testing, and they're going to start expanding that over the next coming weeks to other pharmacies across the province. So that's a positive step in terms of speeding up the testing process relative to Councillor Clerk's comments earlier. It continues to be a challenge, and the speed at which this happens is going to be very, very important, and certainly adding pharmacies to the testing regime. So not switching from testing centers to pharmacies, but adding them to what's already happening, I think is going to be very, very beneficial. Dr. Tran, any comment on that?
Through Madam Chair, that is correct. I mean, it's the the province is looking at taking a number of different steps to increase capacity as we are locally, and that is what they call, I think, their retail strategy. It's the first group is set to roll out on Friday. They are primarily in the hotspots, the Peel, Toronto, and Ottawa area, and then they will continue to roll out. So I would expect at some point Hamilton pharmacies will be part of that. I just don't have a timeline for that, but it is one of the steps that the province is taking, as well as with pharmacies, and that should complement our system.
Yeah, hopefully that'll sooner rather than later, because I think the need for testing is universal across the province. So I think we're a little past this kind of regional approach, and so I would certainly suggest to the province that whatever they're doing in the high case areas, we're slowly but surely getting there, and maybe preventative measures can be taken now to help us not get to that point. So speaking to that, Doctor, do you have any information on how many folks are in hospital right now as a result of COVID?
You mean, through you, Madam Chair, you mean presently as of this moment?
Yeah.
Give me a second to look.
Approximately. No, I'm not going to hold you with a number, but
currently we have 5 hospitalized.
Okay, and so which is good news because that certainly is a key factor in kind of flattening the curve, which I think the conversation around that is starting all over again, unfortunately. But it's a reality that we have to deal with. So our hospitals, getting, I can ask through you, and I think the answer is yes, but I think we need some assurances that, they previously hadn't made allowances for additional cases coming to them. They were setting up tents, all kinds of capacity changes. They stopped doing, non-essential surgical procedures, which they since have now ramped up. Are they looking at, readjusting that again to prepare for any potential additional cases should they come?
So through you, Madam Chair, I can't speak in detail, but the hospital leadership, and Paul can also comment because he also works very closely with them, are preparing and planning for different scenarios, including additional cases that might require hospitalizations, and looking at how they can support and find additional capacity should that happen.
Great, thank you. Paul, do you have any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, through the deputy mayor, it varies prescribed work from Ontario Health around what hospitals need to do, and as their rates as their hospitals become fuller with patients coming in for the services that have begun to start again in hospitals, they are required to look at ways that they would be able to hold capacity for COVID surges of whatever nature. And in our region, the hospitals are actually working very closely together. They all have plans in place that would be there to understand how they would absorb a certain amount of surge. So rather than shutting down day surgeries and other services that are provided in the hospitals, they are finding ways to ensure that they would have that capacity should they need it, while not having to shut back down those other very important medical procedures, which of course was the routine that was used and the way we went about it in the early part of the pandemic. They don't want to do that at this stage if they can get away with it.
Great, thank you. And, I think that's an important message that we need to get out, that there's, and there should be, general preparation for, what many have believed would be a second wave. I'm hoping not, but the reality is it's starting to look that way, and certainly being prepared at all levels is going to be critical. Last piece, Paul, while I have you, we did a terrific job of communicating, on an ongoing basis during the height of the previous flattening the curve effort. I think it may be time to kind of revisit that and start communicating once again, because the worst possible scenario for any business individual out there is to have to shut down again. I know that I hear from many businesses that have survived the first wave, thankfully, through lots of effort and them putting a lot of procedures in place to avoid any kind of an incident that might cause them to shut down. Their message to me is we cannot, survive a second shutdown. And so we need to do everything possible to avoid that from happening. And so communications is going to be key to having our constituents, our residents out there understand and appreciate why measures are being taken. I know, Toronto is currently asking for, again, additional steps for restaurants and bars, an earlier closing time that may very well spill over into Hamilton, which obviously will have its own impact. So Paul, communications, we were out there 3 times a week previously. You and Dr. Elizabeth did a terrific job of explaining, the steps we were taking, the measures that were necessary, and the things that we were trying to avoid. I think it may be time to pick that up and start communicating once again. What are your thoughts?
So through the deputy
Thank you, guys.
mayor,
We're past the 5 minutes. I'm just letting you know. So if you can finish up for me, please, Mr. Johnson.
That's my last thought. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you.
Through the deputy mayor, I don't disagree, and we're having those beginning conversations. The difficulty in our communication strategy, we'll have to think through it, is that it's a more nuanced conversation now, but it's one that has to get out there repeatedly. So the question these days that a lot of people are saying, well, can I technically do these things? And I think the question we need to be asking more of ourselves is, ought we be doing these things, and should we be doing these things? The fact that they may technically be allowed because we've reopened basically almost everything in community, we need to really put our thinking caps on about whether we should be doing some things. Your EOC has been taking a very conservative approach where we can as the city, but we don't control all elements of it. So to the point of communication, I think now it's a very high time to ramp that back up and be encouraging people to look at their activities and asking themselves, do I really need to do this? Is this an essential part of what I need to do? Despite the fact you may be technically able to do it under the provincial guidelines or local guidelines, we don't want to get into the case where we're heading to the airways every day just to tell people all the things they can't do. Let's have people use good common sense. So we're looking at ways we can do that, and yourself, Mr. Mayor, as well as all of council, would be really critical in getting that message out to your constituents. So we'll help you with materials to do so.
Great.
Thank you. And now I have Councillors Pauls and Councillor Farr for the first time, and then we have Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Wilson for second. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. Dr. Tran, you started off by saying that an elderly woman passed away, and my condolences to the family. But you said that it was travel related. Can you explain what travel related means? Did she travel herself? Explain what that means so the public knows.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. This is the likely acquisition where the person acquired or contracted COVID-19 was likely expected to be related to travel and travel outside of Canada. So they had returned from international travel to Canada, and within a time period that's consistent with the COVID incubation period, developed COVID symptoms, tested positive, and ultimately passed away.
Okay, so she had traveled. That's what it means. Okay, that is sad, and our condolence to the family. But I wanted to ask you another question. You said you had about 3,000 calls a day now from 1,000. Can you explain what kind of calls they are? Are they panicky, saying I need to do it because I have a sniffle or I'm not feeling good? What kind of calls are they? And how do you, relate the calls?
Thank you for through you, Madam Chair. So I want to clarify that wasn't necessarily 3,000 every day for a certain period of time. That was a peak of yesterday of 3,000 calls. I can't comment specifically on what the actual calls were like. My general sense is that they're calling for booking appointments for testing, and from what I'm hearing anecdotally, there's certainly a certain level of frustration. Some of those calls may have actually been repeat calls from people who had troubles getting through or hoping to get a, a test earlier. But I certainly a sense is that the calls that we're getting, similar to the interactions happening in assessment centers, there's an increasing level of concern or frustration of being put through this process. So I think it's the type of interaction and calls and feeling that's coming through is different than it was in the summer. But I can't speak specifically on what those calls.
Let me understand. You said it wasn't every day. It was the peak. The peak means since March, or the peak of that day? I misunderstood that. Can you
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is 3,000 is definitely the highest number of calls in a single day we've ever had during this COVID pandemic.
So since COVID, we've had 3,000 calls. Since March? Like, I don't have to, you don't want
So, okay, sorry. To clarify to you, Madam Chair, yesterday we received approximately 3,000 calls on our booking line. Last week, we were averaging closer to 1,000 calls per day, which is a significant rise to what we were seeing in the summer, which was probably several hundreds. I don't have those specific numbers, but you can see the drastic escalation in numbers of call volumes that have occurred in the last week or two, in particular in the last couple of days.
I appreciate that, because I had a call yesterday from a lady upset saying we have 1,070 people that are sick and dying since September. And I'm going, where did you get that figure? And I think the figures, they're getting them. I said, can you show me where you found it in the website? I think we've had 1,070 tested positive since March. And she goes, oh, somebody told me. So figures get put out there. So I just wanted to clarify that. So I really appreciate that.
Okay, so Councillor Pauls, you have 1 minute left. So
Okay,
just to
this
let
is
you know.
for Ken, and I hope you can answer me. Ken Liederman, is he there?
Ken Leenders, are you online?
I certainly am.
Oh, you started by saying that the most calls is to do with marijuana. I need an answer. I had a call from someone that says the neighbor has 4 plants, but they're 20 feet high. And is there a bylaw that says they can't be 20 feet high? She was so frustrated. She called bylaw and they said there's nothing they can do about it. Are plants 20 feet high? Can you let me know?
Actually, Councillor Pauls, can you take that one offline with Ken, because this is not COVID related. So if you have any other COVID related questions, that would be wonderful.
Well, I think Ken talked about the call he was receiving, and the one topic was marijuana. So I think it's appropriate, but I will take it offline because I'm over that 5 minute and I appreciate that. Thank
I
you.
appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Yes.
So now we have Councillor Farr, please. Is Councillor Farr there? There he is.
Some big pot plants there.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, Dr. Tran, thank you very much for answering all these questions. It's been very tough lately. This roller coaster, COVID coaster ride has got a lot of bumps and turns and twists and loop-to-loops, and it continues, and all of that. That ride alone is enough to make you sick. I experienced the drive-through at a very low peak period in the middle of the summer at the Dave Andrechuk, and it was a fine experience. I was a little surprised just from what the web sort of advertised, and then when I arrived, I did have to get out of the car, and I was really under the weather. I think the best place to maybe pick up the COVID virus is waiting in line. So I kind of wanted to stay in the car to protect others because I was sure. It turned out it was a negative, but it was a bit frustrating, but otherwise a great experience. I know it's not a great experience now, and it's not exclusive to Hamilton. So I just want to say, while I understand it's very tough right now, 3,000 calls at a peak this week is incredible. You might have even more today. I feel for you, and I think our health folks have done it. The EOC in general has done just a terrific job through all of this. When folks call, though, so residents know, they're all getting automation, right? There's no live, even if it's between 8:30 and 4:30, correct?
Through you, Madam Chair. I would have to get back in terms of the details. I think the intention in the past has been to get through someone live. I think the challenge based on the volume is that, there's always going to be an initial automated response. Similarly when you call different stores and you press 1 for this type of thing. I haven't called the number myself recently, but ultimately the idea is you will reach someone. I think once you get a call volume that is drastically higher than what it is meant to be, and in terms of the staff and the rate of increase, that isn't always possible. So that I think where the extreme amount of frustration happens, where people are leaving voicemails, and then you have to go and listen to the voicemail and catch up. So I think that's generally what's happening is more that voicemails are being left and people are following back rather than getting a call and happening to be directly getting a hold of someone in person. But I don't have that level of detail right now.
That can be frustrating. So you wouldn't be able to tell me what a comfortable number is of a daily call volume where you will get live. I during the discussion, I did call twice, and both times when I hit the prompt to make an appointment, I got automation there too, and I completely understand why. So what is it? 200 calls a day, 300 calls a day. You're likely to get someone live. Do you know that number? Yes or no is all I'm really looking for there.
Through you, Madam Chair, I do not know that exact number, but the numbers you're talking about, 200 and 300, would much more likely get you a live call. It certainly just happens. It also happens in terms of timing. If a number of people are calling the exact same time you're calling, then that's not going to happen. But I think the number you're quoting would be much more better suited to reaching someone directly.
Okay, thanks, Doc. I noticed too that we're noting in the automation that only people who live and work in Hamilton who are having issues are eligible to get tested in Hamilton. Has that always been a note, or has there been some issue that we discovered, and so we've recently applied this rule?
Through you, Madam Chair, I have to get back to you. I
Okay,
think
no
the sense is we do want to prioritize those living and working in Hamilton. It's not meant to be exclusive, but certainly in times of, and I don't, in times of high demand, I think we have to start looking in terms of that type of thing. But I think when capacity is much better, then certainly open to, much more open to folks coming from other jurisdictions, but more problematic if we're not able to currently even meet the demand of our own citizens.
Okay. Finally, I just a couple comments on some of the stuff I heard.
Thank you,
Just,
because you're up with
yeah,
your 5 minutes. So if you do
yeah.
it quickly, I'd
If I
be
ask
happy
a
with that.
question,
Thank you.
I'm doomed because of the nice, thorough responses the doctor is offering. But on hospitals preparing, through a parking violation yesterday, I found that at the Plaza Hotel at King and Catherine, St. Joe's is already providing for additional capacity. They're now making rooms for non-acute care there. So St. Joe's, I can tell you, is on it just because of an incident with a parking issue that I had yesterday. I had a resident, just like others have mentioned. I think we've all received calls, and folks are angry and they want to deal with this through their counselor, and I completely get it. And again, it's not exclusive to Hamilton, quite clearly, if you watch the Premier's comments. I had a resident call me, this is a scenario that's playing out quite a bit. Teachers telling the kids, tell your parents you got to go get tested. You can't come back to school until you do. Parent, in this case, and others are rushing to line up at one of our 3 centers. They're waiting for long periods of time with a kid who's just had the sniffles, but because the teacher said you got to go get tested, prudently they go get tested. So at Dave Anterchuk, they waited from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. and then the security guard comes out and he says, go home or go to another test site. We're closing. And the hours online are 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. It didn't appear that he was cutting off the line either. And so I'm hopeful, I won't ask the question, but I'm hopeful, and I know we're moving away from that facility to another, but if we're going to continue to get this jam up and long lineups and people visiting the site, that they're first made aware that it's by appointment only, and you should call first. But if there is a jam up and it looks like we're going to go beyond the time before the facility closes, that we have a better procedure than just somebody going out to a whole bunch of people that have been waiting in line for hours with sick kids and sick themselves and told, forget it, we're closed. We should probably do better there. And finally, for a flu shot, you can go to Marchese Pharmacy on James Street North. They'll be available next week, October the 5th. Pharmacist Dan and Facil are ready to serve you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Collins, first time speaker. Councillor Collins?
Yep. Thanks. Can you hear me, Madam Chairman?
No, go ahead.
Thank you. One quick question to Ken Leenders, if I could, on the bylaw enforcement. You know, we've been sending through, as per normal course of business, we've been sending through our bylaw complaints all summer, and I haven't noticed an interruption in service. And I know that Ken talked about not enforcing rental housing. So I just want to be clear. You know, I, along with councillors Marula, Farr, Jackson, Whitehead, I know a number of us years ago, we enhanced the bylaw enforcement for rental properties as a proactive service, not reactive. So to be clear, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page as it relates to what services might have been interrupted. It's the proactive enforcement where we actually go door to door at buildings. We choose random buildings. Some of them are apartment buildings. Some of them are single family homes. So it's this service, to be clear, that was interrupted, and not the normal people calling in to say, hey, something needs to occur in my unit. My landlord's not acting and I need you to come here and inspect. Can I just get a clear answer on what services were interrupted as it relates to bylaw enforcement?
So through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. It is the proactive work. As I mentioned early on, our calls from our councillors have gone up almost double in the first 9 months compared to what we normally deal with. And of course, councillor complaints that come through our office are a priority, and so we get on them right away. But anything that comes in as a reactive basis, a property standards issue, an issue of lawn, weeds, and grass that has a health and safety issue to it or a potential risk to our community, those are our priorities, and our officers have gone to it. The proactive enforcement team, where they do numerous proactive enforcement issues, are usually, we don't get a lot of orders out of them. We have a lot of compliance, and it is more of an issue to try to get the rental properties up to speed. But if there's a complaint or a concern by any of the councillors, those are a priority, and we'll be all over them.
Thanks for that, Ken. I really appreciate the explanation and the further information as it relates to how we're enforcing property standards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm now on second time speakers. Councillors Whitehead, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Whitehead? I think he heard me.
I had to deal with the technician. Sorry. I just want to
That's
make
okay.
sure.
I just took a minute off your time. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. You start now.
I appreciate that. I guess my question to Dr. Tran is, I'm trying to understand that it's not surprising that in periods of time prior and predating mask, that people unfortunately were getting together in small groups or numbers or whatever. It was certainly demonstrated a few times. So the numbers are still going up. People wearing masks. I'm trying to understand what is different this time. If the gatherings are consistent with what has transpired through this whole process.
So through you, Madam Chair, what we've found different in terms of our case investigations is that when we understand where cases have been, who they've been interacting with, more recently, it's been a significantly larger number of people than we had seen earlier in the process in our case investigations, where you're talking about July or August, where there were not only fewer places, but if they were having social gatherings, they were limited in size, generally within their household or very close friends. What we're seeing more recently is more and more cases having been part of larger parties at people's houses, in backyards, going to cottages with a bunch of friends, and then admittingly not necessarily within their social bubble and or always able to physical distance and not wearing masks. So the size of the social gatherings has significantly increased recently compared to what we had seen earlier in the pandemic.
So could I ask how we gravitate? So as a layperson and the people that we have to explain to our community, what is the metric? Because I know a lot of activity, especially during the hot summer months and the beach parties and all that. So it wasn't like there wasn't gatherings going on or big ones during the summer months. So I'm trying to contrast what has changed. And you're suggesting something that we understood was already taking place. So what is the metrics in which we can actually measure and determine the difference and the contrast between pre and now?
So through you, Madam Chair, so we're not keeping track of this from a mathematical point in terms of social gatherings, the exact numbers, but what I see all the cases that gone through me, and we have larger, clusters of folks and cases who said like, "Yep, I was at a barbecue, where there's 15, 20 people there, or I was watching this game with another 10 folks in the house, or I was at this party with 20 or 30 folks," and that is not something any of us had seen to that extent. Earlier in the summer or earlier in the pandemic. So we haven't been counting exact numbers but it's been clear when we've seen it through cases, and it's also been reported by a number of our other colleagues across Ontario is they're seeing similar things in terms of the number of contacts and people they have to follow up with and the reported social gathering sizes is much higher than it was earlier in the summer.
Yeah, my last question is that as a result of better tracking and not necessarily there's more activity?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say it would be more through activity because we've generally asked our cases similar questions as we've had in the past. I think what is being disclosed to us now is that in terms of where they've been during their infectious period or before or in the the leading days before they develop symptoms is they are reporting now much higher examples that have much higher number of sizes of people than they have in the past. So we haven't changed our level of questioning to better tease out the numbers. What's been disclosed to us recently has demonstrated larger social gathering sizes.
Thank you. Appreciate the answers, Dr. Tran.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Last speaker. No? Thank you. So that is all the speakers. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I had it down that Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Wilson that we received the presentation from all three gentlemen on COVID-19. And that's electronic vote, please. We're all set. Councillor Whitehead, I don't have a vote from you. Just thumbs up then, please. Yep. All right. Councillor Nan, Councillor Jackson, could you please thumbs up, please? Yep, one from Councillor Nan. I don't see Councillor Jackson. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We're now on to 8.8. Jumping ahead because we did 8.2 to 8.7 when the chief was here. So we're going to 8.8. I have, I believe, John Arian, and we also have Dr. Rebecca Southerns and Sonia Priestler. And my apologies ahead of time for not pronouncing your name properly. So John, do you want to take it away? You're going to introduce the presentation. Is John on?
John, can you unmute yourself, please? Oh, John, we can't hear you. Do you have a headset? Still can't hear you.
That's okay. Hang on. No, still don't hear you, sir. No, still don't hear you, sir. I'm sorry. So, sorry, John, I'm not hearing you at all. So, Jeanette, I believe if you don't mind, until John can get his microphone sorted out, if you would take it from here, please.
Yep, we still can't hear you, John. Sorry about that. Through you.
You'll see a computer flying through the
Exactly. I would do the same thing.
Me too.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll give the introductory remarks that unfortunately John's not able to do due to technology. As you recall, equity, diversity, and inclusion is one of the term of council priorities. And this coming staff report and the presentation provides information about some of the city's efforts to create a more inclusive community, specifically on effective ways to better understand and address hateful expressions and incidents in Hamilton. Shortly after I arrived here at the city, council directed staff to look at ways to mitigate the use of actually back in 2018, to first look at ways to mitigate the use of city parks and public spaces by hate groups. Staff created various related draft policies in 2019 to this effect. Council further directed staff, this is when I was here, to hire a consultant and engage the community on these draft policies, conduct best practices research, and obtain other related input from the public and equity seeking groups. The city retained Sage Solutions in December 2019. Over 300 community stakeholders and equity-seeking groups have provided input in the project to date. The review of the city's current draft policies and from over 20 jurisdictions have also been completed. Staff's initial recommendations report today is based on some of the key findings from the consultant, public engagement, research, and other best practice findings. These recommendations are very specific, which will further advance the city's community inclusion efforts if approved by council. On that note, I just do want to recognize John for his taking the leadership on this initiative, although he couldn't do these remarks. This was his project. And I now want to welcome Rebecca Southerns, who's the lead consultant, and Sonia Presler, the research associate from Sage Solutions, to present some of their key public engagement and research findings and project's next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Dr. Southerns and Sonia.
Hi, folks.
There you
It's
are.
Sonia Chrysler here. Rebecca Southerns had to step out, but I will do the presentation on her behalf as well. That's okay?
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm just going to share my screen so that folks can see the presentation. So just let's see if this works.
It's been one of those days here.
Is that okay? Can everyone see?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much. So yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Sonia Chrysler, and I'm the Associate Research on this project for Sage Solutions. So thank you for the opportunity to give a brief presentation to supplement and provide additional context to the research presentation, or rather the final report that you received just now. There are no conclusions yet drawn, but this is sort of where we're at in the project. So from December 2019 and July 2020, Sage Solutions has facilitated a wide range of community engagement efforts. So it started before COVID and has continued throughout this time of COVID, as we just talked about COVID. And it's included many people at various points in the political spectrum. So it's been different as a result of the COVID happenings, but we've still been able to have wholesome and lots of engagement with the community. So as this slide will show, we've completed comparable community research as well as previous Hamilton reports. There's been interviews with community members, 5 listening sessions that were very well attended with community residents, also in-person meetings with city staff, councillors, and community leaders. We've had virtual sessions with Mayor's Advisory Table on Diversity and Inclusion, and then we've also had a survey that was completed by 91 people. So lots of different ways for people to get involved in this project and provide some feedback. So when we first started the project, we sought to frame this issue, though everyone would agree that this is a very serious and important issue. You know, where does it sit? Is it overblown? Is it underplayed? And there are a wide range of opinions as to how the problem is manifesting in the city. So whether it's individual incidences across the city, or is it a more systemic issue that is underreported and needs to be taken more proactively. So the context has shifted, of course. In this meeting today, we've been talking about the context of this time with the release of the Pride Report and the Black Lives Matter movement, talking about policing and police brutality and systemic racism. And so this initiative has greater urgency, relevance, and scrutiny now. And this project is part of this conversation, of course, and it also encompasses more than that. It's broader than that, too. It encompasses transphobia, anti-Semitism, homophobia, anti-Blackness, just to name a few. So it's complex, of course. And as we were doing the community engagement, we heard remarkable congruence of opinion across engagement channels and political positions. So regardless of how people understood the reasons or the extent of the problem, they were congruent in the seriousness of this issue and what can be done about it, and that something should be done about it. So what we heard is that Hamilton is building momentum, both on the city level and the community level. There are policies that have been implemented last summer, and there's community conversations that are consistently being held and are being utilized. So there is considerable work to do to live up to Hamilton's vision that it holds to and values that it holds to when it comes to hate prevention and mitigation. And so part of this research project, or rather this initiative, was also to do the comparable cities across Canada, United States, and Australia to see how other cities are dealing with this issue. And so other communities are struggling and experimenting and learning too. That's what we found. And from that learning of what other places are doing, we've tried to sort of fill in like 7 basic ways that folks are trying to engage with this issue and make a difference. So based on that research, many cities are trying proactive leadership. They're listening to the community, creating public engagement, education campaigns. They're creating safe, inclusive spaces, or rather trying to. They're engaging with community programming. They're creating regulations and enforcement. And so one thing to note is that no one community is doing all of it at once. They're doing it in conjunction with some things, a few things. And so different responses will work based on different community needs. And I think that's really important to note as well. So initially, when we started framing this project, Hamilton's initial framing of this project was rather around regulations and enforcement. That's where we sat. And those are really important components. And so we took this 7-layer or 7 ways of dealing with it to the community to see what they would say as a result. And so what the community was saying was something a little bit different, a little more holistic. So the community mentioned proactive leadership and listening to the community as the 2 main ways to tackle this issue, as well as public education, creating safe, inclusive spaces, and community programming. So therefore, we're asking that when you read the report, you take a look at it through this lens of what the community is asking for. So further along, we will make recommendations. We've sort of narrowed it down through our research to 4 main categories. So in December, Council will receive the final recommendations, and it will be under these categories: proactive leadership, centering the community, education and prevention, and regulations and enforcement. And so further, these recommendations will be vetted and refined with targeted community stakeholders in October. That's the next stage of this project, before Council receives the final recommendations report in early December. And that's it for me. Thank you. I'm not quite sure. Had to stop sharing my thing. I hope that worked. Is it still sharing or?
Hi, Sonia. At the top of your screen in WebEx, you'll see a share button. Top
Yes,
left corner. Click. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Sonia. And I had my video off because I was eating an apple and I didn't think you all wanted to see that. So do we have a speakers list? We have no speakers list at this moment. So I need a mover to receive the presentation. It's moved by Councillor Nance, second by Mayor Eisenberger, to receive the presentation. And I believe Councillor Pauls is waving frantically, so I'm going to get her to ask some questions.
Start asking questions. As I was looking at it, has to be to do with policing as well. Do you think I should conflict of interest in this, or am I allowed to vote?
All they say is in doubt, don't.
Okay.
I can't give you that advice. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not the integrity commissioner.
With policing, enforcement, and all that. I'm reading it all. So I will abstain then, okay?
Okay, and then maybe you might want to check with the integrity commissioner just to further that, because I don't believe this is the last time we're going to have this topic come. So you might want to get your advice ahead of time. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I believe I see you waving, and Councillor Clark. So Councillor Wilson first, please.
Thank you. I think Councillor Clark's hand was up before mine. So.
Aw, that's nice of you. Councillor Wilson, do you want to go first? No, Councillor Clark. You can tell I'm getting punchy now, eh?
Yeah, just a little bit. Stop drinking the coffee.
Eating the apple.
Just a question, the recommendations that are before us on the report, we're approving those today? Is that the intention?
I see that John is back online. Let's see if John's video is, or his audio is working. John, is your audio working now?
I'm just calling in. Can you hear me?
Wow,
Yes.
Technology, way to go. Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay, so.
So did you hear the question?
Sorry, what's the question again?
Thank you.
So,
Councillor Clark, can you start again, please?
thank you. So the Hate Prevention and Mitigation Initiative Update, LS 19031 and PW 19068, it has a list of recommendations. Are we approving these today? Is that the intention?
Yes, Councillor. Some of the recommendations that we're putting forward today, these are some of the preliminary recommendations coming. To Sonia's point, there will be some other recommendations that we're bringing forward in December, but we're hoping that with Council's approval today, that will give us, the impetus to start to move forward with some of these more targeted recommendations, and then there will be other recommendations coming later on. So our intention for this report for GIC is to have this potentially approved if Council chooses to do so today through GIC.
Okay, so specific to item B, it reads that city staff prepare a report on hate-related flags and symbols, which would enable City Council to consider options and actions that could be taken to address public display of any racist, hateful, offensive, and insensitive emblems in Hamilton. This has been an ongoing discussion within the community in terms of what ability we have to, in essence, censor these things on our properties in our community. And this implies that we're going to get a report back saying, well, this symbol's not allowed and this symbol's not allowed. And so how will legal be assessing these things from a constitutional standpoint with regards to what we can and cannot? Because we consistently get into the situation where I find it offensive, but the police won't lay a charge because it's not a hate crime. And the city can't do anything about it. And so the language continues. And so now we're talking about emblems and flags. So how are we reconciling that with freedom of expression in Canada?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Chair. What we are finding from other cities that we've mentioned, there's the notion from many community members that people that will display flags or symbols that will be considered as hateful, they also know some of these charter protection as well, so they're using that to just display these symbols. Many cities are now looking for ways to reinforce some of the concerns of their community within legal framework. So what the information, the report we're asking for approval today will help us to do is to let us go back and work with legal. We've got some legal opinion on this, that, that these are some of the things that may be out of our jurisdiction. But I think by going back to have a fulsome report for council, it will help us to consider some of these parameters and then being able to come back with some specific things that we found, and also advise the council accordingly in terms of what can be done within our own legal framework.
Okay, so the clause B doesn't reference any review by legal.
Actually, Madam Chair, it's part of the, it's on page number 4, which talks about the legal review.
I appreciate that, but we're passing a recommendation, and it's the recommendation that counts, not page 4 of the report.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, part of the engagement under the consultation that we've done on this, there's a section that talks about the internal consultation, which is on page 6. So I think, I don't know if our staff lawyer, Susan Nicholson, is on the line, but I think what we're asking GIC or council to consider today will be, yes, we know there will be legal implications for this, but many other cities that we've mentioned in this report, they're also going through the same thing as well. So I think it just helps us to go and And we're not asking that this recommendation should be banning those symbols right off the bat. We're just asking for us to go back as staff to do some of these findings and research, and also getting all these legal opinions, and then we're coming back with that more fulsome report for council's consideration.
I completely agree with you, John, and I support what you're doing. The challenge that I have is that the recommendation, which is all we go by in terms of a resolution approved by council, it's not the report, it's the resolution. We need to reference somehow that there's going to be a legal review, and that would be my suggestion as a friendly amendment.
Point well taken, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will come back to you, Councillor Clark, just to ensure we include that as an amendment and it gets voted on properly. Councillor Wilson, Mayor Eisenberger, and then Councillor Nan. So can I please get Councillor Wilson first, please?
Thank you very much. I have a question for Sonia, if I may, or to John. I'll let them decide. I was really interested in what I thought I heard Sonia say during the presentation, in that I think what she was saying is that sometimes institutions believe that their first course of action and where they should be focusing is on surveillance and penalty. And I think what I heard you say during this consultation is you found in your discussions that that's not what the community wants. They're saying that you need to listen to us and that you need to lead. And you need to help us in leading. Is that what you said, Sonia, or not? Because I really want to understand what it is that you heard on this.
Okay, because I can't see. Sonia,
Okay, Sonia, we just have to get Sonia unhinged. No, muted.
Oh, there we go. John, did you want to answer that? Or
there you go, Sonia.
Thank you.
You want to go ahead, and you want me to?
Yeah, absolutely. So for during the community engagement sessions, we definitely heard across the communities that it was super important that there was proactive leadership, then centering community, listening to the community, followed by education and the last thing, which was community programming. So yeah, you're absolutely right. There was an emphasis on less regulation and less policing versus those other ones.
Thank you. And if I may, could you are you able to, at this point in your report, Sonia, or to John, unpack what you think you heard them define proactive leadership to be? What do they mean by that?
I can jump in.
Yeah.
Very quickly. Through you, Madam Chair. I think what Hamilton is facing in terms of some opportunities that we have around addressing our equity issues, these are not something that is faced only in Hamilton. I think residents are looking for their leaders to be more proactive. For example, we've brought in the motion about flags and symbols, even though to Councillor's earlier point about we may have some legal issues to consider, but at the same time, many cities are looking for ways to demonstrate and show their residents about some leadership things that they're doing to acknowledge some of these systemic issues and also to find a way to address them. So I think part of the work is just to see that sort of active listening to residents, and also the notion that the cities are moving forward to be moving some of these concerns forward. Mm-hmm. It's more of something more proactive, and I think part of these recommendations today will allow us to be able to do that.
Thank you. And would you say to Sonia or John that part of that is a public acknowledgement that there's a problem?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think part of what we've heard is the frustration in terms of acknowledging some of the issues in the city. And I think many cities are also, like I said before, grappling with this. Some have acknowledged racism, systemic racism, discrimination in one shape or form. So I think part of what we've heard is finding a way to be acknowledging some of these issues. But I think through some of this work that we're doing in Hamilton, even with these recommendations that we're bringing forward today, as well as some recommendations that will be coming forward as well. And I think there's the way that people can understand it is when we start to move forward with this. And I think acknowledgement is one thing, but I think action is also another thing. So people want to see that we're taking some actions, and I think some of these recommendations will help us to get to those elements, taking decisive actions.
Thank you. Almost done. Councillor Wilson, if you want to be put on for the second time, I'd be happy to do that for you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Eisenberger, please.
Thank you, Chair, very much. And I just want to turn Sonia to kind of the page 7 of 55 of Appendix A. And, you know, right out of the gate on the first item, you actually say, this report summarizes the input received by, but that input cannot be deemed to be representative in a broader sense of the Hamilton population since it involved such a small sample size. Oh, no, and then you put a disclaimer that it's not necessarily your views either. And so, you know, I don't disagree that we want to explore options. I just worry that we're listening to a narrow slice of our community and not getting that broader community input as well. And so how are we going to accommodate that? Because that's, you know, like in all cases, and, you know, most around the table would argue, you know, have we reached enough people to come to a determination on these, you know, very, very important issues? And so can you explain your disclaimer, the small sample size, and how, you know, the recommendations that we're looking at are now going to be representative of the community at large in many respects?
John, was that for you or for me?
That was for you, Sonia.
Just for me.
I think it's from your report, I think.
No, it is, absolutely. Dr. Rebecca Southerns would do a better way of explaining this, but I think the sample that we did have is still important, and you can't disclaim that it's not, that it doesn't create and provide a wide variety of opinions and voices. They're valid, and there were many ways to engage folks. And unfortunately, sometimes we have apathetic communities or ways that we can't reach people, and it's a hard time too with COVID. So I think as much to say that we didn't reach a huge number of folks, I still think that these are really important community voices that we did hear for this. And
yeah, I'm not.
It's voices that. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thanks, but I mean, I wasn't dismissing the community voices you spoke to. I just wonder how many other community voices are there out there that haven't been spoken to, that would have, you know, thoughts and ideas. I mean, and I'm not trying to create our future Hamilton kind of scenario, but we spend an awful lot of time getting people's views on what they want Hamilton to be. Some 50,000 voices weighed in on those issues. And so, you know, in here we're talking about a very, very narrow sample of voices speaking to very specific issues. And we're taking that as the broader community view in terms of where all of this is going to go. So I just want to make that point. I would ask whether or not there's going to be a broader engagement process before we have finalized, you know, these recommendations. So maybe through you to John or Sonia, is there going to be a broader effort to kind of gauge the kind of community sense? And you know what, I'm not arguing against any of the recommendations, quite frankly. I support them all. I support the notion of Councillor Clark, you know, worried about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and free speech and all of those issues that we get into, you know, more often than not, and we can't be overriding that, in my view. But we need to challenge them and you know, ensure that you know, some of these symbols are challenged and spoken of, and hopefully something we could do something about given the context. So, is there going to be a broader engagement process beyond this, John or Sonia?
John? John, you're going to have to
There
unmute
is going to
yourself.
be. Oh, sorry.
No.
Hello.
Oh, there it is.
Yes. Through you, Madam Chair, I understand, I mean, number one, the impact of COVID itself in terms of being able to let us do more engagement that we wanted to do in the past. So everything obviously went virtual. And so we also, acknowledge just based on the work ourselves as staff, we're not the one leading these conversations. These are led directly by Stage. We're just also there as participants. So I think just based on the staff's observation coming to these meetings, yes, so there are different spectrum from different stakeholders and different groups in the city, attending some of these meetings. We also did, the consultant did a survey as well. That survey also had some other input as well. And that was also layered with some other best practices research that has been done from other cities and from other jurisdictions that they've already dealt with. So in looking at some of these, is there a way we could have done engagement better? I think it's just sort of, based on what the consultants and some of the work that they've done as best as they could as part of during this COVID. And they've also presented as well some of the best practices research that we found from some of this. So I think, my take will be, as staff, we're just there to observe and watch how this has been done. But I think the recommendations brought forward by the consultants showed that what is done by listening to these communities, as well as also overlaying that with some of the best practices research they've done from other jurisdictions.
Thank you, John. And
Mr. Mayor?
last question is on the writing to the Minister of Justice requesting the threshold of hate crime as defined in the criminal code be consistently applied. And so, one of the challenges that our policing has had, and the label that we've been given in terms of the hate capital of Canada, which I think is very unfortunate and I think unfair, it really revolves around the threshold of hate crime that's defined and how that's applied across the country. And, by virtue of the fact that we actually do an excellent job of tracking and monitoring and identifying, as opposed to other municipalities, we've now, been labeled, unfairly, in my view. Can either Sage or John speak to the kind of the inadequacy of how hate crimes are defined across the country between different communities and why it's so important that it's standardized across the country?
Through you, Madam Chair, based on that report, from the research that was done, was found out that there are typically two broader categories of how the hate crimes are being reported. Some will be reporting more on the something that is a little narrow, and others will report something broader. As we understood, the Hamilton Police Service are reporting on the threshold that will allow more hate crimes to be captured, or hate incidents as well, compared to other cities. I think those are what the research found out, and at the Ministry of Justice, this is not staff reports or staff recommendation. It's just something coming directly from Ministry of Justice as we found some of those reports. So I think part of that consistency, as we found out, doesn't allow to, is that like comparing apple to orange at times in terms of how things are being reported and classified. And so by making this consistent in terms of staff recommendation will allow us as well to at least being able to, tell that narrative a little bit in terms of how that data is being reported across different police formations or law enforcement agencies across the country.
That's great, John.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Mayor.
that,
You're on your
piece of
5
research.
minutes.
And so I'll thank them for their answers. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I have Councillor Nan for first time, then we're going to Councillor Wilson for second time, and I'll be going to Councillor Clark for his amendment. So Councillor Nan, first time. I can't hear you, sorry.
Thank you,
There it
Deputy
is.
Mayor. Thank you to staff and the consultants for the presentation and the report. Definitely in favor of all the recommendations that are before us. As it relates to item B, I would be happy to support a motion or amendment to include a legal lens to the very many different emblems and symbols of hate that are out there in the community, and not just from a perception base, but from a very rigorous research-based analysis. We know that whether it's CSIS or other federal level policing that has been keeping a sharp eye on the rise of domestic terrorism and hate-based organizations and groups in Canada, that symbolism has definitely changed. And I think parochially, and if you were to ask the average Hamiltonian what is a symbol of hate, most people would likely identify one or two symbols. And I think the other component to letter B in the recommendations is that we might be able to expand public education and awareness on hate symbols as they occur in our community, given that I believe in the previous hate-based activity report that the HPS put forward, graffiti was kind of the highest incident of hate-based activity in the police and that which is documented. So on that point to staff, is that also part of the intention with recommendation B in terms of helping raise awareness of all of the varying and diverse symbols and emblems of hate that currently are out there?
Through you, Madam Chair, that would be correct. We found out that many of these symbols, even based on reports from other cities as well, that a lot of people don't understand why a certain symbol will be offensive or be considered offensive in many ways. So we see a public education component as part of this work as well.
I appreciate it. And I also, in terms of the report, had a chance to look at the numbers and occurring around the same time that we were doing our outlook.
Councilor Nan, we missed that complete question because you're cutting in and out. Maybe if you cut off your video, maybe we hear you clearly. I'm sorry, I just want to hear your question properly.
No, it's been frustrating. It's been cutting out. Can you hear me now?
Those days. Yes, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for flagging that. The last point was around participation and engagement. So it mentioned that there were 600 visits to the site and then 91 completions of the survey. So if this were to pass today, is there anything that we can do as a council or through communications to help support getting information about the engagement process moving forward out into the community a little wider? Is that something that you'll be asking from us? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. I think like COVID-19 obviously has played a big role in terms of the ability to do, like I said, the regular engagement that we used to do. Whatever we can do, I mean, any help we can get from councillor to get the word out is something that, I know for sure that the consultants will be interested in, as well as staff, to get that out. So we will find a way to, whatever opportunity that will look like, we'll be very pleased to be contacting council on this for support.
Thank you. And final question through you, Deputy Mayor, to staff. My office will be hosting a series of community wellness and safety virtual meetings over the course of the fall. The last one is on neighborhood resilience, and we had identified hate-based activity or concerns to be one of the topics to be discussed in there. So I'd be more than happy or pleased if the timing works out to work with staff for the consultants to extend the virtual forum to get more engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to Councillor Wilson and then going back to Councillor Clark. Just actually we'll receive the presentation, then I'll go to Councillor Clark for his amendment. Thank you. So Councillor Wilson, you're on.
Thanks. I think my question is probably for Sonia. And I just want to make sure we're clear from a social science perspective, because a point was raised or a question was raised about the small sample size, and we're not asking enough people. And here's the dilemma. I'd like you to help me understand it. If the overwhelming majority of your community are of certain persons, and they're not probably because of the color of their skin or who they love subjected to hate or have experience with hate, how does that inform your work when some people are maybe saying that you're not asking enough people, and someone would respond, well, if you ask everybody, not everybody is subjected to hate because of who they are. And so by necessity, your sample size is going to be a little smaller, or their lived experience is going to be different than the broader community. I'm not articulating that well. I'm a little concerned about, as we move forward, if there's a narrative that this is not representative or it's not capturing enough. How do you respond to not everybody has those same experiences, and we maybe have to capture some voices more than others? I don't know. Does that make sense, that question?
Yeah, absolutely. It does make sense. I think that you're absolutely right. It's so difficult when folks don't feel like they have the lived experience of the issue, and that they feel that they can't maybe comment, or that they don't feel like that they have anything to do with it, rather than the onus of everyone creating a safe city and living up to the values of the city. So I think you're right. We can't say that just because 300 people, were part of this project, that we didn't hear enough voices, because we are hearing from people who have lived experience of this issue, and it's a big issue for more than just these 300 people. These are just people who are able to speak to it. And like John had mentioned, COVID has really impacted our engagement with folks. People are tired. We also have to think about Lives Matter. We have to think about the Pride report. People are a bit grief stricken. They're exhausted. And so it's hard to say, like, a strategic plan had 500, 50, 100,000 people be part of it. And because it's such different times right now, and people don't have access to internet, and people don't have access to surveys, and there might be people who feel comfortable sharing that information. And so there's a lot to consider when we're doing research, and a lot to consider about input from the community. So it's not just a numbers game, and that's why it's tricky to say, only 300 people commented and therefore we didn't get enough sample. I feel like these voices speak through a wide range of communities. It's not one community saying there's an issue. As our community listening sessions were designed in such a way that we would hear from each community, so at least we'd have pockets of folks who are in a community that were able to speak to stuff. So I think that's really important. So that's why the process and the engagement was designed in that way. So we had a specific group for Indigenous folks. We had a specific group for BIPOC population. We had a specific group for the LGBTQ2+ community. So yeah, I think, does that kind of speak to it or answer it?
Yes. Thank you so much. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, first time speaker, Councillor Jackson.
Am I on, Madam Deputy Mayor? No.
Yes, sir.
Oh, am I on? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And my apologies, Madam Deputy Mayor, and to staff that I got pulled away from the meeting for about 15 minutes, so forgive me. I'm glad Councillor Clark and the Mayor have raised some important points on especially the B part. And so through you to Manager Ariel, John, this may seem like an inane question, but I just want to make sure the whole thing about in the plurality of the democracy we live in Canada, the multicultural aspect, multi-religion, multilinguistic, multi-religious, and all the diversities that we have to respect and coexist with each other. And I'm against any hate of any type and any stripe. However, I just want to make sure B part is not going down, Madam Deputy Mayor, the path of all the wonderful cultural groups we have in our city multicultural groups, ethnocultural, racial groups of all the ancestral backgrounds within their own cultural centers, community centers, churches, synagogues, whatever, temples, mosques, whatever it might be. This is not going down the path at all that flags of any type, because from the old country, historic context where there may have been friction and battles from one nation to another, from one peoples to another peoples, I want to make sure B part is not going down that path of saying that flying a flag proudly at your cultural center in the plurality and democracy of Hamilton and Canada that we live in may not be allowed in the future. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to John.
Thank you, John.
Through you, Madam Chair. That will be part of the report that we'll be bringing back to City Council that will have very good detail in terms of some of the consideration that we need to consider moving forward with legal advice as well on this. Like I mentioned before too, even if council approves this, we're not going to be the first city that is looking into this. There are many cities as well. They're also looking into something like this, so we can assure council that we do our due diligence to learn some of this work and then bringing something together for council's consideration that will have a great depth of putting a lot of eyes into some of these issues to make sure that we can do that very well with due diligence.
Manager Ario, that sounded like a wonderful diplomatic answer. I'm just going to put it on the table. I am the first one that loathes any form of hatred from one particular group, individual to another. But I know there are dozens upon dozens of cultural groups in our city within their own private community centers that fly their flags very proudly. But over in the old countries, nation to nation, it would create some conflict, battles, wars, whatever it might be on political grounds, religious grounds, whatever. But we're in Canada, and if this is potentially cracking a little opening in the door that, you know what, all particular types of cultural flags of any kind of diversity we will eliminate because, well, let's everyone be on an equal footing and let's not have anyone prominent. I cannot support that. I'm just, Madam Deputy Mayor, putting that on the table. And if that seems really extreme in my commentary, I'd rather get that out there now. I could only think of something like the World Cup, where the fierceness of cultural groups, racial groups that confront one another for the competition of sport and championship. I know I'm using maybe a softer analogy, but I just want to make sure that the protection of identification of who groups are in our city that have come here from faraway lands is protected, and their right to fly their homeland flag proudly will not be removed. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
And thank you, Councillor Jackson. I was just going to remind you of your time limit. I have Councillor Eisenberger. Dr. Eisenberger, I think we had you yesterday. So, Mr. Mayor.
Your worshipfulness, I do appreciate. If you want to throw that out every once in a while, thank you.
Hang on, I haven't stopped laughing. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's what my wife says to me all the time when I raise that. Thank you. Listen, I did circulate to all members of council a statement around racism and discrimination a couple of weeks ago. I think one of the recommendations and one of the issues that has come out of this has been an acknowledgement of the problem and the challenge that we face relative to racism and discrimination. So I'm gonna circulate it once again to all members of council, and possibly we could speak in unison on this issue at council upcoming when this comes. So I'll circulate it one more time. I'm not going to read it out. I think we'll keep it amongst us at this point. But I think acknowledging the challenges for racism and discrimination is step number one. Doesn't absolve all the work that needs to happen. We did exactly the same thing at the Police Services Board. Councillor Jackson and Collins and I and others, including the police service, jointly came together and made a statement that I think is really the beginning of future change in terms of how we deal with these issues. So I'm going to recirculate that once again. It's intended to be a statement between council and senior management or the corporation. And so I'll circulate it one more time and see if we can get consensus on that, prior to going to council. So thank you for letting me share that.
Thank you. And now we're going to receive the presentation from John and Sonia. So I have Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Marula, to receive the presentation. It will be an electronic vote. It's good to see you, John. I'm sorry all the technical difficulties, but you overcome it all. Good for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Jackson, we don't have, can you give thumbs up, please, Councillor Jackson? Oh, we haven't set the vote out yet. Sorry, she was looking for your name, sir. Yeah. God, it's charades. We're just putting you back on the list, Councillor Jackson, because you weren't here for the last vote. Right. It's Grand Central here. Control Center. I have Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Marula. And folks, I'm picking people at random as you appear on my screen so everybody can be included today in the meeting somehow. Councillor Clark, have you got the vote there? And if not, just thumbs up. Thumbs up from Councillor Clark. Councillor Whitehead's not there. That's it, Stephanie? Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So I am going to ask Councillor Clark and seconded by Councillor Nan to approve 8.8. Before we approve it, I'm going to Councillor Clark for the amendment. So Councillor Clark, can we unmute him, please?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I still had two questions.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm hoping that's not too late.
No, it's not. I apologize. We had you down on the list, and I think we thought it was just for the amendment, and that's why you were taken off the speakers list. My apologies. John's
That's
still on,
okay.
and so is Sonia. Go ahead.
I get abused all the time. It's okay. Can I get a question to our staff or the consultant? So there's the population in Hamilton, we're 600,000 people, maybe a little bit more than that now these days. Do we know the percentages of the different racial groups and ethnocultural groups that are living within Hamilton?
John?
For you,
there you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think from my recollection in terms of stats, I think there is one. We've always said there's one out of four Hamiltonian is born from outside of the country. So I think in terms of the demographics itself, I don't know that detail, but we've always said it's 1 out of 4 Hamiltonian. In terms of the diversity of our community.
So 25% of our community are newcomers. I'm paraphrasing. So to the consultant, I'm trying to understand how we have a validity in our survey when we only surveyed 91 people. When 25% of our total population of 600,000 plus are newcomers, clearly there's more people out there that should be surveyed. So how did we come to the determination that we were going to survey 91 people.
Thank you. Sonia? You're on.
Hi, I'm just going to introduce Dr. Rebecca Southerns, and I think she can add some to it. She just popped into the meeting. So Rebecca, if you don't mind, to answer that question.
There you are.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Dr. Southerns. Thank you for joining us. We're just nearing the ending, and we've got a good question coming. Did you hear Councillor Clark's question, or would you like to have it repeated?
No, I did hear it. Thanks very much. And
Thank
my
you.
apologies. I had one meeting that I couldn't miss today, and I was here all morning and then just rejoined you now. So I'm sorry I missed the key moment that I needed to be there for. I'm sure Sonia handled it very well on our behalf.
She did.
It was not that we set out to survey 91 people. It was that the survey was put out in the community for a 2-week period, I believe it was. I don't have the dates in front of me. And the number of people that your communication staff publicized that survey through a new platform on Engage Hamilton. We were delighted to be able to pilot that as part of this project. We had several hundred people visit the site, and 91 people chose to complete the full survey. And so in no way are we indicating that this is representative either of the full population of Hamilton, nor even of its population born outside of Canada. It is what it is in terms of how many people chose to fill in the survey.
Okay, so, and I appreciate that, Doctor, and thank you for popping in. This is perfect timing. So if I'm trying to assess the level of racism, discrimination, and bigotry that is existing in our community, and I have acknowledged that it exists from day one, and we have 25% of our population who are newcomers, then I'm trying to understand why the city or the consultant would not have gone out with a larger survey, and when they came across people who were newcomers, racialized individuals, people with ethnic, cultural, LGBTQ community members, then there were additional questions that were asked of those individuals so that we had a better understanding of how pronounced this issue is, rather than it only coming through a very small subset of people. Because when I'm trying to assess this in my ward, it's challenging. And so I'm not sure what that beep was. Maybe it's my heart. I'm probably dying here. Can you respond to that? Could we have done a more comprehensive survey so that we actually got to a larger number of newcomers, so that we had a larger validity to the test results? Because when I'm reading the answers to the questions, and you have 40 people say that Hamilton's not the best place to raise a child, or any number of other questions, it's very easy to take those stats and misinterpret them into a broader issue without having some veracity in terms of what's really happening in our community on a broad basis.
Thanks very much for that question. I would say a number of things in response, actually. I would say one is that if there had been a decision made to invest in a statistically significant sample, that probably would have been conducted by telephone, by postal code. That's it is another approach that was taken, and when the engage or can be taken, and when this particular engagement process was designed both pre-COVID and then adapted during COVID, the way that we decided to do it was, as I said, to leverage the new Engagement HQ platform that Hamilton has invested in, which will be an ongoing, persistent platform for community engagement for the city. And then also to specifically reach out, as you've mentioned, to folks who have experienced this, and from a statistical point of view, based on largely police reported stats, but also through the other evidence of who is experiencing this most often. And I just want to clarify that it is not only newcomers. The groups we know in Hamilton from the reported statistics that are experiencing hate incidents most often are certainly not only newcomers, and this is not only a race-based issue. And so we did reach out to various equity-seeking groups to participate in that particular way. So we have a series of a variety of information sources, including those reported statistics from the police, from Statistics Canada and other things, recognizing that various of those information sources I don't want to say contradict each other, but certainly the community feedback we got, for example, would have called into question the locally reported statistics, because they would have said that those are vastly underreported, as one example. So you're absolutely right that as decision makers, you are going to need to take into account not just the messaging that we're giving you, but your confidence in the methodology to get it. And we're showing you at this point what's been done up to now, alongside research into what the community has been doing, what other communities have been doing. And taking that full data set will inform the recommendations report that council will be seeing in December.
Thank you for that. And so, Madam Deputy Mayor, question for our city manager then. So we had in the first round of the consultations with the Committee Against Racism, when we were dealing with the HARC reboot, approximately 500 people that we had gathered emails from and we were communicating with, but it was still a narrow subset of the larger population. Now we have even a smaller subset. Was there consideration at any time of having a much larger survey by telephone? And the 25% newcomers, that was the item that John gave me, not that I provided. I'm understanding that StatsCan has breakdowns of the number of racialized people, the number of people in our community from all different ethnocultural communities. So how do we reach out to them? Because they're a large subset of 600,000, not just 91 people. To the city manager.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Clark. I guess I will go back and remind Council, we've got a number of different initiatives going on, and this specific one came out of the work where we had the protests and dueling protests, for that matter, on the forecourt. And so the intent of this project was to get feedback on the draft policy that we brought forward to say, is that really the best way to approach this issue? So it wasn't meant to be a broad of purpose to get an extent of hate incidents in the city. We certainly could do that as a follow-up if council would like to direct us to do that. The intent really was to get feedback on the policy. That was the direction. Is this the right approach? And based on what we're hearing is, they say the policy is nice, but it's all these other things that are important as well, as Sonia mentioned. So we're certainly, if council would like us to direct it to do a broader survey, we can do that. It just wasn't the intent of this project per se, based on the council direction. Thank you.
I guess the challenge that I have with that, Madam City Manager, is that when I'm reading the questions that were asked of the 91 respondents, it was much broader in its intent than simply the forecourt of City Hall. Is Hamilton a welcoming city? Hamilton embraces and celebrates inclusion and diversity. Is Hamilton the best place to raise a child? I always feel safe in these communities. I rarely feel safe in these, and on and on. So if we're going to assess our community of 600,000 plus, and I really should find out what that actual stat is. The mayor can help me out, I'm sure. And its impact on our racialized and community groups that are truly feeling discrimination and racism, if not on a daily event, it's happening in a regular time frame for them. Then why wouldn't we have been reaching out to the broader public so that we can then say to the broader public and those who are saying that there is no racism in Hamilton, see, we did a survey of this larger, broader community, and here's the outcome. So I'm baffled why we would continue to keep it so narrow in scope. I'm not suggesting for a moment that it minimizes what we're hearing from folks. I think we should be hearing from more racialized people, more people of ethnic cultural diversity, more people from the LGBT. We should be hearing from our citizens at large and not simply 91 people.
So thank you. If I could just add in, and certainly Rebecca's welcome, the the broader survey was done, but you're correct, it was self-selected. So only those that were interested did complete the survey.
It was 91 people.
Yes. So again, if if council would like us to do a broader survey, we could go back, look at the budget, and make that part of the project. I don't
Well,
know.
let me ask you a question then, as city manager. If we're going to be creating broad public policy for the city of Hamilton, should we be basing it on a narrow subset of results or a larger subset?
So through you, I think it's a challenging issue because for those that haven't experienced it, they may not believe it's an issue. And we certainly
Perhaps you
could.
didn't hear me earlier, Madam City Manager, sorry for interrupting, but I had suggested that the broader telephone survey could be broad in some areas, and then if we find someone on the phone who self-identifies as racialized, then the survey could change the questions so that we're getting into that larger subset. So I'm not suggesting to do a survey that where the largest population says, well, I've never experienced racism, so it doesn't exist. That's not my intent. My intent is to find out how broad-based it is amongst those who are racialized and have and are diversified.
So if I can suggest at this point, because well over the 5-minute rule, and my apologies, this is on me, no one else. So Councillor Clark, I'm coming back to you for an amendment. Anyways, I would ask if you would please create another amendment to maybe satisfy your questioning, which is good.
I was respectfully, Madam Chair, and I understand that I'm out of time, but I'd like an answer to the question.
Okay, well, listen to the answer, and then I'll go to Councillor Marula, and I'll come back to you. Thank you. City Manager Smith, please.
Through you to all members of council, thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, Councillor Clark, if it's always better to have as inclusive survey as we can to get a full picture, and if that would be council's direction, we'd be more than happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, and going to Councillor Marula, and then coming back to Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the issue of the 25% newcomers, I find that an incredibly large number. I presume that captures anyone that's ever immigrated here for the last 50 years, because anyone born outside of Canada. Can I just get confirmation on that through you, Madam Chair?
Can John know this answer?
Through you, Madam Chair. My understanding of the 25%, when we say 1 out of 4, we're talking about racialized.
John, can you please speak up? John, sorry, can you please speak up? Maybe if everybody else just mutes their mic, that might just help boost John's power. Thanks, John. Sorry.
Through you, Madam Chair. When we talk about that 25%, as far as I know, anyways, I'm not our stat person, but I can, from what we've worked with in terms of data, that 25% will cover racialized individuals in the city, not necessarily newcomers, but I think that's my understanding of the data, but I stand corrected on the actual data in terms of what that 25% represents.
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, you're muted, sir. Everybody muted themselves, sorry, and you did so. No, to Councillor Marilla, please.
Is this good now?
Yeah, thank you. And if you could.
I'm sorry?
You're fine, sorry, sir. We were just talking amongst ourselves who should be muted. Go ahead.
Okay, so I need clarity on it because I think we're getting mixed messages. I think it was said that they were newcomers as in new immigrants. Now we're getting, I guess, a different perspective. Can we have, I guess we can take it offline. I just need clarity on what that 25% actually means. So if someone can help me out today, great. If not, no worries. An email would be fine. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And Councilor
So nobody has, I'm sorry, nobody has the answer today?
Oh, I'm sorry. John, do you have the answer today, or can you give it back to Councilor Marula offline?
Sorry, Madam Chair, yes, we can certainly do that offline.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Councillor Clark, I'm coming back to you as a third time speaker, and then Councillor Eisenberger, or sorry, Mayor Eisenberger, third time speaker as well. So Councillor Clark, do you have any further questions to ask? Who's waving? Okay.
Oh, sorry, am I good to go?
Yes, you have any more questions, sir?
I don't have any further questions, but I think we should get a clearer picture of the stats. I'm seeing some emails bouncing back and forth, and it's hard for me to keep up with everything that's going on right now. But some of the stats are showing the East Indian community as a very large and rising population in the Hamilton area, South Asia. And I thank Councillor Nan for sending me that by text. So it would be helpful if we understood that number so that we could have a better understanding as to how we're going to survey our community to understand exactly how broad-based the impacts of racism and discrimination are in our current community. With regards to item B, you asked me for some type of amendment. It was only going to be a friendly amendment. I'm simply suggesting that we have our legal staff review it from the section of freedom of expression, freedom of association under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to ensure that what that staff are going to propose about these symbols, we can actually do.
So, Councillor Clark, my apologies again. We were trying to figure out first, second, third time speakers here, and my understanding is that you thought it would be just a friendly amendment, which is good. But I believe Stephanie did send it out to everybody, and it sounds like everybody is on board with it. So I would still like to entertain it as an amendment so that it's put into the staff report properly.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen it from Stephanie, so I don't know what we're talking about, and we're in a meeting, so.
About an hour ago, no. And we'll come back to your amendment in a minute. So if you want to go look through your email box and find it. And I've got Councillor Whitehead as a first-time speaker, and then go to Mayor Eisenberger for third time. So Councillor Clark, are your questions finished at this point in time? I'll come back to you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. And I did indicate at the beginning of the meeting, Madam Chair, that my system is being worked on. So
yeah,
they had a
that's fine.
Option. The question I have is what I noted, and I first of all, I got clear even in the report because I went to a peace rally and hate broke out. So I need to understand the difference between how these things actually function. So I was there at a rally to protect, defend against hate, and yet the experience I had at that rally and some of the participants was in fact hate. So help me understand how are we going to define this in different sets of rules. So we have one group coming in protesting for Christmas, another a celebration and signage of Christmas. Another group comes in and says, no, that's you can't bring religion into politics, and it's not all inclusive. And now you're having a real battle between these two groups in the context of their very strong positions. Help me understand how we define hate.
And we'll just have to unmute you first. Go ahead, ma'am.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for your question. We will, the way we've been working on this in the report and in the project thus far is to use accepted definitions. And actually, I heard the Chief of Police quote one of these earlier today in terms of what is considered legally a hate crime would be a narrower definition from hateful incidents, and a narrower again from perhaps discriminatory behavior, which would in fact be narrower again than the kind of behaviors you would maybe want to promote in a city like Hamilton that speaks to wanting to be inclusive and diverse. And so part of what the challenges of this kind of project is not just it is a definitional issue, but it's also an aspirational one to say, are we looking to define things narrowly in terms of maybe the charter or other legal definitions of hate crime? Or are we looking as a city to promote a sort of a broader understanding of what hateful incidents look and feel like, and promote more inclusion and welcoming and belonging in that sense? And so in some ways, back to what the city manager mentioned a few minutes ago, that's actually been one of the maybe ahas through the course of this project, is to say the way it was initially framed was very much in terms of policy and regulations and enforcement, and we could land there. But what we're hearing, both from this community and from our research with other communities, is that a broader definitional frame for this seems to be preferable from the community's point of view, but also does make things quite messy from a legislative or enforcement point of view. And so we will be clearer about specific definitions of specific elements in the final report that you'll receive in December for sure. But for the moment, I think it's important for council to recognize that there are strict, narrow legal definitions and then broader aspirational definitions you might hold as leaders.
So I guess what I'm getting at is it's confrontation I want to avoid when you have different very strong, passionate organizations that, and I just give you an example, non-Christians, Christians, Christmas, non-Christmas celebration, or city putting a sign up on the wall. These can be very passionate in conversations that are taking place. And I would suggest strongly it's the behavior I want to handle as well. And I hope that we're not just tackling hate, which we need to do without any question. It's a profound issue. But behavior, because the last thing I want is what was perceived as a peace rally, lining up people that go after a different organization as they perceive as a hate rally, which is creating conflict and that kind of behavior I want to avoid as well. So I'm hoping we're incorporating that piece in, because confrontation in that element creates even more polarized positions, more anger, and more issues. So I just hope we capture the behavior piece in the hate piece in the context of the policy. Thank you.
And thank you. I'm going to Mayor Eisenberger and then going back to Councillor Clark. So Mayor Eisenberger. We need to unmute him, please. Stop. That's okay. We're getting a little punchy in here.
I dare not touch anything because I know you're getting a little punchy in there.
Yeah, we can.
We all are probably at this point because we've, it's 7 o'clock in the morning somewhere. The community initiative staff, in consultation with legal services staff, be directed to prepare a report on hate-related flags and symbols. I think that covers, I think, what hopefully Councillor Clark will put forward. I'll second that for sure. And I want to thank Councillor Clark for kind of more eloquently identifying what I was trying to get at in terms of small sample size. So the very first question I asked was, isn't this a very narrow view of what we're implementing in terms of broad city policy? And I totally respect the fact the origins of this was the City Hall forecourt, but the impacts of the policy that we're going to make are going to be citywide. And so I fully support the notion that we find a broader engagement process, lived experience and otherwise, that will help inform this decision-making policy that we're going through. And if that means additional resources, then so be it. Tell us what that is. So I'm more than happy to move that at the appropriate time to have our staff report back as to what that looks like. I think the 25% number is reasonably accurate. I think we more often than not identify ourselves as the second most diversified community in the country, Toronto being number one. Diversity being people that were either born somewhere else or are marginalized, racially marginalized, LGBTQ, which I think is underreported. I think there's far more than is acknowledged in terms of stats and numbers. And so at the appropriate time, Madam Chair, if you want to come back to me, I will secondarily move a motion to ask our staff to come back with some thoughts and ideas about how we broaden out that sample size, but beyond the very narrow sample size that we're basing these policy decisions on at the moment.
Thank you. I actually, with all due respect, I was going to go back to Councillor Clark because of the amendment that he was speaking about earlier, and that was to allow the legal staffs to review it. But also, Councillor Clark was also talking about the methodology as well. So I don't know whether you're prepared, Councillor Clark, to put your amendments through now because we're ready. All the speakers list have been exhausted. So Councillor Clark, it's in your hands.
Thank you. So I'm fine with the mayor moving his amendment at the appropriate time. I'm still concentrating on this one that Councillor Paparella, Clerk Paparella.
It's Dr. Paparella today.
Everyone's getting a promotion today except me. The only thing that I would add to it, Madam Clerk, is it's not just in consultation with the legal staff, but it's specifically to how the charter applies with freedom of expression and freedom of association, because those are the ones that we constantly are finding ourselves at loggerhead. We want to do something and then we're told, no, you can't do that because of this. And so we need to have that somehow in that report. So that would be my only suggestion.
So I think Councillor Paparella's got an idea.
No, sorry, I just wanted clarification. So with legal services staff, with respect to the charter, and I'm sorry, you cut out in my headset on the other.
Sorry, a section that deals with, I'm not doing this well today, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Freedom of expression and freedom of association are two distinct sections under the Charter of Rights and Freedom, and both of those would apply to this clause. So that's what I would like to have referenced.
Okay, thank you.
So that will be our first amendment. I'll go to the mayor for the second one. So Stephanie, are you comfortable just reading it all out again? The amendment for B, please. You're not on.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm sorry, I think I'm still missing a few words. I have that community initiative staff in consultation with legal staff with respect to the charter, well, I've got it backwards, with respect to freedom of expression and freedom of, I'm missing a word there, in the
association,
charter.
In the association, in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That would be correct. Thank you. You're much better at this.
She's really good.
Yes, she is. She's still listening, isn't she?
Yes, I am. I wouldn't shut off during that time.
I'm trying to get pizza out of her.
I will get it all right. By the time it hits my report, the wording will be right.
And that's still a friendly amendment. It doesn't need to have my name attached. I'm fine with we as
and
group
report
doing
back
it.
to GIC.
Thank you.
And report back to GIC. Thank you. And now, Mayor Eisenberger, any amendments you want to put forward, formal amendments you want to put forward at for this approval, please.
Yeah, I would move that staff report back on a look at having a larger sample size consulted in the broader community, whether either a lived experience or otherwise.
Okay, you're going to have to speak a little slower. Poor Stephanie. How did you do?
You just said she was good.
She's really good.
I can hear you.
I thought you could.
Rats.
I'm going to pay for that remark, I can tell.
She's still online,
no,
isn't she?
No. That's okay. I will have it
Is she looking at me right now? No, I'm kidding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got that close enough.
Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much. And so that is, I'm going to treat that as an amendment, Mayor Eisenberger, and seconded by Councillor Clark. So can we please put that one to a vote? But is it easier, Steph, if we just put a hand vote?
No, because now I've started.
No. Okay. Okay.
Well, thank you. So we're going to add a subsection E.
And Madam Chair, if at some point staff could get back to us on how much the hate mitigation consultation has cost us so far?
Thanks. John, if you have the answer ready now, that's fine. If not, it can come back. Uh-oh, we're back to that problem again. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just seeking clarification from the mover. I wrote it down. So staff, directing staff to report back on looking at a larger sample size
In the broader community.
in the broader community. I guess I'm just asking some clarification on the purpose. Is the purpose of going out and seeking a broader sample, are you, to the mover, asking staff to inform us on the methods of going out, and or is it to confirm or detract from or further enrich, the information that we've received so far? And I'm just wanting to know what the purpose is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor
And the method.
Eisenberger. The intent of your motion is?
To ask more people the very same questions that were asked of the 91 individuals in a broader, bigger, larger sample size in our community. And I would say that lived experience would be the best sample to acquire, however that can be achieved. But that's the intent. It's not to detract, not to take away from, certainly to add to kind of the broader perspective on these very questions that were asked of the 91 sampled lived experience folks.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you still have the floor.
Oh, thanks. So just trying to push the written survey out to a broader audience is what I've heard.
Correct.
Thank you. If I could ask in terms of qualitative and quantitative scientific study, does that mean to the doctor, do we have to change in terms of our triangulation of consultation and what we receive? Do we have to change anything, or we can just, in your opinion, do this and everything's fine? I'm thinking particularly of the focus groups, the listening groups. I think was the term you used.
Dr. Southerns?
Yes, thanks. Through you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure I completely understand the question, so if I only answer part of it, please come back to me with the other
Sure.
part. I heard what you said just now about pushing the survey out to a broader sample. That, in methodological terms, is a little bit different than, for example, hiring a polling firm to do an actually statistically significant sample that would be of a particular percentage of Hamilton's full population. So it's a different methodology, right? Letting people know that there is a survey available is different than phoning a certain number until you reach a certain threshold. So
correct.
It would be helpful to have that distinction. I think the other thing that I just want to make sure that folks are aware of is that, and you would have seen this in the report and the slide deck, we did have over 600 people visit the survey, and 91 people fully completed it. So you can make your own conclusion about that. I don't know whether 600 people would have made you feel better or whether that number would also need to be higher. But people, that is a notable number of people not to complete the survey who did show up at the site. And we have some anecdotal guesses, frankly, about why that is in this particular case. But I wouldn't want to go on the record with them in the sense that I would be honestly guessing about that. But what I can say from my experience is that the completion rate was lower than usual relative to the visit rate, and the visit number was 608. But I still know that that is a 1 in 1,000, not not higher than that in terms of their overall population.
Thank you. That was really helpful to me. So if I could just reiterate in real simple layman's terms, you're saying that two things I think I heard. If we're trying to get more people to fill out the survey, that's one thing. But if the goal is because there was also a lot of comments about, is it representative, etc. This is not going to be a polling exercise, in that we're not looking for a specific cross section that is representative of the community. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on the intent if we're going to do this. And then further to your point, my own opinion is that when you're talking about these lived experiences, these are sometimes really hard things to talk about. And it's helpful to be in that listening circle with people like you or not like you, so that a survey doesn't capture. And I was more interested in those listening tables or circles than trying to fill out a survey, which captures sometimes some really ugly, jarring, or not things. So.
Okay, thank you. And the amendment is on the table, moved by Mayor Eisenberger, second by Councillor Clark. And I have all the except for Councillor Wilson. Oh, Councillor Clark. Sorry, Councillor Clark.
This is frustrating when we can't get heard. So I want to clarify. I understand the way the wording of the motion is. If I can ask the doctor, can we not do a telephone survey where we reach out to the broader community? And then during that survey, we're able to narrow it down to racialized people and people who have experienced racism and discrimination, or the trying to get to the population that is diversified, so that we can get a survey that is of a larger number of folks. Can we not do that in a telephone survey?
Through you, Madam Chair, is it possible? Yes. Will people have a high likelihood of wanting to engage in that kind of conversation by a random telephone survey? I would say that's doubtful. Would I say that? Yeah, I think, I mean, yes.
I'm sorry, Doctor. So the questions that you asked in your survey, you're saying that in a larger survey, people would be doubtful if they would answer them?
I'm saying that calling somebody for a randomized telephone survey, you get a different type of response and willingness to respond compared to people who are choosing to answer it by visiting a site that they have chosen to visit. So what we have done is kind of a magnet pull technique right now. Hey, this survey is there, please answer if you're interested. That's very different than getting a phone call over your dinner hour to ask you if you will answer a survey. And in light of a comment, I think that it was you that made a moment ago, I just want to clarify also the likelihood of being able to transfer the exact questions into a telephone survey might be low, that we would be able to probe certain things similarly, but the way you design an online survey that someone chooses to come to is slightly different than the way that you would organize the questions in a phone survey, just even in terms of the length. And then if we needed to go deeper into particular kinds of lived experience, it would make it even deeper again. I would need to consult with a polling company for that, willing to do so if you direct us that way, but it is a different skill set and methodology than what we were directed to use for this. Happy to do so if we are directed to do so, but it isn't apples to apples in this example.
So then let me ask you a question then. How would we increase the number of respondents to the survey? 91 is a very small response rate to create broad public policy.
With respect, thank you for that. It is a small sample size for sure. So there are ways to do that. I think what I would say is you're right that a randomized telephone survey could be one. Another way would be leaving the survey open longer with increased communications effort to get it out to a wider population so that we continue the pull rather than the push methodology, but with greater oomph and enthusiasm to try to get people to answer that. Interestingly, and I don't know if this was brought up earlier, my apologies if I missed it, we did compare the demographic profile of those that answered the survey with the demographic profile of Hamilton. And it mirrored it very closely, which was actually surprising to us. We thought perhaps that when you do this kind of poll survey, it would attract particular subsets of your population more highly than others. And interestingly, unlike the listening sessions, which were targeted to equity-seeking groups and folks who've experienced hate in their lives in Hamilton, the survey, although small, is a closer reflection of what Stats Canada would describe as your broader population. So that would tell me that if we did push the survey harder and ended up with a larger sample size of this same thing, we may, you know, get some useful information. But I would draw again your attention to the fact that 1 in 6 people actually completed the survey despite going into the site to do so. And so we would need to dig into why that number is as low as it is.
So can I ask the mayor to read his motion again and have the doctor respond as to whether or not she can work with that motion to broaden the scope? Or broaden the number of respondents, sorry, not scope.
Sure.
So, Mr. Mayor, do you want to read it out or the way that Stephanie has put it in?
Yeah, I think Stephanie's got it. So.
I figured.
She's good. She can read it.
Stephanie's good.
And to be fair, it's for them to report back on how we do that. So the very question you ask is okay, we broaden the sample size through whatever means, we don't know what that is yet, and have them report back to council and to the chief. That's the intent.
So Stephanie, please.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I still have to wordsmith it a little bit, but it was that staff be directed to review how to look at a larger sample size to get a view of the better community, and I will wordsmith this, and report back to the General Issues Committee with options. So they would be reporting back on how to do it and costs associated, et cetera.
Thank you. And Doctor, does that give you the latitude to come back with some options to our staff?
My understanding is that that's the wording that you said, is to review options of how to do it and come back to GIC with possible options of how. I'm hearing is we're not coming back with a larger sample size yet. We're coming back with options of how to get one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And I want to stress again, the intent is not to try to negate the outcome of the survey of the 91 respondents. It's to ensure that we have a broader number of respondents reporting so that we can feel more comfortable when we start to develop public policy. I thank you for that. I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your motion.
Thank you, everyone. So we canceled the vote because no one could register to speak. So that's why this grew up of the speaking, and I apologize for that. So Councillor Nan, I believe you had a question, and then we're going to go to the vote, please. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. That last round of questions helped clarify the options on how to increase the sample size of those with lived experience of hate. If I got that last part wrong, then it'd be helpful to clarify. The last question I have in relation to the amendment that's before us is, will this impact the overall timeline of the final report and recommendation? As I assume, as was earlier mentioned by the doctor and Sonia in their presentation, the listening circles, which did engage 154 people with lived experience or are of demographics that do experience hate, that process, as was alluded to earlier, is a much more conducive one to be able to drill down in getting the information that that council is debating or discussing at this time. So just clarifying timeline impact as well, and looking forward to seeing those options and moving this along. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are you expecting an answer from that right now? Are you okay? Thank you, John or Dr. Southerns.
It could be rolled into the options.
John, did you want me to tell that, or are you doing that?
Sorry, Madam Chair, we'll take that back. I know that in October, we're supposed to be taking some of what we've heard back to the community to be making sure we have those recommendations that are informed by the community. Yeah. But based on this council direction, we have to go back and think about how that will impact the timeline.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Thank you. So seeing no other speakers, the amendment is on the floor, and it's been moved by Mayor Eisenberger and second Councillor Clark. Please vote now.
Madam Deputy Mayor, if you can announce the outcome of the vote, please.
Absolutely. Who? Councillor Pearson, do you mind voting, please? Okay, just thumbs up, but sure. I'll tell her how to vote, no, don't worry. Okay, so it is 13 yes and 1 abstain, and that's Councillor Pauls. Okay. And now we need to approve the report as amended, and it's been moved by Mayor Eisenberger, second by Councillor Clark again. And it's, sorry, Stephanie?
Sorry, through Madam Deputy Mayor, it's still spinning from the vote. The system has slowed down a little bit, so we'll need to wait just a moment.
We broke
My apologies.
We broke the system.
My apologies.
And if I haven't said already, Sonia and Dr. Southerns, thank you so much for joining us today and all your hard work. I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you very much.
I may call you counselor too once in a while, just letting you know.
I would be honored.
Oh, I bet you wouldn't.
No,
Thank you so much.
How are we doing there, staff? How about we do a hand vote, please? Sorry, folks, because we're frozen solid here. So Councillor Jackson, yes. Councillor Marula, yes. Councillor Wilson? Yes. Councillor Farr, yes. Councillor Danko, yes. Councillor Ferguson? Yes. Councillor Pearson? Yes. Councillor Nan? Yes. Mayor Eisenberger? Yes. Councillor Pauls is abstaining. Councillor Clark?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek? Yes. And I'm a yes. So I think I covered everyone here. And Councillor Collins, are you still calling in?
Yes, ma'am, I am, and I'm a yes.
And he's a yes. So it's unanimous and one abstention. So thank you very much again, Dr. Southerns and Sonia. We'll be seeing you obviously shortly. Have a great night, and thanks again for all your patience and waiting. So folks, now we're on to 8.9. This is the tax and rate operating budgets variance report as of June the 30th. 2020 budget control policy transfers. Mike Segaric will provide the presentation respecting 8.9. Where are you, Mike? There he is. Okay, Mike, can you go to the first slide and we'll start from there, please? Pardon?
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I'm hoping everyone can hear me, and I'll look to hear from Stephanie as to whether or not committee are able to see the presentation properly.
Through you to Deputy Mike to Mayor, you might want to go to full screen as we're seeing the slide presentation. There
Does
you
that
go.
work?
Yes.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Stephanie, for that assistance, and through you,
She's good.
Through you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone, and this is the first variance report for 2020 based on our June 30th actuals, forecasting out to the balance of the year. Just as a reminder, staff are required under our budget control policy to deliver 3 variance reports, and again, this is the first variance report. In response to the COVID pandemic, you'll recall that staff did provide 2 financial reports to Committee of the Whole and GIC previously. Those reports provided some early day forecasting as it relates to the pandemic and the impact the pandemic it was expected to have on the city of Hamilton in 2020. The report that's before committee today and this presentation is really going to focus on 3 principal updates, and the update really comprises 3 factors. One is the historical federal and provincial funding that has been committed to municipalities to assist with continuing to deliver services during this pandemic, as well as the costs associated with the pandemic, including costs of housing, shelters, PPE as examples. In addition to those measures is the council approved cost containment measures that were approved relatively early during this pandemic, and those are reflected in this update before you. And finally, some additional information surrounding cost avoidance that was not known during the early days of the pandemic. And so, again, that is the 3rd factor that really represents the significant shift. And you'll note through the report and through this presentation is that while we were forecasting a significant potential financial risk of just short of $62 million for 2020 early in the early days of this pandemic, you'll see that through this report, and based on principally on those three factors, is we are forecasting a slight surplus, tax operated surplus for 2020, and a relatively small rate supported variance for 2020. And that could change as well once we have better intel with regards to the provincial and federal funding and the costs that are eligible as relates to that funding. And I'll speak to that shortly. So just quickly, and I appreciate the hour and that there are still some agenda items on today's committee agenda. I'll relatively quickly go through some of the COVID-19 financial information. This has been before committee back in September, I believe September 10th, as it relates to a report from Corporate Services. And in addition, Healthy and Safe Communities reported to Emergency Community Services on September 10th as it relates to the Social Services Relief Fund. So I'll just quickly focus on some critical dates as it relates to those announcements and some future reporting as it relates to those funding commitments. We'll provide a summary of the tax and rate operating budget variances for 2020. I'll dive into a little more detail on the tax supported operating budget variance, as well as some information around the revenue forecasts as it relates to our rate budget, as well as some capital financing forecasting around the rate budget. And finally, there are some, I believe, 4 recommendations before you in the staff report. And the final step will be just to highlight next steps as it relates to not only the variance reporting, but our budget process that will be initiating in about a month's time. And through you, Madam Chair, I'm happy to pause to answer any questions or answer any questions at the end of my presentation. I'm in the hands of committee. With respect to,
I would ask that we wait till the very end, only because, Mike, I can't see everybody's faces if they're waving and they can't get onto eScribe to ask for request to speak. So can we wait to the very end, please, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to support that recommendation. So as it relates to the historical federal and provincial funding, and it's appropriate to recognize the efforts of Federation of Canadian Municipalities, AMO, GTHA municipalities and the mayors, and other associations who advocated early on and provided evidence and information to the federal and provincial governments with respect to the financial impact and the risks as it relates to service continuity and service delivery to municipal residents and taxpayers. And through those efforts, we were able to secure significant funding, not only for transit, but for other services, including public health, housing and shelter, as well as some general municipal funding. And as I mentioned previously, we're still awaiting some details regarding those early announcements, but I should point out and again provide credit to the federal provincial governments as it relates to the first phase of funding announcements. They've really created very little barriers for municipalities. It's not a claims-based approach. The first phase isn't an application-based approach. They've recognized the cash flow challenges some municipalities are facing and have responded. And so as it relates to the first phase, you'll hear me refer to allocations. And with respect to the second phase of funding announcements, those processes will require some reporting and information to be submitted to the provincial government, and understanding that they have their own processes, principally Treasury Board, that information is necessary for the province to gather and present to Treasury Board as it relates to any further financial commitments. So again, this information's been before you as it relates to the restart funding. The $17 million was committed to the City of Hamilton as it relates to transit for the period of April 1st to September 30th. You'll see in this slide reference to a second phase. If the City of Hamilton identifies that the $17 million is not sufficient to see us through the COVID-related impacts for 2020, there is a second phase process that allows the City of Hamilton to submit funding. That request for funding is required in October, must be submitted by October 30th, so not a lot of time, but recognizing that the province has requirements as it relates to submitting information to Treasury Board in an effort to secure some funding to assist municipalities going forward. So that's principally what I'd like to focus on as it relates to the transit funding announcement. With respect to the Social Services Relief Fund, you'll recall this information was brought before Council, the last Council, through Healthy and Safe Communities. And the Social Services Relief Fund, there's two parts to it. The first phase is the $6.9 million allocation commitment. The second phase represents a allocation of $11.3 million. As I understand, its staff have submitted the required business case as it relates to $11.3 million on September 11th, and we're awaiting a response back from the province as it relates to that, to the submission of the business case. You'll see in bold lettering on this slide a $4.5 million reference. I'll speak to that shortly. That's what we've assumed for the purposes of the revised variance forecast for 2020. We've incorporated $4.5 million of the $11.3 million into our forecast. So again, that 4.5 is incorporated in some future information coming up in the slide, but in the report that's before you as well. With respect to the broader municipal relief fund, the commitment was $27.6 million. We continue to gather information from the province regarding eligibility against that $27.6 million. We received a favorable update just yesterday from staff, while the correspondence from Minister Clark dated August 12th made reference to the second phase of Social Services Relief Fund being included into the Restart program. Provincial staff were able to confirm that the $27.6 million is over and above the $11.3 million referenced in the previous slide. So again, that was a favorable update for us. And so it allows some additional financial room for the municipality to charge any appropriate COVID-related costs or foregone revenues against that financial commitment. And as you'll see, is as it relates to funding over and above the $27 million, if the City of Hamilton identifies costs and foregone revenues and other COVID impacts over and above the $27.6 million, there is an opportunity to submit some additional reporting in an effort to try to seek some additional funding over and above the $27.6 million. And you'll also note on this slide that the $27.6 million is targeted towards 2020. If there is surplus funding, so if the City of Hamilton's need does not match the $27.6 million, the provincial government's expectation is the remaining funds will be put aside in a reserve and could be applied against 2021 COVID-related pressures. So again, as relates to the $27.6 million, the one takeaway I would want committee to be left with or message is that we are still awaiting the eligibility and reporting requirements, and we'll report back at a future date once we have that level of detail. Just very quickly, committee will know of a previous commitment as it relates to public health of $100 million province-wide. We're still awaiting the details of that $100 million. So there are some expenditures reported in this variance report that we would hope would be eligible for recovery through the City of Hamilton's portion of that $100 million commitment. Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, the federal government is allowing provinces and territories to repurpose some previously committed ISIP funding, both the transit and the green infrastructure funding, towards infrastructure that is impacted by COVID. We haven't heard back from the province of Ontario as to their interest in repurposing some previously committed ISIP funding. So again, that would have to be triggered by the province of Ontario. And if we learn of that intent, we will provide that information through future updates to council. Sorry, and there are a series of other funding opportunities that were noted back in our September report, and I would just suggest that there's a full appendix in that report that identifies a number of smaller funding programs that city staff continue to pursue in an effort to try to offset some of the local impacts, financial impacts related to COVID. Just very quickly around these funding programs, you'll see that, and I won't go through all of the information on this slide, but I'll just leave you with the message that a number of these funding programs have varying end dates. And so just as it relates to, by example, transit, the phase 1 applies to the period April 1st of this year to September 30th of this year. Phase 2 applies to October to March 31st of next year, the provincial and federal government's end of their fiscal year. By comparison, the Municipal Relief Fund applies principally to 2020 to be exhausted by December of 2020, with the exception if municipalities do not have to fully allocate their 2020 allotment, they can put the surplus funding aside in a reserve for potential 2021 impacts. Reporting timelines, I mentioned previously that staff in Healthy and Safe Communities met the September 11th business case requirement for phase 2 of the Social Services Relief Fund. The Safe Restart Agreement transit funding commitment as it relates to phase 2 and the potential for as it relates to phase 1 and the potential for phase 2, there is a report required October 30th. Of 2020. We don't know yet the detail of that report. We're still awaiting from the ministry details regarding that report. Similar for the Safe Restart Agreement, the municipal allotment or allocation, $27 million. We're still awaiting the reporting and eligibility for that for the Municipal Relief Fund. Social Services Relief Fund, you'll see an interim report is due to Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and use of the phase 2 funds and projected spending by mid-December of 2020. And again, with the Social Services Relief Fund, there are some reporting, final reporting requirements due March of 2021. Just as it relates to some of the October 30th dates, those are relatively aggressive dates for municipalities to have a full appreciation of what to expect for the balance of 2020 and to forecast out to 2021. We are having conversations nationally as well as regionally regarding a similar approach that FCM and GTHA had taken, and that is having some common assumptions. I'm sure the province can appreciate that with 444 municipalities, if there aren't some common assumptions, they could potentially receive 444 different financial impact reports. And so that's creating some challenges for municipalities forecasting forward as it relates to COVID impacts for 2021. As I mentioned previously, one of the other factors affecting our updates were a number of measures that Council supported in an effort to try to mitigate and contain some of the costs related to the pandemic. That included in part because of phase 1 of the province's guidelines requiring facility closures. In addition to the facility closures, Council endorsed a number of measures to try to contain costs that not only were cost containment measures, but because of social physical distancing limitations, there wasn't a feasibility necessarily to subscribe or hire the same number of part-time staff and seasonal staff. So that represents part of the savings that are reported today, as well as there were a number of efforts made with respect to restricting essential vacant positions, requiring senior management review and approval for recruitment of vacant positions, as well as efforts made by senior leadership teams surrounding discretionary spending, efforts to constrain discretionary spending, and those savings are reflected in the update that's before you today. And finally, staff, as I mentioned previously, continue to actively seek any financial funding, not only provincial and federal, but from other sources or organizations that may help our 2020 financial position, as well as potentially leading into 2021. So you'll recall that back in June, our earlier forecast as it relates to the financial impact that we were forecasting for City of Hamilton for 2020 related to COVID was just short of the $62 million. So I'll take a few minutes and provide committee with a bit of a reconciliation against where we sit today relative to that earlier forecast. As I mentioned previously, one of the factors affecting our that has affected our forecast are avoided costs. These are savings that early days of this pandemic, we really didn't have a sense as to how the restrictions would impact utilization of city services and subscription to city services. One of those is our accessible transit DARTs. A number of the clients, as it relates to DARTs, were not able to access the programming within the community or services within the community. Consequently, that would have reduced the demand for the service. And you'll see that for 2020, we are forecasting now an avoided costs or savings as it relates to accessible transit or DARTs, contractual obligations of about $10.6 million. The next reference is winter control, as well as the temporary suspension of student positions. You may recall, it seems so long ago, but that our January through April of 2020 was relatively mild compared to previous years, and that resulted in some winter control savings of about $4.5 million in our maintenance program, and that includes salt and sanding savings of about $2 million and contractual obligations of about $1.7 million, and finally about $800,000 in vehicle maintenance savings. So as it relates to winter control, again, about $4.5 million in projected savings for 2020, recognizing we still have typically the months of, it can be initiated as early as October through December for the balance of our 2020 winter year. In addition, the gapping savings of about $3.1 million, and that includes, as I referenced, the suspension of seasonal and part-time employers or employees, including summer students. While recreation is forecasting a deficit of about $800,000 by year, and what's driving that is principally the foregone revenues or lost revenues of about $9.2 million. What's offsetting that, though, is similar to Public Works, is the suspension of part-time and seasonal staff, as well as some discretionary savings of about $1.8 million. So while the revenues were captured in our earlier forecast, what we didn't have a appreciation of in the early days was the utilization of our facilities and the participation rate of our recreation programs. So as it relates to avoided costs, we are incorporating about $7.8 million of avoided costs, and that includes the suspension of part-time and seasonal staff as it relates to those programs. And that's principally the driving force to that $7.8 million forecast savings. In planning and economic development, you'll see that we're making a current assumption, and this may change if there is funding capacity through the federal and provincial funds that we can utilize in an effort to avoid drawing on municipal reserves. We will implement that strategy, but currently we are forecasting a draw on our building permits revolving fund of about $3.7 million. You'll recall the purpose for that fund is for these situations where there may be a downturn, and drawing on that fund. So again, our current forecast assumes a $3.7 million draw on that fund, and development application fees, you can see is $1.8 million favorable. These are pre-COVID development or subdivision processing and development application fees, and the $1.8 million in favorable revenues is will be reported in development services and planning as well. So again, that is helping our 2020 forecast. Capital financing, you'll see, is we are forecasting a $8.3 million favorable position at year end. What's driving that are two factors. One is a lower cost to borrow that relative to budget. What we're seeing is the cost to issue debentures, whether it's 15-year terms or 20-year terms, are favorable relative to, for instance, the last 12 months or 24 months. I expect the City of Hamilton will issue a debenture of about $55 million as it relates to previously approved infrastructure projects before year end. And again, we're seeing some favorable cost to borrow as it relates to future debentures. The capital financing surplus of $8.3 million does also includes $1.8 million for year 5 of the transit strategy. You'll recall that while we adjusted the 2020 budget for year 5 of the transit strategy, we continued to budget for the infrastructure in case there was a announcement from the federal provincial governments in 2020 that we would have the funds in place to proceed with the procurement of equipment, the rolling stock, as well as early stage investments in the maintenance and storage facility. We are incorporating the $1.8 million given that we are late into the year of 2020 and we haven't heard of a commitment from the provincial federal governments. I suspect if we do hear of a commitment from the provincial federal governments before year end, we will still have time before the execution of those agreements. These investments would likely be made in 2021. So while they represent savings in 2020, I would suggest that $1.8 million will likely have to be incorporated into our budgets for 2021. So a deferred cost for 2020. As well as a small number of other items that represent an additional $700,000. So that brings the earlier $62 million financial impact down to about a $21.3 million financial impact. And you'll see that figure should reconcile to the report, as well as, I believe, Appendix A in the report, which provides committee and the public a greater description and breakdown of the departments, what's transpiring each of the divisions within each of the departments. And I'd encourage any councillors or members of the public to review Appendix A if they're requiring some additional detail as relates to this forecast. Just very quickly, as it relates to gapping, refers to employee-related cost savings that occur in year, and there's a number of factors that contribute to gapping. It could be a departure from the City of Hamilton of employee from a retirement. It could be a maternity leave that by the time the city recruits a backfill for that position, there are some employee-related savings. Those are examples of factors that can contribute to gapping or employee-related savings. You'll recall that through the budget process, we adjusted the gapping target up to just short of $500,000. I've described a number of measures that were supported by council, in part because of COVID and around the social distancing restrictions is the subscription and demand for seasonal and part-time students. There were some suspension in the recruitment of those program or those positions. Just also a reminder to all committee members when we took that action and we quickly evaluated the financial impact to those employees, given the federal subsidy programs, wage subsidy programs, principally CERB, is the majority, I believe, in excess of 95% of those employees were better off under CERB. So while those actions represented savings, to the corporation, for the vast majority of those individuals, they were in fact financially better off collecting CERB than had we continued to pay them, even though we weren't giving them the opportunity to meet their obligations in terms of employment. Again, they were better off receiving the federal subsidy. So again, the budget for gapping is just short of $500,000, but because of those cost containment measures, as well as SLT's efforts in trying to contain costs by reviewing the recruitment of staff and only proceeding with essential replacement of essential services, our current forecast for gapping is approximately $9.6 million, or over and above, or a favorable variance of about just short of $4.7 million. So as it relates to my previous slide that identified that our $62 million forecast was down to $21 million, what that $21 million does not incorporate is, for instance, the municipal transit funding, the $17 million that was committed from April to September, as well as of the $11.3 million allocation for the Social Services Relief Fund, recognizing that that business case is still before the province and needs to be confirmed by the province. We've incorporated $4.5 million of the 11.3, recognizing that we see some eligible costs against that 11.3 million in 2020. So that brings our financial forecast on the tax supported operating side to a small surplus of about $420,000. This information will continue to be updated, principally as we have a better appreciation for the Municipal Relief Fund. That's the $27 million allocation. Once we have a better sense as to the eligibility of those funds and how the City of Hamilton can allocate COVID-related costs to those funds, I'm going to suggest that that information will be updated by our November variance report update, and that November variance report update will be based on our actuals end of August. So just as some examples as to why this surplus may go a little further north is it's becoming clear to city staff, to us, that impacts such as foregone revenue, including, for instance, our slot revenue sharing. You'll see in the report we're forecasting about $3 million in slot revenue sharing. Those $3 million in slot revenue sharing may be eligible to be applied against the $27 million. Other examples may be reduced hydro dividends, reduced commercial industrial water consumption, so lower water and wastewater revenues. So there's a number of pressures that we are currently capturing as pressures without offsetting revenues in this report that we're hoping that the $27 million could be applied to mitigate some of those pressures. So again, our hope is that the surplus position may migrate a little north once we have better information regarding the funding programs and beyond the Municipal Relief Fund. Once we have a commitment as it relates to, for instance, the public health $100 million province-wide funding, our hope is that some of that money will flow in 2020. Just very quickly, and I won't go through this in detail, this breaks down our forecast by department, city department, boards and agencies. You'll see that boards and agencies is forecasting a slight unfavorable variance, about $280,000. What is driving that in part is, I believe, $500,000 that was reported to Hamilton Police Services Board, and that's principally driven by additional PPE that was required by the service as it relates to COVID-19, as well as some pressures, I believe, for increased cleaning and security. I believe somewhere in the area of $200,000 for Hamilton Farmers Market. And what's offsetting that is some favorable employee cost variances or gapping in Hamilton Public Library. And I believe that's in the ballpark of about $400,000. So as it relates to boards and agencies, the the three agencies, Hamilton Police Services, the Farmers Market, and Hamilton Public Library, are the driving factors to that $280,000 figure. I've already mentioned the capital financing of about $8.3 million favorable, recognizing that $1.8 million of that is committed to year 5 of the transit strategy that we will likely have to incorporate into our 2021 capital financing plan as well. So again, the $21 million that's reported on this slide in part is mitigated through the $17 million in the transit funding commitment, as well as a social services relief fund, leaving a slight favorable variance, I believe, of about 0.05%. And on the rate supported side, we're showing a year-end forecast of an unfavorable variance of about 1.755 million, and I'll speak to that shortly in a few minutes. On the tax operating budget forecast, again, this just provides a breakdown by city departments, including the corporate financials and our entertainment facilities. And again, there's additional information in detail in the report, so I won't spend any time just on this slide. I'll speak to some of the factors in the next few slides. As relates to planning and economic development, they're reporting a $3.2 million departmental deficit. One of the driving factors to this is some of the decisions made around parking and parking enforcement, and consequently, the decreased parking revenue of about $2.6 million contributes to that $4.1 million. The automated payment fine issuance is forecasting a deficit of $1.1 million. Again, what's principally driving this is the parking and parking lots is with less parking activity, there are less fines and revenues, and that represents about $1.1 million. As well as MTO paused on their plate renewals, and that pause on plate renewals resulted in an impact on plate denial fines of about $600,000. So while a portion of that may be deferred, again, it's not known at this time how much of that revenue may be foregone revenue to the municipality. There's some slight gapping variances as well in planning and economic development. I mentioned previously that under growth management and planning division, some favorable variances related to the subdivision application fees, and so that represents about $1.8 million in total. You'll see the $1.4 million referenced here. And finally, I mentioned previously that Hamilton Building Services, where we built in a transfer from the revolving fund into mitigating the building permit fee impact, but again, that will be subject to our understanding around the provincial federal funding and whether or not we can reduce that local obligation and fill that in with some provincial and federal funding. With respect to healthy and safe communities, housing services, the impact on the demand for housing support and shelter support is contributing to a forecast deficit of $8.9 million. Again, once we have a better sense of the social services relief fund eligibility and funding commitments, we're hoping that some of those funds can help to mitigate some of these impacts. Hamilton Paramedic Services were impacted by employee-related costs as it relates in part to COVID and demand on the service, as well as PPE. Public health services, we're showing a deficit of about $3.9 million, but again, we're still awaiting information on the $100 million that was committed to public health departments and service providers across the province. So once we have that information, we're hoping that that funding will help in part to mitigate the public health impacts. Public Works is projecting a deficit of $2.2 million. I've spoken to transit. It's offsetting the forecast ridership revenue numbers is some savings in transit as it relates to fuel as well as some savings as relates to gapping and other employee-related costs. So as relates to transit, you'll see an unfavorable variance of about $14 million. I should also note, and this issue has been before committee previously, it does make some assumptions around the college and university pass. It incorporates foregone revenue, I believe about $4 million with the college and university pass contracts, and committee may be familiar that the one post-secondary partner, McMaster, has already made a decision with respect to the winter term to go to maintaining the virtual learning environment. So again, staff have already incorporated $4 million in foregone revenues as it relates to those contractual commitments. $7.3 million favorable in transportation operations and maintenance. I've already spoken to the winter season maintenance program, as well as the gapping savings. Environmental services, $3.8 million in favorable savings, $2.2 million in gapping savings, and that was part of that global $9 million forecast, as well as an expected $1 million in operating savings due to the shutdown of parks, again, driven by the COVID pandemic. And finally, a $600,000 favorable savings in energy fleet and facilities. And again, this is principally resulting from the suspension of some of the programming at the stadium, as well as some incremental COVID costs. Corporate services is forecasting a $300,000 departmental surplus, and this is principally driven by gapping savings. Corporate financials and non-program revenues, we're projecting a $15 million deficit, and what makes up that $15 million is about $3.3 million in COVID-19 expenses, and this includes additional PPE, cleaning supplies. Again, we're hoping that we can apply those expenses against the municipal relief fund, the $27 million commitment. You'll recall during our budget deliberations, the shift in the industry around insurance and the impact that was having on us in 2020. The increase in those budgeted insurance premiums continue to impact us through 2020, and we expect to have that mitigated by 2021. As it relates to non-program revenues, I've mentioned previously the slot revenue sharing for OLG is about a $3 million impact. So recognizing that the facilities were operational January and February, they are not scheduled to reopen until, I believe, September 28th. But because of the gathering guideline restrictions, it will mean minimal participation at that facility and consequently minimal revenue sharing for the municipality we're forecasting for 2020. Our hydro, Electra, and Hamilton Utility Corporation dividends are estimated to be approximately $2.4 million lower than anticipated. We currently budget about $13 million in dividend revenues in year, so a slight decrease in the dividends forecast for 2020. And in our Provincial Offences Act revenues, because again, the courts were closed and are just reopening, initially virtually, and then what we're expecting is later in October, potentially having in-court sessions, is approximately a $4.2 million impact, and we're hoping that in the coming months we have a better sense as to what may be deferred as it relates to that impact into 2021 and what may be actually foregone revenue to the municipality. So again, as it relates to boards and agencies, you'll see, as it relates to Hamilton Police Services, a unfavorable variance of about $500,000, the PPE being a driving factor. In the case of library, just short of $400,000 favorable, and again, that was a suspension in part-time employees, similar to the action that city departments took. And other boards and agencies, I believe what's principally driving that is Hamilton Farmers Market, some increased cleaning costs and security costs. So again, those are factors bringing us to our non-departmental budget variance. You'll see at the bottom there of 2.2%. On the rate supported side, what we saw was a decrease in revenues principally driven by the commercial industrial sector. We saw a 4.9% decrease in consumption in the commercial industrial sector. That's contributing about $4 million. I should note, as the report speaks to, this is based on June 30th actuals. What we saw in July and August is because of the relatively warm and dry summer season, we saw increased demand in watering in the residential sector. So we're hoping that about $1 million of the $4 million revenue shortfall will be mitigated through the July and August residential water consumption. And with respect to expenditures, you'll see a favorable net impact of about $2.2 million. What's driving that is capital financing savings, similar to on the tax side. On the rate side, it's just the timing of issuing debt and the cost of issuing debt, as well as some lower development charge collections of about $3 million. So capital financing about $5 million, lower development charge collections of about $3 million net. It's about $2.2 million favorable on our expenditure side. So for a net impact on the rate supported side of about 0.8%, or just short of $2 million. There are a series of recommendations in the report before you. With respect to, I believe, recommendation B ties into Appendix C. That is the continuation, or sorry, transfer of staff complement, as well as Appendix D speaks to some extensions of temporary positions beyond the 24-month terms that require council approval. And the final recommendation speaks to an earlier discussion that we had with committee regarding some unallocated gas tax revenue sharing. You'll recall in the earlier days of this pandemic, we were seeking opportunities to help mitigate the impact to the municipality. You'll recall that committee and council made the decision of closing out some previously approved capital projects that had surplus funding of about $1.4 million, or I believe $1.14 million. So that funding has been set aside in a COVID-19 reserve. But also the favorable message we're leaving with committee today is right now we do not see the need to leverage the $11 million in the federal gas tax funding reserve, which gives us some flexibility looking forward into 2021 as it relates to our 2021 capital financing plan. So again, that's a favorable outcome. And again, staff are suggesting taking no action with respect to that $11 million for the balance of 2020. Finally, next steps is beyond this variance report, just very quickly, we'll be before you in about a month's time with a workshop, just with some context setting leading into the 2021 budget. And we're looking at bringing in some external resources to help set that context as to what the City of Hamilton and the region can expect as it relates to the current pandemic. What should we expect in 2021 that may help Council with your 2021 budget deliberations? Staff hope to be before committee before the end of October with a outlook for 2021. Again, we'll be before you with our next variance report in November. I hope by that time we'll have a sense as to the eligibility of the provincial federal programs. And again, our hope is that we'll be able to apply some of the expenses that are reported through the report that's before you today against those funds that may allow us to capture a greater surplus going into 2020 and give us some financial flexibility, further financial flexibility into 2021. And the rate budget is currently scheduled to be before General Issues Committee on November 23rd. And finally, the tax supported capital budget before committee on November 27th. Having said that, staff will be working in the next number of weeks towards the reporting due to the provincial government and getting a better sense as to what we should be forecasting and expecting looking forward into 2021. So through you, Madam Chair, happy to answer any questions that committee members might have.
Thank you very much, Mike. You might want to leave that up, but I'm just letting everyone know. You may want to message us through chat that you want to speak if your request to speak button is not working. So far, I have Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Collins. We'll start with Councillor Ferguson, please. And just to let you guys know that because we can't see you all, it's going to take the clerk a little bit longer to find you so she can unmute your microphone. So please be patient again. Thank you.
Okay.
Ferguson, go ahead.
You can hear me fine, can you? Hello?
I can hear you, Councillor Ferguson.
Sorry.
Oh, can you?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I wasn't
Sorry.
sure because it was muting and unmuting, and
I know.
so I wasn't sure whether I was connected. So, Mike, on slide 12, I just want to make sure I've interpreted this properly. You're saying you're forecasting right now a $420,000 surplus at the end of December, despite the pandemic.
Yeah. So through you, Madam Chair, that's our current forecast. My suggestion is it's a conservative forecast because of the unknown regarding the $27 million. My hope is that some of the expenditures that are reported through the reports that's before you today will be offset against that $27 million. So as it relates to that $27 million, we've been very conservative in allocating those funds because frankly, we don't know the criteria of that program at this time, but we hope to have that in the coming weeks.
Okay, because I was holding on to my chair when you started the presentation. You keep hearing the horror stories of what the pandemic is going to cost us and the other costs we're incurring. And so there should be a collective sigh of relief over the city right now that you're forecasting a $420,000 surplus. And the second reason for a big sigh of relief is I've never in my 14 years on council ever seen a mid-year forecast that showed a surplus. And because of the conservative nature of which the finance staff works. So this is great news for our community that you're actually sitting here today, despite the COVID impacts, forecasting a $420,000 surplus. So on behalf of my constituents, at least, congratulations for that, and congratulations to finance staff. And if am I right in what I'm saying there, Mike?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Chair, absolutely. And also, as I've stated previously, just recognition to senior levels of government. You know, I know we're very focused on the $44 million, but beyond the $44 million is rightly so, mitigating the costs in areas such as housing and shelters, you know, the previous 6.9 and the potential 11.3 is, again, that is very much helping us to not draw on our reserves. And helping us to have some financial flexibility going into 2021 that we otherwise might not have.
Okay, and I know we've been, some members of council have been pretty tough on senior levels of government in the past, but I agree with you. It's been a godsend to us this year with the amount of relief they're providing to help us through this very difficult time. And my last question, second and last question, Mike, is that we saw some pretty big sticker shocks on tenders that were closing throughout 2020, which go into 2021. So there's insurance was a big hit. Our garbage collection, I think it went up 15%. The municipal recycling facility cost went up 40%. These are still going to be, which I say pressures, I think is the word you use, that we're going to see in the 2021 budget then. There's none of that that's been accrued in 2020, correct?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. We will see some of those pressures into 2021, and I'm happy to say in the forecast that's before you today is those pressures have in part been mitigated through some of the cost containment measures that have been supported by council, as well as those avoided costs that I've listed.
Okay, well, great news, Mike. As always, thank you for the great work you and your people do, and I wish we could adjourn now so I could go have a beer after seeing this presentation. So thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. We have Councillor Collins and then Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. And I want to echo those comments of Councillor Ferguson. I know a lot of us are critical of the province or the federal government when they're not there for our municipality and our constituents. And in this case, both of them delivered. And so I wanted to publicly thank certainly the Premier and the Prime Minister for living up to their promises. When they said they were going to be there for municipalities, they've certainly come through, and we need to thank them for that. I also want to thank senior leadership team. Many of the items that you heard Mike go over, many of the savings and cost avoidance line items that were included in the report are a result of the measures that management team took through the pandemic in consultation with the Emergency Operations Center. And so to Jeanette, Paul, Mike, and everyone who were involved in those decisions in terms of trying to, scale back some of our expenditures to put us in a positive or maybe in a better position. Thank you to them as well and their teams. I just have a couple of quick questions. So, the DARTS number stands out. It just jumps off the page in terms of the savings there. And so it just has to be incredibly hard now as we start to focus on the 2021 budget process. It has to be incredibly hard to try to understand what the 2021 budgets will look like in the context of the pandemic is still here, and we still have a lot of question marks on the page as it relates to, we heard about and we certainly know about the impact to our recreational services. The parking numbers were massive as it relates to declining revenues there. As well as transit in particular, and we'll deal with the report soon. It talks about what the future holds for transit ridership and by extension transit revenues. So all of those services will continue to be impacted through 2022. And I'm just wondering if Mike can give us a brief maybe comment on how they're trying to really guess and come up with numbers that, may or may not be realistic, understanding that circumstances can change by the day. We've seen that happen in terms of just recent announcements this week by the province in terms of the numbers are going up, and we're starting to limit in terms of how many people can gather, and we're just praying, as the mayor referenced earlier, that we won't see a return to the closure of some businesses in the community. So I know there's a big preamble there in terms of my question, but I wondered whether Mike can assist in terms of what we're doing to prepare for 2022, where there's still a lot of uncertainty.
So through you, Madam Chair, it's a great question. It's something that municipalities and my counterparts we're having weekly conversations around our forecasting for 2021. Forecasting isn't a perfect science in normal situations, and this isn't a normal situation, as the councillors referenced, is uncertainty with respect to reopening, stepping back from reopening, the potential for wave 2. And so I would say that for the most part, municipalities seem to be doing some sensitivity analysis, different scenarios you'll see similar to the transit report that's on today's agenda, a low, medium, high. My concern with respect and the approach I would suggest is appropriate. My concern is the provincial review of that information and setting, if there is a second stage or phase of funding coming from the provincial federal governments, what that is tied to. If it's tied to municipal forecasts, and if we're overly optimistic with respect to our forecast to 2021, we could be penalized with respect to the funding coming from the provincial and federal governments. So ideally, I would hope that the province would work with municipalities in setting some common assumptions, whether it's around revenues tied to recreation, tied to transit, with respect to buying PPE, increased cleaning costs, non-tax revenues. I made reference to the hydro dividends, to slot revenues. I don't expect those facilities will be reopening before the end of this calendar year in a really meaningful way, and likely some uncertainty with respect to the early part of 21. So I appreciate the question. I think it's a great question, because when we're before you with our outlook in just over a month's time, I suspect it will be built on a number of assumptions. And those assumptions may tie into provincial and federal funding. And so we need to have some clarity from the province and federal governments how they will use that information in determining any financial supports towards municipalities for the last quarter of 2020 and looking forward to 2021. I hope I've answered the councillor's question.
And thank you for that. Councillor Collins, do you have any more questions? Because you're over the 5 minutes.
No, I'm just going to thank Mike for the information and thank you,
Perfect.
Madam Chairman, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. And Councillor Whitehead and then Mayor Eisenberger. Councillor Whitehead? And we have to find you somewhere. Hang on a second. Where's Waldo? Okay, thank you, thank you, Councillor Whitehead, for your patience.
No problem.
I had to speak there.
Pardon?
What have you been up to besides cutting the grass?
Oh. Councillor Murillo, you might want to text Councillor Collins.
He's cutting into my time.
No, he's not. You're set to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're doing a heck of a job today. I just want to commend you. My question, first of all, I'm going to use a terminology that may not be familiar with anyone, so I might be aging myself, but ditto to the comments made by Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Collins as it pertains to the partnerships with the different levels of government and certainly our senior management team. The question I have is often the terminology is we looked at conservative estimates. And I usually look at that. I also look at the worst case scenario. So maybe Mike can explain to me, is this the best case scenario or is this the worst case scenario, or like where does this fall into assumptions that may not be real?
So through you, Madam Chair, I use the word conservative estimate very purposely, and that you'll see on this slide is as it relates to arriving at that small surplus of 420,000 on the tax supported side. We do make an assumption we're going to fully leverage the $17 million that's been committed for transit as part of the federal and provincial funding. We make an assumption with respect to the Social Services Relief Fund of the $11.3 million that the city has just recently submitted its business case forward on. About 4.5 million of that 11.3 million, recognizing that it's based on expenditures. So those are tied to expenditures. But the piece that you're not seeing on that slide, which is driving my reference to being a conservative estimate, is the $27 million in municipal relief fund. That is available for any COVID-related impacts. It could be foregone revenues in recreation or in parking or in building services. It could be non-tax revenues. It could be our OLG slot revenue sharing we don't realize, or dividend. It could be the rate revenues, the 5% drop in commercial industrial consumption. So that is what I am relying upon when I use the word a conservative estimate, and why that estimate of 420,000 may go north in our November update.
I appreciate that. So if there was a range of the worst case scenario, assuming that the assumptions don't pan out, what would that be?
Just naming those COVID-related impacts that I just quickly recited, that's well in excess of $10 million. So if those impacts could be offset by the municipal relief fund, we could see another improvement in the surplus by another 1%. So that 0.05% could improve to over 1%.
I appreciate it. Now, taxes, I didn't see it, maybe I missed it in the presentation, but a lot of businesses were impacted, obviously, by the COVID, restaurants especially, hospitality, tourism. Has there been a net impact that you've captured in this? Because if you had it, that's fine, I might have missed it.
So through you, Madam Chair, we haven't focused on it in this report. I'll just speak to it very quickly. Committee will recall that you took the step that other municipalities took, which was deferring the penalty and interest through the early period of this pandemic. What we're seeing is, as it relates to our June payments and July payments, is we're seeing a more normal return to payments. I think the sector that was most impacted was the commercial industrial. And again, that information I'm sure will be forthcoming in the coming months. So again, the impact to property taxes and with respect to penalty and interest, while there was an impact and foregone penalty and interest, we're seeing taxpayers meeting, for the most part, meeting their obligations. And so a minimal impact on property taxes. But to the councillor's point, absolutely some sectors were more impacted, not only the hospitality and sector, but the large retail sector as well. Those large strip malls, the shopping malls, they were impacted as well.
And last question is the province announced, and I'm not sure what the strings are, but obviously there's a lot of third-party issues where the business is leasing space and hasn't paid their rent. So those are ongoing liabilities. Have we been able to ascertain those ongoing liabilities in our city?
So with respect to the red supplements, I know that planning and economic development under the leadership of Ray Kessler, he's been leading that file. So I don't know the specifics as to where that sits, but I believe Ray might have that information and may be able to forward it on.
Yeah, I look forward to that report at a later date. It's probably not consistent with what you just presented today. Thank you again. Thank you, Councillor, Madam Chair, for that.
Thank you, and thank you for being under the 5 minutes, right on the nose. Mayor Eisenberger, please.
So I'll
We just
first.
have to. Oh, we found him. Good. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm right at the top, at least on my picture anyway. Thank you. Let me compliment Mike Zagaric and his team. All the way through this pandemic, they were asked to provide information to both the province and feds on impacts and forecasts, and that's been a very, very helpful tool for mayors. You know what? I'll do a little victory lap here for mayors across the country. We've literally been having weekly discussions with the federal minister Morneau at that time and Minister Freeland, and on occasion the prime minister and certainly the premier and the minister of finance in Ontario, literally weekly. And why I was not particularly worried, and many have asked this question, and many were worried, and lots of concern around what the end of the forecast financial picture was going to look like. All the way through the piece, there was some assurance, and I think I've mentioned this a few times, that we were not at the top of the list in terms of financial supports. That was individuals and businesses in our community that were obviously directly impacted by the COVID shutdown. And so that was a top priority, understandably, by the federal and provincial governments, and mostly the federal government, in fact. So the realization that they not only have come through in a big way for individuals and businesses, but ultimately assured us that at some point they were going to come through for municipalities was certainly very helpful. But it took an awful lot of lobbying effort to convince them that if we're going to have an economic recovery, the recovery of municipalities was going to lead the way, and if we were not able to stay whole, that would be a very negative impact on economic recovery right across the country. So not to forget, though, that this is billions and billions of dollars that has gone out the door on behalf of the federal government predominantly, and subsequently some coming from the provincial government, and a hard drive by our premier to get an improved financial deal for Ontario, being the largest economic engine in the country. So compliments to them all, but let me give a little shout out to my fellow mayors across the country, big city mayors specifically, and the big city mayors of Ontario. The lobbying effort has been literally virtually right from the very beginning, all the way to the announcement that's occurred that has kept us all whole. So good news day for our taxpayers. Good news day for our municipal finances. That doesn't negate the the other challenges that we might face fiscally, in any budget year, but certainly the impacts of the pandemic, by and large, for this year has been mitigated, and the effort to look at impacts for next year. I know Mike and others have already been asked, to do some forecasting and assessment of what happens in transit and what happens in, the budget variances for taxation. all of that information will certainly help inform the other levels of government for future assistance, because clearly this is not a one-off, and I think we've already made that point with our federal and provincial partners that 2021 is likely to be impactful as well. Although, you know, if we manage to flatten the curve and not have that shutdown, it's certainly not going to be as severe as the one that we experienced in 2020. So, you know, I think we'll all be happy to put 2020 behind us. You know, New Year's can't come fast enough, in my view, so that we can put behind us, you know, a difficult and complicated 2020, and hopefully, you know, we can put behind us at some point the virus. But the reality is, it's going to be with us for a while, and so 2021, you know, hopefully less challenging, but certainly challenging nonetheless. We'll continue to have fiscal impacts, and we're already starting to work on how we can mitigate those impacts going forward. So compliments to everyone that has participated in this effort. Obviously, our city finance team has brought forward, you know, significant numbers and made some changes. You know, so a lot of the benefit we're seeing today are some fiscal changes that this council made to lay off some temporary and part-time individuals that, you know, by and large, were better off on the CERB that the federal government provided. And so it's been a fiscal benefit for us, as well as a fiscal benefit for some of the folks that were laid off. Many of whom, much of whom, you know, will start to drift back into our fiscal picture, and you know, we need their continued support to be able to provide our services. So, compliments all around. But let me, on behalf of you, thank our fellow mayors across the country for the good work that they did to bring this you know, very important fiscal benefit to municipalities right across the country. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couldn't said it better myself. We did agenda review, and when I saw the slide at the 400,000 plus, I said to Mike, "Do you really want to show the rest of the province this number?" Good job, everyone. So, folks, we're going to receive Mike's presentation first, and it's I'm just picking names here. Councillor Vanderbeek and seconded by Councillor Danko. To receive Mike's presentation, please. This is going to be electronic vote. And then I have Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Jackson, to approve the report. So we'll just get to that first.
I was just going to mention.
Oh, you just got muted out there, sir. Oh, maybe he muted himself. Okay, we got the vote up. I don't see Councillor Farr. Oh, Councillor Clark. There you are. Thumbs up. Councillor Jackson, thumbs up. Oh, it just came through, sir. Okay, now I'm looking at quorum, folks. We're getting a little tight, so please sit still a little bit longer. And now moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Jackson, that we approve the report. Any discussion? The vote will be up shortly.
Sorry, folks, the first vote is still closing. It's spinning, so it'll just take a minute before the second vote comes out. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to go. Can we show of hands, please? We need thumbs up from everyone, please. Thumbs up, everyone. I'm looking at it. It's unanimous. All those that are here. Mayor Eisenberger, do you need the list? Okay. Everyone who's here, it's thumbs up. Thank you, everyone. Sorry for the glitches today. It just wouldn't be COVID without them. So now we've got discussion items coming forward, folks. No, hang on. Just double checking. Yep. So Tim Hortons Field, Engard Anchor Repair Replacement, PW 20039A, citywide. Rome D'Angelo, Rob Gatto, and Janet Warner are in attendance to answer questions. If there is any discussion with this, we would need to have to go in closed session as item 13.6. So can I see? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just reading what I'm told.
No, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I had just put down there, if committee wishes to defer
sorry.
consideration of this report until after they've gone into close, they can do so, or they may choose to just approve it right now. It's up to them.
Sorry, folks. So I've got Councillor Ferguson waving his hand right now. So Councillor Ferguson, what is your pleasure? And Councillor
Yes, Madam
I got
Chair.
you next.
You got me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I've read carefully the in-camera report, and clearly I can't talk about what's in it, but it satisfies my concerns. So I'm prepared to support this recommendation now.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, I've got you. Oh, and Councillor Eisenberg, you want to second that, I'm assuming? Because I've got Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Clark, and then Mayor Eisenberger. So Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah. And just leave the stuff. I'm not. With due respect, this is a bit frustrating. I did press the red button. I got acknowledged right away, and somebody jumped ahead of my queue. So I was going to move it. I would second it, and I've been robbed of both chances, even though I queued early. Thank you.
Oh dear. Okay. So,
You can let him move it if you want. I don't need to move it.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Clark, you were waving. I had Mayor Eisenberger waving, and I had Councillor Jackson. So Councillor Jackson, you put your queue in first. So we'll go to you, and then I'll go to Councillor Clark. Go ahead, sir.
I will wait till everyone else has spoken. Please come back to me, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
I'm happy with Councillor Whitehead moving. It doesn't matter to me as long as we make the decision today.
Thank you. And Mayor Eisenberger, you had anything more to say? Thank you. So I believe that it was to be.
I was just going to second it. But...
Okay, so Councillor Whitehead is going to move it. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. And hang on a second, Councillor, and Mayor Eisenberger is seconding it. And I'm going to Councillor Jackson for comments before we take the vote. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. You're on, sir.
Am I on, Madam Deputy
Yes,
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Madam Deputy Mayor, this is wonderful to staff. It only took 2 weeks for this massive conversion on the road to Damascus. I'm supportive. Thank you.
You are welcome. So
I'd like to second this with supreme gusto.
And so Rob and Rome and Janet, sorry for the long wait, but you're probably going to be excused shortly. So it has already been moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Mayor Eisenberger to approve 9.1 PW 20039A. Electronic vote, please. Councillor Farr, are you back? Nope. Councillor Whitehead, your vote should come up now. If it's not, just thumbs up, please. Thank you. Thumbs up. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're in. Thank you very much, everyone. Now we're on the financial impact of declining transit revenues, PW 20061. Debbie Vidov is in attendance to answer any questions. Is there any questions pertaining to 9.2? So have we got anybody on the list first before I go to the waivers? No, it's okay. I'm asking Lorraine. Anybody on the speakers list? Okay, thank you. So I've got Mayor Eisenberger. Go ahead, sir, and I'll start writing hands down.
Just going to move to receive the report. I think it's self-explanatory, and based on the previous presentation, I think we're in good hands, and looking forward to future opportunities to offset future losses. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And it's moved by the mayor. It'll be seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Any other discussions? Anybody would like to speak? I'm not seeing anybody on the list. Oh, it's spinning. Sorry, we're frozen. That's why we're not going to the list. I'm really sorry, guys. And I know everybody's tired. Okay, so we're going to have a show of hands, please. And this is to receive the report. So we've got Councillors Danko, Ferguson, Pearson, Wilson, Nan, Whitehead, Jackson, Eisenberger, Clark, and
Collins.
and Collins. Oh, I keep forgetting you.
That's okay.
Sorry. Thank you, folks. Okay, motions. The 10.1 has been withdrawn. Yes, and it's been drawn because it was addressed through item 6.5. Any notices of motions? I'm not seeing any. So general information, other business. Is there any other items of general information in other business? Seeing none. All right, thank you. So now we're going into closed session items. We need to have a motion, please, to go into closed session respecting items 13.2 to 13.7 pursuant to section 8.1, subsection C, E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 18-270 as amended, and section 2392, subsection C, E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to 1, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board; 2, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board; 3, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose; 4, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board. We need an electronic vote. It's been moved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor, let's see, Clark. Oh, sorry, Vanderbeek. Thank you. And it's an electronic vote. Are we still spinning over there? We should be able to get this up now. The public, while we're waiting, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members of council rejoin the meeting. Council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. A reminder to all members of committee to please ensure you move into closed session portion of eScribe. Before we move into closed session, I would ask all members of the public to please exit the WebEx meeting now if you are LinkedIn. As well, any staff that are not directly related to items 13.2 to 13.7 are also asked to please exit the WebEx meeting now. Once clerks have confirmed that there's only the appropriate attendees attending the WebEx meeting, we will then move into item 13.1. So we have the vote in progress. And Councillor Whitehead, you're not seeing the vote. Can you just put your hands up? Thumbs up. We're going into closed session. Can you? Oh, thank you. Sorry, it's going to be glitches all around, guys. I just appreciate your patience. I really do. Okay, so we're going into closed session. It's 10 after 6. Can we please just take a 10-minute break, folks, so I can, everybody can go get their food, or they can, unless you want to take a little longer. I'm open to suggestions, folks. No? Okay, 10 minutes, please. Nature break. I will see you back here at 6:20. Thank you. So why is And people wonder what.
Sincerely, I'm not being sarcastic.
Can I remind everyone they have to go into open session before they can vote for the votes that come up?
We have a lot of votes coming up,
Oh,
folks, so still
yeah.
bear with me, please. And I've got everybody's mover and seconder already set up, except for
figure it out.
Ferguson. I got to get rid of Ferguson because he's not here.
Can't find my e-scribe.
I think.
Where'd it go?
Sorry, do we have Bear?
So is
Forum
everybody
here?
an open e-scribe now, please?
Are we just at 9? 1, 2.
Yeah, we're just at 9, sir.
Wow. Okay.
I think there was also some items that Councillor Danko was going to move. So I guess
No, I've got it all here.
Oh, you did?
No,
Okay,
I got it all
good.
here. Thank you.
All right.
So, perfect. So now members of council, but there's nobody here, so we'll just continue on. 3.2 land exchange. A DeSantis Developments Limited, 1456 and 1460 Upper James Street, Hamilton, PED 20117, Ward 8. Moved by Councillor Danko, second by Councillor Pauls, that the following. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Councillor Pauls is gone. So Councillor Jackson, can you take his place, please? Thank you. So moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Pauls, that direction provided to staff in closed session respecting the report, PED 20117, Land Exchange A DeSantis Developments Limited, 1456 and 1460 Upper James Street, Hamilton, and B, that the report PED 20117 respecting land exchange at A DeSantis Developments Limited, 1456 and 1460 Upper James Street, Hamilton, must remain confidential until completion of the real estate transactions. We need an electronic vote, please. We have 9. Don't anybody move. Are we done? Thank you. And so now 13.3, it's moved by Councillor Clark, second by Councillor Farr. This is the that one, a lease. This is the lease renewal and amending agreement, Suite 220100 Main Street East, Hamilton, PED 20150, Ward 2. That a lease renewal and amending agreement between the City of Hamilton tenant and Homestead Land Holdings Limited landlord for the continued occupancy and possible future expansion of leased premises located in the building, municipally located at 100 Main Street East, Hamilton, as depicted in Appendix A, attached to Report PED 20150, based substantially on the terms and conditions outlined in Appendix B, attached to Report PED 20150, and on such other terms and conditions deemed appropriate by the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development Department or designate, be approved. Number 2B, that the General Manager, Planning and Economic Development Department or designate acting on behalf of the city as tenant, be authorized to provide any consents, approvals, and renewal notices related to the lease renewal and amending agreement at 100 Main Street East, Hamilton. C, that the city solicitor be authorized to amend and waive such terms and conditions to the lease renewal and amending agreement as she considers reasonable. That the gross, and D, the gross rent outlined in Appendix B attached to Report PED 20150 continue to be funded from the account number 55358-674021 RMRCH. E, that the real estate and legal fees of $36,676 be funded from the account number 55778-674021 RMRCH and credited to an account number 45408812036 Real Estate Admin Recovery. That and F, that the mayor and the clerk be authorized to direct and execute the lease renewal and amending agreement at 100 Main Street East, Hamilton, or such other form and all other necessary associated documents, and all such documents to be in the form satisfactory to the city solicitor, and that report PED 020150 respecting lease renewal and amending agreement, Suite 220 Main Street East, Hamilton, and its appendix remain confidential and not to be released as a public document. I need your electronic vote.
The vote is up. It's done.
Thank you. 13.4 LaSalle Park disposition review. It has been moved by Councillor Pauls and second by Councillor Jackson that this item be deferred until the next GIC meeting. Electronic vote, please.
I'm sorry, I missed your.
I had Councillor Pauls and seconded by Councillor Jackson. I'm going to just start reading the next one. It's as long as the last one. Councillor Vanderbeek, thumbs up. Thank you.
So,
And
Madam
Councillor
Chair,
Pauls.
do we need to read the entirety of the recommendation?
I'm in your hands. I thought we had to for the legal purposes. And there's the clerk, and she's shaking her head yes, because I don't think she likes me right now. That's why she's making me do this. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So it's moved by account. This is 13.5 options for support for commercial tenants and licensees within city-owned properties due to COVID-19, PED 20162 citywide. It's moved by Councillor Clark, second by Councillor Wilson, that the COVID-19 occupant support framework attached as confidential Appendix A to report PED 20162 be approved. B, that the corporate real estate staff in consultation with staff in finance and corporate services and other departments responsible for administering agreements be authorized and directed to provide support to occupants in city-owned properties in accordance with the COVID-19 occupant support framework and on such terms and conditions deemed appropriate by the general manager of the Planning and Economic Development Department. C, that the city solicitor or designate be authorized and directed to complete any agreements on behalf of the city, including paying any necessary expenses, amending the closing, due diligence and other dates, and amending and waiving terms and conditions on such terms as she considers reasonable as it relates to options for support for commercial tenants and licensees within city-owned properties due to COVID-19. D, that the general manager of Planning and Economic Development be authorized and directed to execute any necessary documents in a form satisfactory to city solicitor to designate as it relates to options for support for commercial tenants and licensees within city-owned properties due to COVID-19. And lastly, that report PED 20162 respecting options for support for commercial tenants and licensees within city-owned properties due to COVID-19 and its appendix remain confidential. All those in favor, electronic vote, please. Need the mayor. Councillor Nan, thumbs up, please. And Councillor Pauls, thumbs up, please. Okay, thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek, thumbs up. Thank you. Yes. That's 13.6. I'm at the stadium update now. Thank you. So it is moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by, and both these guys are gone, sorry. It's moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Farr for the stadium update legal issues LS 20015A citywide. That report LS 20015 respecting the stadium's update legal issues remain confidential. Electronic vote, please. Councillor Pauls, thumbs up. Oh, we got her. Okay. Are we all done? Thank you. 13.7 encampment litigation update, moved by Councillor Farr, second by Councillor Clark, that the verbal update provided in closed session respecting the encampment litigation be received. Thank you. Electronic vote. And one last more will be adjournment.
No, Madam Deputy Mayor, just for clarification, I'm going to have to change be received because it wasn't a verbal update, and as well because that there was direction provided in closed session that was moved and seconded, that the direction to staff provided in closed session be approved.
Okay, thank you. So presentation be received and that the direction be approved. That's in the report that you see in front of you. All right, electronic vote, please. Okay, Councillor Clark, thumbs up. Thank you, just came through, and I need a motion now. Everybody moves it and everybody seconds it and everybody approves. Good night, everybody. Sleep well.